Just kidding. My mic is on. And we are live. Hello and welcome to the 2022 WebXR Production Summit. I'm Ben Erwin, and I'm here to welcome you to the 6th WebXR edition of the WebXR Summit series. I thought I'd prank you all if you missed my silent soliloquy at the beginning of the WebXR Education Summit. This show is hosted by none other than our friend Daniel Dyboski-Bryant of the executive director of the Virtual World Society and the co-founder of Educators in VR. Not only is Daniel a crusader for XR for good, but he's literally been behind thousands of shows in the metaverse. So that qualifies him to be the host of the Production Summit. So thank you for hosting this show, Daniel. And here to make sense of it all, our co-host of the entire WebXR Summit series, co-founder of Metaverse, global chair of XR Women, host of the Poly's WebXR Awards, co-host of Metatraversal, Queen of the Andals, Breaker of Chains, and Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Mrs. Julie Smithson. Julie has led every single one of our 20th previous productions, 2 award shows, 6 summits, 6 town halls, 5 metatraversals, including a play starring Sophia Mashasha at AWE, a live demonstration of stereoscopic WebXR in AR, in HoloLenses in AWE with Terry Schussler, Christy Fennison, and myself, and an epic holiday party last year. All the while, running operations for a company with one of the hottest WebXR offerings in the metaverse, appropriately called Metaverse, our presenting partner. And they had the name in 2016. So at the top of the final hour of this 9-hour event, Julie will be doing her sense-making exercise. So if you can't watch the whole show, which you should, she'll digest it for you. So stay tuned for the end of our 9-hour event with 20 sessions, 50 speakers, because this team will be concluding the show with key takeaways from what we've learned in our 54 hours, 120 panels, 250 industry leaders that have come through our stream. Last year, we were still talking about what the metaverse is. And now, this year, we've been talking about how the metaverse is. So now it's time to build it. So from here on out, we're going to be making our shows more metaversy. And at the very end of the show, you don't want to miss this, we are going to be making the first official announcement about the 3rd Poly's WebXR Awards. So stay tuned. In our green room, welcoming our guests are the hosts of the previous 2 summits, Education and Brand, Dr. Karen Alexander and Sophia Mashasha. We would like to thank our partners, Future Way Technologies, for supporting the WebXR Summit Series and this year's Polys. We would like to thank Dr. June Wang and Mats Lundgren. And today, Daniel Ljunggren of Future Way will be joining myself, Catherine Henry, and Ricard Gra of VRland, one of our Metaverse Watch Party partners, to talk about advancing the ecosystem, because that's what these shows are all about, is like, how can we guarantee and accelerate the success of this mission that we're all on together in the XR community to bring this technology to the masses safely, ethically, and ubiquitously. So next month, we are going to be doing an event with Igalia, the people who are bringing you the Wolvic browser, which is the reincarnation of the Firefox reality browser. And the Wolvic webinar is a launch event, and we will be telling you all about that. And one of our first presenters today is Mr. Brian Kardell, the developer advocate for Igalia, to give you a little bit of a preview of that. We stream all of our events into watch parties, so you can watch the show together as a community. And we would like to thank you, our community, for being so supportive of what we do, and we love doing it for you. So without further ado, I am going to bring onto the stage Mr. Daniel Dyboski-Bryant. Daniel, this is your show. Take it away.
Hey, Ben. Thank you so much. What an honor to be here. What a great introduction. And I was going to say, I was looking at Julie backstage today. She looks cool as a cucumber. She's done this before. I'm super excited, maybe even a little bit nervous. So bear with me as we go on this journey together today. So yeah, I mean, it's a huge honor and a pleasure to be hosting this event today. I've been passionate about WebXR from my very first taste. And as an educator, I believe it will accelerate accessibility and democratization. And that is also essential for enabling positive impact, which we're working towards with the Virtual World Society. So go WebXR. Let's get the show going now. Here we are at the WebXR Production Summit 2022, the sixth and concluding summit in the WebXR Summit series. There will be more great events to come, but for now, we're coming full circle all the way from the first developer summit back in 2021 through design, business, education, recently brand, and now to production. And at this point, I'd like to take a moment to thank FutureWay for their generous and ongoing support in making these summits possible. What a journey it's been. At the beginning of this summit series, I had a vague sense that WebXR would be the future of XR, and at some point. Now it seems more and more inevitable. We've seen many examples of outstanding work, projects, developments, applications, and progress in this area that altogether underline the fact that WebXR is a great horse to be backing, as Julie will attest to as well. There are too many to list all of them, but here are some examples of what we've seen over the Summit series. We've seen Magic of Flight, which won a number of awards. We're going to be speaking to one of their team later on today. Wonderland Engine and all the work they're doing. Metaverse Engine itself, Julie and Alan Smiths and the work you're doing there. Secret Sky by Active Theory. Julie, do you want to jump in just for a minute? I'll switch you in here. Can you think of any others that are desperately need mentioning at this point, or that we just could mention? What stands out for you?
Hello, everybody, and
Hey.
welcome to the WebXR Production Summit. I'm proud to be here, and it's great to see you, Daniel. Thanks so much for leading this conversation today. I think overall the summits, there's so many people who have been creating amazing WebXR experiences, and it's been quite a journey of trying to figure out which ones are evolving from the marketing applications and now into business solutions that that are taking place. So I'm excited to hear about all the different case studies that are out there, and what people have been building, and that's why we're here today, is to find a little bit more about that.
Lovely, brilliant. Every summit, even when the gaps are small between the summits, there are always new developments. So we never run out of material in this industry. The acceleration rate is so high.
No, all exactly, right. And it's such an interesting time to talk about these different projects that are happening out there, and that's why this summit is so important, because we do talk about what is the recipe to a delivery or deployment of a WebXR experience, and getting right into those nitty-gritty details, which is my favorite thing to do.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Also, we'll be hearing today about some very exciting developments in scaling WebXR. I recently had a demo with one of our speakers, and it kind of blew my mind. So I'm really excited to be talking about that later on. I won't tell you who that is or what that is yet. Just have to stay tuned. But let's talk about production for a moment, because in many ways, production really brings it all together. Like Ben said just a minute ago, last year we were talking about what the metaverse is. This year we've been talking about how to metaverse. And now really it's time to build it. And quite suitably, our first guest in just a moment has an aptly named company called the Metaverse Construction Company, which I think is a brilliant name. We'll get into all of that in a moment. But yeah, production is really where the rubber meets the road, because we're talking about all of the worker-bees, right? People out there, chief metaverse officers, XYZ, they're talking about what this will be and so on. Meanwhile, a lot of the people on these calls and these summits are actually the worker bees. They're in the bunker getting stuff done. And all of these individual labors and efforts together, for me, they remind me of that moment when the temperature drops and water starts to crystallize. And then the crystals kind of all, things start to solidify. One moment it's fluid, and then you get ice and it starts to kind of form and solidify. So that's how it feels watching the ice spread out over the lake.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know and understand, and always be understanding to be agile and have that agility in this industry. That innovation takes place upon every single conversation and how to make things better. And one thing that we do here at Metaverse is focus on, the first stage, the discovery stage of production is so important to understand the objectives, the key results, the OKRs, the needs assessment of the company. What are they trying to accomplish in building these experiences that will make it a success on the other side? And as I've called it in the past couple of summits, return on experience, the ROX, ROX, right?
Yeah.
And, it's sure profitability and margins are very important in developing all of these things. But most importantly is that feeling on the other side of the experience. And the people who we're going to hear from today are the people that are creating that feeling that happens in these immersive experiences. And there's definitely a lot of elements to these experiences. So we've got a great lineup coming up, and I'm looking forward to hearing all the different conversations. I'll be doing my sense making and behind the scenes, and I wish you a good show.
That's always a favorite moment, the sense making. Fantastic. And I really appreciate your perspective from the enterprise and commercial side of things. And a lot of production is geared towards that. And then we've got the creators who almost create for their own sake. Like, we have some proper poets among us that we'll be hearing from today, who they have a different approach. The return of experience isn't maybe first in their mind, or certainly not in an economic sense. Some of them are just testing to see what can be done, and then reporting back from the frontiers and saying, hey, look, I discovered this is possible. And then it trickles down to, would I want to say maybe slightly more conservative or risk-averse businesses? Certainly not all of them, but when return on experience is your first concern, then that frames how you're going to develop. Like you said, the original key performance.
The needs assessments and things like that. There's a lot to go through, and we've got a huge show that's about to unfold here. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
We're coming in hot in 2 minutes. I just wanted to say a word that you can't start the show without the M word, so the metaverse. I will quite happily continue on with a healthy, evolving multiverse. I know we're all working towards interoperability, and that's fine. But for me, an analogy I often use is like islands rising up out of the ocean. And currently we have an island here, an island there, a bigger island group over there. And as they keep pushing up, more landmass comes up, and it becomes a little bit of a landmass.
Yeah.
And then eventually we might have continents. Yeah. But I'm quite happy in this island phase, trying stuff out.
I like it too. It's really good. It's definitely a test trial type of thing going on. So I call it the technosphere, on how we're all going to be connected together. That's another word. But did you know that there are so many places that you can watch our show through today? Because there's 9 hours ahead of us. So we've got Frame. There's a link there. We've got VR Land. We've got Hubs. We've got the XR Women Museum, which is also hosted in Frame. You can watch us in Engage and Altspace. And then I'm like going through the list. There's so many places. We've got Facebook, and we've got Twitch, and we've got AWE Live. We've got so many different places to watch this show today. So
you could probably watch us on the International Space Station as well. Here we've got Jon Gress coming.
That would be awesome. Maybe Jon Gress can have us get over to the International Space Station.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie. And
Great
I'm
show,
gonna
everybody.
Hey, John,
bring in.
if you have the ability to change your settings to your 1080p cam, we might get a better, clearer picture of you.
Lovely, yeah.
Yeah, it should be. Let me see.
So while John is doing that, a
It's
short
in
introduction.
the little cog on the settings that you have there, hopefully. But take it away, Dan.
All right. Yeah, we'll have John back with us in a moment. So John has over 30 years at the leading edge producing, researching, developing, and teaching cutting-edge future media technologies. He's a longtime member of the Global Visual Effects Society, the Themed Entertainment Association, the Global VRAR Association, and he's CEO of the epically named Metaverse construction company. Welcome, John. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Good to see
Really,
you.
really well. We had a conversation recently. We might come to that, talking about how you can grab depth fields and data from different satellite footage. But I'm really excited to start with you, not only because of the name of your company, but when I first heard that, it just struck a note with me. What inspired you to call it that, other than the obvious?
You know, that's a great question. I grew up in a family of developers and construction people. And growing up, I recently had a car accident in December, and I was walking through the halls of the chiropractic rehab place for my back and neck. And as I'm walking through the halls, I had this flashback of when I was a little kid walking through these empty halls of these professional buildings that my dad and my grandfather built. And
Right.
as I'm walking through, I had this lightning bolt, and I said, you know what? This is what's missing. This is what's missing right now is going back to Web 1.0. When Web 1.0 first started, everybody was on the bandwagon. Everybody knew that they had to be involved. But those of us who jumped in just so early realized there was a lot more to bite off than we expected, having to run servers and T1 lines and all this extra technology that we didn't really want to get into. We were, especially for me, we're content developers. We really didn't want to get into all that. And knowing now with the metaverse, people are going to be in the same position. They're going to be in the position of there's all this technology, there's so many pieces. We don't want to open whole development departments. We want to just be able to walk in, get a turnkey suite. Here's the keys, open up your door, and you're in business. So we developed the Metaverse Construction Company
The solution.
to do that, to provide turnkey solutions that people don't have to, do all the back end stuff. They just say, here's what I want, get the keys and start business.
Yeah, so that's a smart strategic move, and I foresee great things for your company. So as I was preparing for this conversation with you, I was thinking what we might discuss and some questions, and been reading a book recently that talks about the grand projects of humanity. So there was a period when it seemed like all of humanity was all about building cathedrals, and it wasn't so much the cathedrals, it was what cathedrals represented. And I feel that we're currently in a similar phase, this grand construction project pertaining to the metaverse. It's not so much about the individual things that we build, but the fact that we're collectively putting something together that we're going to be inhabiting. Like for big parts, interactions are going to take place there. So, what does constructing the overall metaverse mean to you?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Because you can only do a small part of it, but what does the overall project mean to you?
Yeah, so there's a few things. I differ in my views of the metaverse from a lot of other people. A lot of other people kind of think that I always use the example of marketing people and manufacturers come in and then they start clouding the mix. When we had HD, what was HD? Was HD 1280 by 720? Was it 1920 by 1080? Were they squishing it and making it VR? VR comes out. Is VR stereoscopic? Is it a 2D sphere? And it's 2D. So there's all these kind of there's all these different definitions. My theory is, number one, we know that it's sort of meant to be immersive, and immersive in such a way that I feel that video games are video games. There is the potential for video games to be metaverses, but I think that starting to call every game a metaverse leads us to that every multiplayer game that's ever existed is now a metaverse. So I think that there's still a differentiation there. The construction of what we're doing today has been a long time coming, and I've been on this sort of, it's interesting you use that cathedral example, because I've been using this example of convergence going on since the days of Web 1.0. If you remember back in those days, I'm old, we had to take analog tape, digitize it. We had to take film and digitize it. And those two formats we had to put together in another format. And there are all these little bits and pieces that we were combining. In the visual effects world, we had things like motion capture and motion control and scanning and all these things that, all these little bits and pieces. I have this kind of view of this unified grand convergence that's happening in all of these industries. You and I were talking about using images to do photogrammetry and then process those and extract dense point clouds from those to create things that we can now just pop on a headset and walk around in. Well, I think all of those things, some of the other technologies we're working with, you saw on the Meta live stream the other day, doing a scan of yourself with just your cell phone. I am a big believer that this is going to be the center of everything we do from a content creation standpoint, from a building standpoint, and then we pop on a headset, or we put contact lenses in, or we have a panel that's lenticular. Whatever the immersion means is really less important than I think. The focus, our kind of vision is what you brought about with cathedrals. It's the experience, and that's when you think of a cathedral. Part of the cathedral experience is that it's an experience. It's an emotional and psychological experience when you walk in, the grandeur of it. That's the thing that I think in a lot of ways is being overlooked these days. Everybody's focused on the technology and they need to kind of come back. Content, I'm a big content is king believer.
Content is king. Yeah. Well, I'd add to that, experience is king, right? So the contents are the parts, and when they're crafted together into either an experience or a story or whatever, that's maybe that's queen. Content is king and experience is queen.
No. In fact, I'm in agreement with you. In fact, it kind of overarching that content is king. Content is sort of what you present of it. But as we had the industrial age, the technological age, the information age, I believe this next age is the experiential age. Like that's the way I view this, as in creating experiences, however that manifests itself.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of it for me. I remember my first experience. I forgot I had a thing on my head.
Yeah.
The experience was so overpowering, I forgot the technology. And it was actually, looking back, it was the fact that the technology faded away, because I'm an educator and I've been dealing with educational technology as it comes and goes, and they're really too enamored by any of it. But this was different because I forgot the technology. It was all about the experience. So
the experience is so important. In fact, that anchors in the core of who you are. It's such a huge and powerful anchor. I remember the day I met you. We were on a space station on the moon, and you had this presentation for educators in VR where all of a sudden this water was flooding and grass and trees were growing up through the space station. And it was that. This is how I met Daniel. It was like we met on the moon in this kind of crazy environment, and you'll never forget that, And since then, I've showed Daniel some experiences that we've created that. Can you agree? You'll never forget those experiences.
Absolutely, absolutely, very much so. It's my mentor Tom Furness says, it's putting memories inside of people. Which is very, very powerful, but also a sense of responsibility for me comes with that. So I want to cover a different question. There's another question I have for you, and that is, I mentioned as we were coming in that this talk about metaverse, I'm quite happy with this messy multiverse, this scrappy, messy multiverse that we're building together. And I'm pretty sure it will merge at some point to the equivalent of what we now call the internet or the World Wide Web. We'll have, whenever that is. I'm quite happy with where we are, but I do appreciate that in order to get to this traversability, what do we need to keep in mind? What are your considerations as we build together for interoperability? Have you got any suggestions, observations, as people start making these things?
Yeah, well, first of all is, whenever you're starting a journey, you want to start with the end in mind. You don't walk out your door heading to Los Angeles and just head in a direction and wind up here if we're in Florida in the ocean. You want to have the end in mind. And the end in mind is, as you said, a traversable, interconnected universe, if you will. My definition, kind of spinning back to my original thinkings of the metaverse, is based on, coming from visual effects background, we have footage that we get. And with that footage, you have a piece of footage, and with that footage comes meta information. That meta information is all the information related to that physical piece of footage, whether it's digital or analog. All of that data contains all different kinds of information. It can contain the geolocation of where you are. It could contain the camera that was used, the sensor, the exposure, the lens that was used. So my thinking of the metaverse is sort of more physical than a lot of people think. You have the world, and then you have all these different meta layers that could be placed within this world. That could be geolocation. It could be you walk into a restaurant and how many people here work in VR, and that would show, that could be a whole nother layer. You've got all these different layers of information. So it is, like you said, a scrappy, messy heap in that not all of them should be connected. I don't believe. You don't need to have all of them connected. You just need to be able to have a common language where you can access what you need. It
would be total overload. It would be total overload if it was all you have to opt in and opt out of stuff, right?
Yeah. So to me, it's more about the standards and interoperability of, just like if you're on one web page, if you had to have some sort of separate system to hyperlink to another web page, it would be a disaster. So having those kind of common languages like an HTML or VRML were, those kind of things, I think that's sort of the most important part.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's interesting, since the beginning of this summit series about a year ago, and conversation, there was another event about meta traversal that Ben and his team kind of put on. And since then, actually, the Metaverse Standards Forum has been called into existence, and we're going to be hearing from Neil Trevett, who's deeply involved with that later today. So there's great progress happening, even within the space of the year. That's something I really, really enjoy about this industry. It can be a full-time job to kind of keep up with developments, but at the same time, there's rarely a day goes by where I don't see something like, oh, cool, I can't wait for that to come out. Or when this thing and that thing meet up and come together, that's gonna, blow sparks. So exciting times. Another question then, and just an observation really before I get to the question. Those kind of from self-development and this kind of industry, people often talk about visualizing things and kind of dreaming your dreams into existence, and that's very much true with the metaverse. Like we're able to imagine something, and within, like, I wanted to do something particular, and I wrote you an email, you responded, and within the next meeting, we had done what I wanted to do. We came into existence like that. So I love that immediacy of turning ideas into experiences. And I'll probably say this too many times this year. For me, this year is actually the year of AI. 2022 for me is the year of AI, in terms of it being arriving for consumers, like the text to image generation and a couple of other things. But soon, and maybe you've seen the demos of Mark Zuckerberg and other people speaking things into virtual reality existence. I cannot wait for this generation of kids to grow up and they can just talk like they talk to Google Home Mini or Alexa or whatever. And instead of it giving them the answer, it will just design their environment around them.
Yeah, life imitates art. You think of Star Trek and the holodeck, and think about how close we actually are to this. We have, back when we started Web 1.0, we were putting things together with sticks and bubble gum. The stuff didn't exist. We were making things up as we went along.
It's like
now,
NASA duct tape, right?
I say it constantly. I am more excited now than I was then, much like 100-fold, because we have all the pieces now. We've been developing these over the past 30 years, all the pieces that we need. So they're all here. It's right now. It's not 10 years down the road.
Yeah.
One of the things you just said about speaking things into existence, when you think about, let's just extrapolate this just a little bit further, we have the ability for AI to generate images. We're not that far off for stereo images. We're not that far off for, I've already seen a couple of demos for 3D, doing 3D objects. We have the ability to simulate things without doing simulations, just doing machine learning. So think about what does computers and AI do best? They do best working with computer-based things. What's computer-based things? Think about any video game. How far off are we, throwing this out there, a lot of people may not like this one, but how far are we from being able to say, computer, give me I want a Wild West game that's in the style of Call of Duty, but with the look of Futurama, and let it build that game for you. Hop on a headset, and now you're there. How far are we from that? I don't think we're very far. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time, but the analysis for machine learning to analyze different code in games, find those different components, and be able to assemble them in such a way, I think, in a way, is easier than doing these amazing Midjourney and Dolly images we're seeing. I think that, to me, that's a lot farther of a fetch than doing code that's already, we know what this code does. We know how we drive a character doing this.
To repurpose it in some way.
Yeah, I mean, to repurpose it. I think that we're not far off from seeing things like there's all kinds of ethical issues, of course.
Always the ethics. But I agree with you. I've seen text to image. I've seen image to video. I've seen video to spatial location, like GLB location. And I've seen image to 3D. Put all of those together and add biofeedback in, and it responds to your emotions and everything.
And one thing that really made me nuts when I saw this was they took we do particle simulations and fluid dynamic simulations for fluids and gases and fire and explosions. I watched them do a machine learning based, they trained a simulator to watch what water does, and they ran it against an actual fluid dynamic simulation, and you couldn't tell the difference. And there was no simulation, no crazy, 500 hours. It just knows what water is supposed to do. So when you just extrapolate that forward just a little bit, it won't be far before we're saying, holodeck, I want to be in a Sherlock Holmes play, and boom, you're there, which is really super exciting. One of the things that I'm most excited about love the technology and all of that, but I'm an experienced person. So I think a lot of people are so focused on technology, they don't think forward enough and put enough emphasis into the realm of experiences that you can manifest just by, like you and I said, we're sitting having an offhand conversation. Hey, I wonder if we could do whatever and have it happen in 15 minutes and make it, appear.
So you think that maybe we're currently getting a kind of a narrower representation of what's possible?
I'll give you an example. I think when TV first came into existence, before TV, there was only radio. And most TV shows that happened when they first started happening were basically just a camera sitting in front of people standing in front of a microphone doing a radio show, because they didn't really understand the possibilities, or film was basically a camera in front of a stage play. So it's that time taking for people to start to understand, like what you're seeing happening a lot in the industry is people making a digital double of their own office.
Yeah.
Well, if I said to you, here's $10 billion, make whatever office you want, would you create the exact same office that you have already?
And a lot of people would, right? That's the first
and a
thing.
lot of people are doing that right now. When you've seen like the stuff that we're doing and having so much fun with, which is like, well, why? If I had an office to build, I wouldn't build my existing office. I would build it in a grotto in Cabo. You know, why can't we do that? Be in a waterfall in a cave and have the ocean and the beach there. You know?
Yeah, cool. Want to change tack a little bit, Jon?
Sure.
I know you have pushed the boundaries on the visual fronts, working with Unreal Engine 5 and your visual effects background and so on. And on the other hand, we're talking about trying to reach as many people, making it accessible. So currently, I don't know for how long, but currently there's always still a bit of a trade-off between aesthetics and performance, right? Or by performance, I mean accessibility. If we want to reach a lot of people, we're still trading off against aesthetics. If I held a gun against your head and you had to choose one or the other, where would you lie currently?
If you asked me that 10 years ago, I would say quality. I would say the fidelity of the experience. If you ask me now,
but we didn't have standalone headsets, right?
We didn't have standalone headsets back then, correct. If you ask me now, I would say experience 100%. And you see experiences in games like Population 1. The experience is so well thought out and so engaging, or Walkabout Golf. These are so well thought out and so engaging. Your brain completely bypasses the fact that there's not a bevel in the scene.
Right.
So I think that and that's again why I'm such a big fan of engaging content and engaging experiences versus I think where all the pieces are already on the table. So where we're dealing with WebXR and where WebXR has traditionally been a little fallen behind the curve as far as experience, it's really only a technological one in that it's bandwidth and download speeds and the ability to, once we have streaming, pixel streaming is a little more refined, a little more widespread, all those barriers are going to come down. Unreal Engine, Unity, they're all making that happen already. And you're starting to see, once we get the ability to stream pixels to an untethered headset or to contact lenses or a pair of glasses, those are going to go away really fast, all of those barriers. So I'm a big fan of the experience. Like you can make an experience, well, like the Kajita experience, the one that I just showed you that we did, where my entire life I've created creatures and monsters for movies. You build these things in 3D, you animate them, you go through all this trouble, you texture them, you make them look perfectly real, you put them in, you go into a movie theater and you see them on a big screen, and man, that looks good. But the experience that I had showed you, I decided, well, what if I could take this Kajita monster that's supposed to be 1,000 feet tall and be standing there in front of him? The moment I did that, it was like almost tears in my eyes. It was the first time in my entire life of doing visual effects that I'm actually standing there. And we took a helicopter up to his head and he rears up into frame. It was an unbelievable experience. And the quality was not, motion picture quality. It was not because you're dealing with those limitations of real time, of VR, where you're dealing with, stereoscopic, and you're dealing with a multi-user environment where you've got 70 people in the room or whatever. But it didn't matter. Like when you saw it, what were your thoughts? Like what was your feeling when you saw this?
With the cameras and it was
with the creature, when you first turned around and saw it standing in front of you.
Yeah, overwhelming, overpowering. And then because there were copies of him around, right? There was the smaller ones, and then we were flying up with cameras. It was, and I was at an airport at the time when I joined you. I was sat in an airport with my Quest headset.
Does that not best describe this? We're sitting there flying around in a helicopter with this 1,000-foot creature rearing up, and Daniel is in the airport of all places with people looking at him probably like he's nuts. But
Yeah.
I mean, this is where we are. The ability to be in these experiences. If I'm in the airport or a coffee shop, I just did the same kind of thing in a coffee shop the other day. Put on a headset with somebody, and we're sitting there, and we're in a totally different place, but yet we're there.
Yes. Yeah, it's remarkable. I remember looking sideways at a friend who had a VR headset on, very engaged in their experience, and realizing that in their mind, I'm not even there, and the room that I'm in is not the room that they're in.
That's right.
But
That's right.
it was like it struck me how it's like. Do you know Philip Pullman and his Dark Materials? It's a trilogy of books, beautiful. They called them The Golden Compass and The Subtle Knife.
Oh, yes.
Series. Yeah. And one of the books talks about a subtle knife, and this subtle knife has a blade so sharp and crafted that it actually slices between realities, and you can kind of peer through and then walk into this. It's exactly that. But sitting next to somebody who is not sharing your experience, that's a profound technology.
And going on that, and going, I met you through Educators in VR,
right?
And I think that it's sort of a good touch point there, because I think that one of the grandest uses for this new wave of technologies is in educating and is in creating experiences. I mean, there's all kinds of uses for people who are immobile, people who are handicapped, people who are elderly and can't get out, and there's all kinds of fantastic uses for that. But if you think of the uses of education as a whole, all different kinds of education, the ability to, I don't know if I'd showed you this one yet, but in our film program, we're talking about taking people back in time to 1893, to Thomas Edison's first Black Maria studio.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not something you can do in real life. You can't take somebody back into history. Walking along a street, I've seen AR experiences where people are walking along a street. You can put on a pair of AR glasses, and now the street changes to a version of itself, geolocated.
Was this in Florida?
200 years? No, it's not here. But I would like to do one here. But I think it was in Europe somewhere. I saw them do this. And you're walking down the street, and the whole street changes to the way it was 500 years ago. It's just not possible. But all of those unique opportunities to touch somebody on an emotional and spiritual level, that's just it's not matchable.
For me, the affordance of that actually almost, well, it doesn't change education per se, because education is about humans, but it changes for me the approach to education, because a lot of education before VR talking about experiential education, taking kids on field trips, putting them into, giving them job taster days to really give them a sense of what that's going to be like. And in language learning, there's actually something called immersive language learning. It has nothing to do with VR. The idea is that if you want to learn German, you fly to Berlin, stay with a German family, you immerse yourself in there, right?
Right.
But that immersive and experiential layer of education, now having access to that for a couple of $100, that's a change.
It's something that educators have to get used to, because it's a change of mind. It's like when you have a little kid, they're 6 months old, they're 8 months old, they're sitting in their high chair, and it's their coming up to their birthday, and you hand them a cake, and they sit there and they look at it, and they know they're not supposed to hit it, but you're saying, here, this is for you, just play, do whatever you want to do with it. They look at you, they're cautious, and they have this kind of like hesitancy. And then once they'll usually, poke at it and touch. And this is where we are with educators and this new technology. They've been told their entire existence that here's the way you got to do it. Here are the books, here are the presentations, here are this. Yeah. And we're saying to them, you can teach however you want. What's the most crazy immersive way? It takes a lot of
unlearning, though.
It takes a lot of letting the walls come down, jumping out of the box, kind of poking around, touching the cake a little bit and going, wow, we're teaching the Battle of Gettysburg. I don't have to do a slide presentation. We could actually have bullets whizzing by your head, have a line of soldiers coming at you, put you into the, but we can approach it from We saw that the presentation in one of the universities
There's
did
endless
NVIDIA,
possibilities.
where you're
Endless
watching
possibilities.
physics being taught by use of cannonball, right?
Yeah. We're going to have, John, I would love to continue this conversation. I can't thank you enough. We'll catch up soon. Thank you for your observations.
Hi, Julie.
Julie's
Thank you so
with
much,
us here
John.
to introduce Brian Kardell. John, see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. Great. What a great first session. Thank you so much, Daniel. And hello, Brian. I'll give you a little bit of intro here. And just before you present. So on August the 12th, 2020, Mozilla laid off its mixed reality team. And with that, the Firefox reality browser code base was abandoned. And until late 2021, when the Igalia team took the open source code base and reincarnated the fox as a wolf, and the Wolvic browser was born. Not only is Wolvic the only open source immersive browser, it doesn't have a desktop and mobile client. On November 3rd, we'll be hosting a launch event for Wolvic, which you can already get from App Lab. So go to wolvic.com for the link and you can register for the event. Now here to tell us all about the Wolvic's Igalia developer advocate is Brian Kardell. Thank you so much for joining us, Brian.
Hi. Thanks for having me. So we have some overlap. So yeah, I'm Brian Kardell. I'm developer advocate at a company called Igalia. And if you haven't heard of Wolvic, it is the only cross-device open source XR browser out there. And as she said, it has its origins in Mozilla Labs. Mozilla Labs is a digital research arm of Mozilla. They do a lot of really interesting things there. And one of those was called Firefox Reality. But as it shows on the slide here, not all of those projects will become full-fledged Mozilla products. And one of those was Firefox. It wasn't going to graduate. So my company, Igalia, was handed stewardship of this to see it across the finish line and turn into a product. Now, if you are surprised by that, because everybody knows Mozilla, but a lot of people don't know Igalia, there's an excellent article that I would encourage you to go check out in your spare time on the news stack called Igalia, the open source powerhouse you've never heard of. It has a lot of details. I won't go into all of them, but just set some concept of who we are and why Mozilla would trust us. This slide is from a presentation at a BlinkOn event. And it is a chart of commits to Chromium from non-Google companies. So the giant orange slice on the left is commits from Igalians. For comparison, that's about the sum total of commits from Microsoft, Opera, and Intel combined. So that's a lot. And we have an even more impressive graph for WebKit and an equally impressive graph for Mozilla projects. So in the web space, we're very well trusted. They thought we could take on this challenge. And we thought it was really interesting because several reasons. I mean, we're just generally interested, but right now seems like kind of an inflection point. It's a trend that we've seen happen before with the adoption of PCs and the internet and smart mobile devices, where there's a lot of interesting things happening. There's this like comparatively small group of sort of pioneers and people, and then it gains this escape velocity and it begins to really escape out into the mainstream. And we think that that's really important because it means that a lot of real foundations that are going to last are starting to be laid now. And we need to really pay attention to it while it's in this stage. So this presentation is going to be in kind of two parts. One is just sort of cool tech stuff. It's like, what is Wolvic? What can it do? What can I expect? And the other is a little bit more high level and abstract. And I'll just call it What's with the Wolf. So as it gains its lineage from Firefox, it retains a lot of the features that you expect from that product. You can send your tabs back and forth between Firefox instance and Wolvic. It retains this privacy focus, voice search, lots of those interesting things. And then, of course, support for WebXR. Obviously, this is key. I think this is really cool. This is probably my favorite immersive website. You can go to Brushwork and check it out. And I am a painter in my spare time, and I can be on a dark, cold winter night in my living room and painting along a bright, sunny river, and it's great. I really, really like it. One of the things that we did as we took this up is upgrade what we were basing all of this on. So that's a nice change, and adds a lot of support and bug fixes and things for the regular web. We've also done a lot of surface things that go into your experience, better rendering, better like keyboard, and we've added these two different environments, which honestly, these pictures don't do it justice. They're gorgeous. It is really, really pleasant to be in there. We've done a lot to create things to enhance your privacy and give you control over that. We've also given you better control over how voice search works. You are, after all, sending your information to someone or fulfilling some voice translation. So you can choose your service as well as your preferred language. We support many, many languages. We've added push notifications, which is really key and important. This is what it looks like. And when you start up, we have a new start page that gives you lots of different experiences. And one of those is a streaming services tab. And this is really interesting. I just want to really call it out because, we test these and they just are the regular websites for these streaming services. There's nothing explicitly XR about them, but they just launch in theater mode. And I think this is really interesting because, again, it has nothing to do with regular XR, and it's not immediately intuitive why you would want to strap a device to your face to watch them. I was personally, I'm going to admit, dubious, but then I saw it and wow, I totally get it. And it made me have a larger observation that we're generally kind of bad at seeing a lot of things until suddenly we see it. Like we sort of did this with the web itself. There's a good tech talk on this, but also who's going to spend time browsing the web on a mobile phone? It's tiny and like your fingers are clumsy, and a lot of the websites aren't made to cooperate with that. And your data plan is expensive. Videos, can't even imagine it. But then we see it and we say, oh, wow, yeah, I see why it'd be so good. And we begin to reimagine everything, and the technology space around us improves. And I think that is, we're in that moment right now, I think. Another thing that we added is kiosk mode. This can be really useful for all sorts of things. If you're going to a trade show and you want to just show things off and not just give people a wide open web browser, but also if you're going to use it for like art installations or at a film festival. Another thing that is going to be used for is like Lynx. The Lynx R1 is planning on using a thing like this for their app store. So speaking of the Lynx R1, there's a number of places where you can get Wolvic. Wolvic.com/DL has a bunch of things like the Huawei VR glasses and the Oculus. It's also coming to some other devices as the default, like the HTC and the Lynx R1, and a growing list, we hope. Probably the biggest technical thing that we've done since we've taken over is this multi-engine architecture. We've reimagined the browser. We've re-architected things. I realize that these are too small to see, but if we could zoom in on them, they would look like this. They're all pointing to what's my user agent. And these are cryptic strings, but this one in particular says it's based on WebKit. And it's not a lie. We're testing and evolving, making it possible to swap out the engines in here. Now, that's intellectually really interesting, maybe, but you might be wondering, why would you do that? There's a lot of reasons, but part of the reasons for this is uncertainty in the ecosystem. So that is a good place to segue into this more abstract question about what's with the wolf, because really a lot of thought went into this. Really basic things at first were well, there's a long tradition of animal themed browsers and we're coming from a fox, so let's keep it in the canine family. But much more than that. Wolves in mythology and literature are shown as rescuing, nurturing, and the pack protecting protagonists who later turn out to play really important roles. This picture on the screen is from the Jungle Book, but also like Romulus and Remus in Roman mythology and founding of Rome. As we said, real foundations are being established now, and we want to be here to help nurture and protect it in all the right ways so that it can be the positive thing that we believe that it can one day. So one of those things, really key, is ensuring that you have access to the web. And believe it or not, it's not a given. It's a thing that we have to consciously strive to continue to keep alive. A lot of these devices are new immersive operating systems, and establishing whole new paradigms is not a guarantee that the web comes along for the ride. But that's a shame, because the world is built on the web. It doesn't matter what you want to do today. If you want to check an email or send a message, find information about news or sports that you care about, or politics, pay a bill, watch video, have an interactive discussion with somebody, like the web has all of this today. And more importantly, it's built on open things. We want to guarantee that we retain not just the web, but all the principles that underlie the web. Open paradigms and principles about security and privacy, accessibility, device agnosticism. All of these things could easily be left behind as we establish these new things. We want to make sure that we're around to help it establish good foundations on these platforms. We want to make sure that it has what it needs to grow and continue to evolve these new features. And that is also not a given today, because the web, even outside of XR, that ecosystem today is really challenging. This is another reason why we chose a wolf. Wolves are described as a keystone species, very important to maintaining the health of the ecosystems that they exist in. There are places here like Yellowstone where wolves were hunted to near extinction, and the follow-on effects of that are like radical, like rivers were rerouted. It's hard to understand how that happens, but I encourage you to go look it up. We've begun reintroducing wolves, and the ecosystem has started to right itself. So we thought this is also a good parallel, because the web is also dependent upon this open source ecosystem, and at least currently is kind of delicate and flawed. And we know, because that's what Igalia does. Engines today cost hundreds of millions of dollars per year to maintain. It's unsustainable to go it alone. There are all kinds of challenges in open source, incentives and disincentives to contribute back to those pies that we were looking at. So we think also another parallel here is that the pack is really important. Like, this is, all of us need to come together to make this really successful. We think that's what we do. It's more about putting code on GitHub. All those commits in that chart from Igalia represent contributions from lots of businesses sponsoring some kind of work in a healthier commons open source community. So we've helped bring about features like CSS Grid and the has pseudo class, MathML, improvements to SVG, lots of new JavaScript features. So we think we're looking at Wolvic as a new chance, a new paradigm, a new medium that we can help establish in a really healthy, sustainable, open way. So we're looking at it differently. We're building partnerships with companies like FutureWay and Lynx, and to some extent HTC and other companies. If you're making a device or you have an extreme interest in XR, then come talk to us. I think that would be great. Looking forward, we're going to have a summit in November to talk about some of these things. Please definitely come to that. For 2023, our goals are to maybe finish the multi-engine architecture, hopefully with a Chromium implementation. Chromium has one of the more complete sets of WebXR features, so that would be a really good thing to have. We would like to have millions of users on 4+ supported devices and in stores by the end of 2023. We think that's very, very possible. And we would like to also work on providing additional means for additional devices that we're not currently actively working on specifically yet. We also want to focus a lot on AR in the upcoming year, because there are a lot of needs there that are currently unmet. And we also really, really want to have this conversation and expand the way we're doing collective funding and prioritization. We need better ways to discuss the prioritization of all of the needs of the web platform and specifically for these devices. So we look forward to doing that with you. That's it. That's all I have.
Ryan, thank you so much for your presentation. Really encouraging to see all the work you're doing. Would love to learn a lot more about it, but for now, best of luck with your progress, and hope you get all the support you need. So thank you, Brian. And I know I use Wolvic. Everybody go and download it and check it out. Thank you very much. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
All right. Oh, yeah. And next up, we've got Neil and Kai, and we've also got Terry and some other people who are moderating panels today. So thank you very much for joining. I'm just going to introduce this briefly. Ben, Evo, Neil, and Terry, who are all moderating panels today, started Metaverse, which is the community event formerly known as Meta Davos, 1 year ago. Julie, Karen, Sophia, and myself were in on it from the beginning, and we did 3 90-minute Zoom calls and a 2-hour streaming show with some of the leaders of the industry to demonstrate support for cooperation on interoperability. Then at AWE in June, we were all part of the Metaverse, A Day in the Life, which was a 45-minute play. It was a fantastic production. And then Neil, in his capacity as president of the Khronos group, started Metaverse Standards Forum. And I think almost everybody on this call and watching by now will have heard of the Metaverse Standards Forum, which is becoming the de facto United Nations of the metaverse, and just in time as well. So we congratulate and thank you, Neil, for bringing together close to 2,000 entities, large and small, to cooperate on standards. Welcome, Neil. Welcome, Kai.
Great to see you, Daniel. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you.
So this is going to be a cool session. We were going to have Ayşegül, who's the co-chair of the Immersive Web Working Group at the W3C, but she's feeling very poorly this morning, so get better soon, Ayşegül. We wish you were here, but take care. But we have Kai, who is Kai Ninomiya, who is the specification editor on WebGPU at W3C and is a software engineer at Google Chrome. So we have folks here. The two of us, we can cover Khronos, Meta Standards Forum, W3C, and WebGPU. So the topic for this next 30 minutes is to give some of the context around the standardization efforts that are enabling XR in the web. As we all know, the web is built on open standards, and in particular, delivering XR on the web, it brings together multiple standards, multiple companies, and standards from multiple standards organizations. So it's a great example of wide industry cooperation. So we're going to explore in the next few minutes how these standards from both the World Wide Web Consortium, the W3C, and the Khronos Group are working together and enabling 3D and XR in the web, how they interact, some up-to-the-minute updates, and what's coming up. So let's start out. Kai, do you want to level set us? What are some of the high-level goals, and what's the high-order bit state of the union on WebGPU right now?
Sure. Yeah. So everyone may have probably heard of WebGPU already. But WebGPU is an upcoming successor to WebGL. So of course, WebGL is the wildly successful technology that drives all 3D on the web today. WebGPU will provide new features and new performance through things like compute shaders, which is really big, render passes, render bundles, and a bunch of other features that will provide more powerful and faster graphics. And accelerated compute, so for things like machine learning or accelerated physics or anything else you can imagine, getting access to the GPU for that parallel compute can be really important. It also has a new shading language, WGSL, which we pronounce Wigzel. Wigzel is being defined in our group with very tightly defined semantics and static analysis so that we can ensure the best portability for applications. So you can write your application once and run it anywhere with fairly minimal testing compared with a lot of native development, especially where you really have to test on a lot of different GPUs and operating systems and different versions of drivers and things like that. And so we're trying to smooth things over as much as we can at the API and the language level. So standardization wise, standardization for WebGPU is ongoing. The spec itself is in very, very good shape. So we have we're very close to 1.0 in terms of the API and the language. We can't promise any timeline because standardization is a complex multi-company process, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But we've been working on it for more than 5 years now. We started standardization in 2017. And so really at this point, the API has had a lot of attention and it's very polished. And it's really just about finishing that long tail of defining semantics, writing tests, getting implementations complete before we can release. And so we estimate, no promises, we can't promise anything because standardization is so complex. But our estimate is that around the end of this year, we'll have WebGPU, the standard and implementation, and at least Chrome's implementation ready, followed by implementations in other browsers, hopefully soon after that. But I, of course, can't give timelines for browsers.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's pretty impressive actually, because you're right. Standardization takes patience.
Yes, it's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding. In the end, we get something that's really, really useful and really well made for users, and something that we can build upon so that we can provide the features that people need in the future.
Yeah,
we have a lot of work to build out the API now that once we have the foundations.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because some people that haven't been involved in standardization, they'll say, "Oh, standards are so slow, and it must be very frustrating." And sometimes it is, but overall, if you do have the patience, being able to leverage standards to build a worldwide pervasive platform like the 3D in the web today and its evolution into WebGPU is a pretty amazing thing to do, and it is. Yes. It's a roller coaster, but it's worth it. So
absolutely,
yeah. So we'll dive into more details on WebGPU. Just kind of get all the coins on the table. I know you're not directly involved with W3C, and we don't have Ayşegül here, but from what you know, can you give from the W3C perspective what you do know about the current status of WebXR?
Yeah, so I'm definitely not involved in it myself, but I can provide Ayşegül's update. So unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it, but she was able to provide an update. So she says the Immersive Web Working Group is the group at the W3C that works on WebXR, WebXR APIs. The WebXR APIs are candidate recommendation, which is one of the near final steps in the recommendation process of the W3C, which is sort of the ratification, where it becomes an official recommendation of the standards body. The AR module and Gamepad APIs are in review to reach candidate recommendation, so they're expected to be there reasonably soon. It's a standardization process. It's a little bit slow, but this is really just like the formalization of the API. So those are stable at this point and ready to be used. The charter for the Immersive Web Working Group has also been extended for 2 years. Their plan of work is agreed upon by the participating companies in that working group, so you can expect lots more good work to come out of that group in the next couple of years, and of course beyond that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool that there is so much activity, and of course we're here as a good example of that. So much activity around WebXR as the final specifications come into place. So when we get the final specifications, we know it's going to meet the needs of the the industry. Did Meta Connect was earlier this week? Did you see the announcement they had around WebXR, that they're actually supporting pass-through AR in
Yeah,
WebXR?
I saw a tiny bit of it. I haven't been following super closely because I've been very busy with other things, but
Yeah.
I heard tidbits.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool. The demos look awesome, and I think it's a great exemplar of how AR is going to be available in WebXR, which is very cool. Okay, so let me return the favor. Let me give just kind of a high-level context on the Khronos side and the Metaverse forum, and we can dive into more detail. So, Khronos and W3C have a long relationship, and we love working together with the W3C. And I think WebGL was a Khronos standard, but WebGPU is at W3C. But I think that's a pretty logical way to organize things. Khronos focuses on the native APIs, Vulkan for accessing GPUs and OpenXR for accessing the XR hardware, and then the W3C does the good work and a pretty heavy lift to lift those native capabilities up into the web stack. So the state of the union of Vulkan and OpenXR is pretty good. They're both unique in being the only native APIs that provide cross-platform, cross-vendor access to GPUs and XR hardware, and both are being widely adopted. OpenXR in particular is being picked up by pretty well every XR headset manufacturer, including Meta and Qualcomm and others. So that's good. That gives the wide availability into XR hardware that that the web APIs need, because of course the web has to run everywhere. And so if you can help at the native level to let the web stack run easily across multiple hardware, that's good for everyone. We also find that we kind of stumbled into it, but 10 years ago. But we found that APIs often need data formats to feed them, what they're going to be processing. And in the 3D space, Khronos has for over a decade now launched and has been evolving the GLTF 3D asset format. And we can go into more details, but it's essentially the equivalent of a JPEG. But for 3D, it's easy to process and widely available. And we're busy evolving GLTF right now from a 3D asset format, which is just meshes and textures and the visual appearance, into what we're calling a Metaverse asset format, adding behaviors in the format that a Metaverse environment can use if it chooses to. Physics attributes, so GLTF assets can participate in the physical simulation, and anchors. So if you're bringing in a GLTF asset into an AR environment, you can use anchoring as defined in the asset too. And the last thing, Daniel mentioned the Metaverse Standards Forum. Of course, the W3C and Khronos working together is just one example, but if you zoom out to the larger Metaverse, there's so many more standards that we're going to need to bring all of the novel technologies that are going to make up the Metaverse, bring them together and make them work together. No one or two standards organizations can possibly create all of the standards we need. We're going to need a constellation of standards, trademark. And that's why we created the forum, simply so the standards community have a place to communicate and to reach out and interact with the wider industry. And as Daniel says, as of yesterday, we have actually just broken the 1900 member barrier. So it shows there's a lot of interest. I take it as a lot of interest being expressed for the Metaverse. A lot of folks have been working on Metaverse standards for many years. I mean, Khronos has been working on 3D APIs for over 20 years. Suddenly it becomes a Metaverse standard, which is great. It has really put a lot of more emphasis and interest in the whole sphere of standardization and interoperability, which I think everyone in the standards community really welcomes, and we hope we can respond. So on the WebGPU, let's dive into a little bit more detail. Do you want to kind of explain a little more how it fits into the stack? What APIs are you building? It's not just Vulkan, right? It's other APIs too. And what engines are you finding are using
Yeah,
WebGPU?
of course. So WebGPU primarily is built on top of 3 native APIs, Vulkan, Metal, and Direct3D 12, so that we get access to all platforms. Of course, there's the possibility of implementing WebGPU on top of other APIs. So, for example, console-specific APIs, OpenGL for compatibility with older devices. But the 3 that are targeted for the design of WebGPU and for the first implementations are Vulkan, Metal, and Direct3D 12. So WebGPU really provides a common core of functionality that you can find on every device out there that supports one of those 3 APIs. And as a result, it is also a hardware abstraction layer for all those, right? Like, it's not just a web API, right? We put a lot of design effort into creating something that would be consistent and portable across desktop and mobile devices, across all operating systems, across all of these backends. And so as a result, it is a really stable hardware abstraction layer for applications on the web or in WebAssembly or in native. So we have native headers that are in development that provide the WebGPU API in C as well, or C++. And we really think that WebGPU has potential to become this sort of provide the consistency, the portability that you expect from the web across all platforms. It will never be able to provide the power of the native APIs because we are building that common core, right? So there's very much a place for the native APIs underneath, and very much a place for applications that use those. But when you're looking to target, especially if you're looking to target the web, but if you're looking to target a lot of devices with less effort, we hope that it will be a really good abstraction layer for developers. So as far as engines and projects that are using WebGPU right now, so we haven't released the 1.0 spec, so everything is provisional, but there is provisional support in Babylon.js. They announced their full support for WebGPU and Babylon.js a couple of months ago. I forget when, earlier this year. There's also a very active development going on in 3.js, so I think you can try that out today. Unity, PlayCanvas, BGFX. There's an Unreal Engine rendering plugin under development somewhere. There's a lot of work going on to get to bring the power of WebGPU to more applications that target web. And as I mentioned, it's also hardware abstraction layer. So there are some projects that target, that are written in C++ or Rust, Rust especially, that target both the web and native, and can cross compile to like web, Windows, Android, etc., with just one rendering backend.
Yeah, that's cool. Rust is cool. It's good to see Rust being picked up by the industry, and it's cool as well that there are so many of the key engines are exercising WebGPU, as you say, as you come into final approach on the final specs, just like WebXR.
Yes.
It's good to have that real world software using you to polish off those final.
I should probably give a little bit of context with WebXR. So I haven't mentioned, since I don't work on WebXR myself. WebGPU is not quite done yet, not quite shipped yet. We have not gotten to the point of integrating WebGPU into WebXR yet. So right now, for 3D and WebXR, you still need to use WebGL. That's something we expect to be doing very soon after we finish the V1 release. We've just been very focused on getting WebGPU out the door. The integration with WebXR will not be super complicated. It'll be very, very similar to WebGL. So we are expecting that to go pretty quickly once we reach that point, but we've been sort of heads down in the standards work for WebGPU. Soon.
Yeah, but a shout out to WebGL too. I mean, WebGPU is going to be awesome, but WebGL is providing all the 3D in the web today. So we don't want to scare people away. Say we don't want to. People don't have to wait to use WebXR, for WebGPU, it's going to be a great upgrade. But WebGL is providing the great platform today. For WebXR.
Absolutely. We continue to support. We will continue to support WebGL for a long time. It will continue to be very stable for a long time, and it also provides wider support since it has a lower hardware requirement.
Right. Yeah, that's cool. And the engines using WebGL now and WebGPU coming, it's very interesting because all these companies kind of orbiting around each other, and the standards organizations. I mean, one of the big topics that's coming up from the tooling companies and the engine companies is around 3D asset formats. Now, GLTF is not the only asset format out there. The other one that's getting a lot of deserved attention is USD, Universal Scene Description. But it's interesting. It's from a different organization. In fact, at the moment, it's not even an open standard. It's an awesome open source project that's been released by Pixar. USD is essentially a set of schemas and a whole bunch of open source software that Pixar have been using to make their movies. And now companies like Apple and NVIDIA and Autodesk and Adobe are figuring out how USD can be brought into other market areas. So there's a lot of, every day, Khronos gets asked the question, so how does GLTF and USD going to interrelate, and how should I use one or the other? And it's a very interesting question that we're going to have to figure out as an industry over the next few years. Right now, I think it's pretty accurate to say that USD is primarily used on the authoring side because it comes from the Pixar movie making heritage, and GLTF from the get-go, from 10 years ago, had this very specific goal of being a delivery format that could be processed easily everywhere. So right now, people are, if they're using USD, they're typically using USD in the authoring format, and then USD assets can get distilled down into GLTF. You wouldn't send a USD file typically to my mom's cell phone, but you would send a GLTF file. Now, Apple has the USDZ format, which is a zipped version of USD, which is closer to GLTF. And I think Apple are going to be using that for their platform. So there's lots of translators in and out of GLTF and USDZ, just like we layer Vulkan over Metal. So there are ways of bringing these different ecosystems together for developers. But the evolution, the roadmap question around GLTF and USD is an interesting question. It needs input from the wider industry and multiple organizations, including Khronos and Pixar and many others. And then that's an example of the value that we hope the Metaverse Standards Forum can provide. We have these 1,900 members. The first thing we did was poll them, asking them what were the key pain points or opportunities for standardization. And number one was GLTF USD interoperability. What are we going to do? So we now have a domain working group being established where we're actually going to try distillation and interoperability using the two formats in different use cases, different pilot projects, developing tooling. So hopefully we can create a fact-based coherent roadmap together and make things coherent for the industry. So I think that would be good for everyone.
Yeah, standardization is very powerful, as we've been saying.
Yeah, and the more people you can bring into the discussion and build a wider consensus, the larger the end benefit can be if more people pick it up and use it. So we're looking forward to that. So let's go back. You mentioned the roadmap for WebGPU. I don't think most people realize just what an awesome job the browser vendors do to WebGL today, WebGPU in the near future. How much effort and investment and care it takes to make the web the most reliable, portable, 3D platform in the history of the known universe. I mean, do you want to talk about that? I mean, the angle and all the, the driver bugs you have to work around. I mean, can you give the folks here some insight as to just how much engineering work goes into that?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, web browsers are an incredible effort. I mean, they take hundreds of people just to maintain, I would say. And our team has been working on WebGL. So I joined this team just before the release of WebGL 2. So we were hammering out some of the final driver bugs and things like that just before release. But people use WebGL a lot, and we hear about a lot of issues that people run into on different devices. We'll find driver bugs on every platform. Every platform has many graphics driver bugs and graphics issues. Desktop platforms, mobile platforms, everything. And so it's really been a, it's a big project. It's been a big project for many years. Right now we have basically 2 people working on WebGL still on our team, because there's consistently work to do, right? We have to be working alongside folks who are working on refactors in the browser engines, who are trying to improve performance and power consumption, and take advantage of new platform APIs and OS APIs, and at the same time, trying to maintain our code, make sure that when a new driver bug pops up, we're able to handle that, and we're able to prevent that from reaching users as best we can, so that users have a really consistent experience, and so developers don't have to deal with inconsistent issues across devices. And of course, there's big work as well there's big work as well on bringing WebGL on top of Metal, which is a project that we've been working on for a couple of years now.
Yes.
On Mac OS since Apple's deprecated OpenGL. A big project has been bringing things on top of Metal and getting the performance and the more reliable, more maintained drivers that come along with that. So yeah, there's just tons of work. And so that's just Chrome, but of course all the browsers have similar experiences. Angle is a project that's shared, especially on Windows, a project that's shared across multiple browsers to implement WebGL and OpenGL ES on top of Vulkan, Direct3D, multiple different APIs, and again with that consistency, that highly standardized layer that handles a lot of driver bugs and things like that. So there's a lot of components that fit together, and a lot of folks working on. I said there are 2 people working on WebGL. There's a bunch more people working on Angle, right? So it's really a huge effort to make all this stuff work.
It's hundreds and hundreds of man years, and I think it's not just the accessibility of the web and the portability of the web; it is the reliability of the web. People should really, I think, shout out to the browser vendors for making that happen. And with WebXR, of course, it's going to happen for the XR, not just the 3D. So yeah, the web for the win. Hey,
thank you, Neil and Kai, for the fantastic conversation. Good to know we're in such safe hands. And when we're talking about production, it sounds like you guys are making production possible. But having said all of that, rather you than me. I'm not a coder. I'm not a developer like that. So hats off to all of your efforts. And thank you so much. And keep up the great work. Obviously, this whole industry is watching for WebGPU coming out. Can't come soon enough, I'm sure, for some people. Thank you, Neil. And thank you, Kai.
Yeah, that reminds me, I should squeeze one really quick thing in.
Go on, Kai.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention this, but you can use WebGPU today in Chrome. It is shipped as an origin trial. So this means that you can get provisional access. You can use WebGPU on end user shipping websites on devices that support it. So take a look at the origin trial if you want to try out WebGPU now.
Thank you so much, Kai. Thanks for getting that in before you leave. All right. Next up, we've got another fantastic panel, planning for WebXR augmented reality in the headset. On Tuesday, Meta's Connect event brought us some pretty mind-blowing revelations on WebXR, particularly on the mixed reality pass-through front. And we just heard some great news about the W3C AR and navigation API modules. And now Terry XR Schussler is joining us with an outstanding panel to help us not only unpack the impact of this new generation of devices that is coming out, but what we as makers need to be doing to plan for the days when lightweight, low form factor AR glasses arrive finally and need content and utilities. So Terry, great to see you. And thank you for assembling these experts to shed light on this pivotal moment.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm honored to actually have the panelists that we have. I think we're missing one person needs to be brought in, which is Nani. There she is. Awesome. So we're complete. Yeah. So today we're gonna really dive in with a number of questions for this amazing panel of OGs in the XR space, and I want to start with really brief introduction. And so I lead XR and the M word at Deutsche Telekom. And by the way, for the audience, you can do a drinking game every time we say the M word in its full realization. Feel free to take a shot of a drink of your choice. We'll try to focus on the practical technology today. So let's do a quick round of introductions. We'll start with Nani de la Peña.
Let's see, do I need to unmute myself? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Nani de la Peña. I am the founder of Emblematic Group. And I also have more recently started a WebXR button-based no-code tool called Reach.love. And I'm founding director of a new center for Arizona State University on narrative and emerging media.
Great. Thank you, Nani. Next, we'll ask John Haddock to introduce himself.
Hey everyone, Jon Haddock, the CTO of Think Reality at Lenovo. It's our enterprise AR and VR business unit. Thanks a lot for having me.
Great. Thanks, John. And then next we'll talk with Eve Weston.
Hi, I'm the creator of the award-winning world's first 360 VR sitcom and author of the Taxonomy for Immersive Point of View. And I work as a professor and consultant for experience design and storytelling.
Fantastic. And then last but not least, Preston Platt.
Hello, I'm Preston Platt. I kind of have 12 years of experience in the AR field. I am the founder and CTO of Rock Paper Reality, where we kind of like work with large companies on how they do their like AR rollouts for products and marketing deployments and things like that.
Very cool. So again, welcome to all of you. I'm really grateful that you were able to be present today and share your knowledge and your expertise. I want to start with a question for John. So part of what I'd like to do is help make sure the audience understands what things are. And so, John, if you could explain a little bit more specifically about what pass-through is for hybrid VR AR devices.
Sure. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the promise of AR and the early devices in that space that allow optical see-through, where your eyes see the real world naturally, and then overlay content almost like a layer onto that world. There's lots of tricks to get that content to look like it blends with the real world. You see some amazing work in hardware from like the Magic Leap 2 with shadowing and stuff like that. But in the end, you're stuck with what's available to a composited image optically. And so VR is the opposite, where you have completely opaque and no presence in the real world. Maybe you have some pass-through cameras for setting up your Guardians. This next generation that's coming out, you hear lots of announcements. We've made an announcement, almost at the M word. Lots of people have made announcements. And what's happening in this generation of devices is you have very high quality, very low latency RGB cameras looking at the real world. And then you have a render engine that has some awareness of the real world. And then you composite your digital content with the recorded content. There's a lot of work and a lot of challenges with that, matching the focal length of the camera to the focal length of your optics, dynamic range, lighting. So it's just a huge area of new technology explosion, and it's enabling some really exciting creative possibilities, as well as just lifestyle possibilities. Being from the enterprise side, we're much more focused on initial benefits of user comfort, user safety. Someone putting on a headset for the first time, you'll see a demo where 15 people will be in a room. The first person is really excited, but as soon as they bump into a wall or bump into another person, you never get the second person to raise their hand and want to do the demo. And so with pass-through, you get through that because you feel comfortable in your environment. You know who's watching, you know who's looking at you, you know what, if they're making faces. So it's just a much more relaxing environment as well as a creative environment.
Absolutely. No, that's a very, very valid point. So let's talk to Preston about how the introduction of pass-through is going to impact the experience design process, for hybrid devices. And specifically, do you think WebXR properly supports pass-through HMD experiences today?
Yeah, I think the cool thing is that a lot of these web AR experiences that we do make right now, effectively are ready for pass-through, considering they take into the whole augmented reality input focus, right? So the biggest change is UX and UI, because right now when we do web AR experiences, we're using the phone, custom CSS to be able to interact with our button logic. Now we're doing raycast logic against 3D atmospheric UI, right? So that's kind of the biggest change or consideration. It does support it. I actually on Twitter yesterday, I saw somebody hooked up the Quest Pro and got the pass-through working, which was really cool to see. So it does work. The question, though, is what features will we have, right? And that's always the biggest question, because WebVR APIs were great. WebXR APIs are now really good. The question is, are we going to get meshing? Are we going to get some LiDAR-based occlusion effects? What are we going to get there? So I think that's going to be soon to be seen. But, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, Nani, a lot of the web, today, the 2D web was built using, no-code platforms like Wix or WordPress, where somebody could go in and quickly, produce a user experience of their own. Do you think there are mature no-code platforms for WebXR delivery, and are they really no-code or are they low-code?
So that's the thing that, listen, there are a few of them out there that have got sort of simpler no code that's like Styly, that's trying to make some inroads for fashion. Of course, Sumerian, which was Amazon's attempt to do web XR, they pulled the plug on that. And if you looked at the interface, it was incredibly difficult. It was really a weird mashup between Unreal and Unity. And so it was really like more code than no code, right? Or low code. It was more code, I would call it. So, I've been slowly building Reach.love as something that just kind of throws out the entire design that we've seen in the past, an attempt to really go button-based. We are going to be launching our beta in about a month. So watch the space, Reach.love, to really give people an opportunity to just start to understand, if we're going to grow this world, we have to have more content creators. And people have to understand how to create spatially. And right now, like if you try to draw spatially, like if you take a drawing pen, like that great Lenovo pen, right, that I had a little play with at one point. It's hard to start to draw with volume and think about drawing with volume because we're so used to this flat image. So one of the things that we've got to do is really help people understand how to do things spatially and make it easy for them to start to create spatial content.
Yeah, I agree. Eve, no-code WebXR platforms seem ideal for things like data visualization and storytelling, right, where there's a lot of immersive content being presented. How do you see immersive storytelling expanding with the increased availability of WebXR compatible HMDs, head-worn devices?
Yeah, I think it's gonna give us more ways to tell story. I mean, and one of the things I'm most excited about that I'm reminded of as I'm hearing this conversation is just AR becoming more experiential. When we use it on our phones, it's over there, but it's harder for us to engage and be involved in the same world. So that's something I'm excited about. With VR, we're going into the world of the characters, and with AR and pass through, they're going to be able to come join us in our world, which is really exciting. One of the reasons I got into this space is because I recognize that like everyone has their expertise and not everyone can do it all, right? So the technologists are building amazing things in this space. They are not professional storytellers, nor should they have to be, right? The same way that storytellers have spent a really long time getting good at their craft, and they shouldn't have to learn to code. Like they need to work together. And so that's one of the things that no code will really allow, is it'll give storytellers access to the tools and platforms they need to participate in this space, just like Nani was saying. And then also the increased availability of devices will give us an audience, right? If it's easier for people to access it, then the creators have someone to create for, which will justify the investment in stories by brands, advertisers, and creatives. And it'll allow for more experimentation to help us discover a broader range of how we can tell stories in this space. The taxonomy that I authored speaks to that a little bit, and that it gives language to points of view that we didn't really have words to talk about before, because they didn't apply in narrative and purely narrative and visual media. So if you're curious to learn more about that, I've recently posted some of the stuff that was previously only in very expensive published volumes on my Medium page. And I'm always happy to talk more about that.
Yeah, that's great. And I appreciate you sharing that. I think that's really one of the best things about our community, is that we tend to be pretty open with our ideas and sharing our learnings with each other. And it's one of the reasons why I love being in the XR space more than almost any other technology area I've been involved with in my career. It's much more collaborative and less competitive in that regard. John, I talked about data visualization and storytelling, which is, kind of a balance of both consumer and enterprise type of use cases. But dominantly today, devices and, Quest Pro is a good example. Think Reality VRX is a good example. These devices that are coming out are targeting enterprise class use cases. So what do you think are the most targetable enterprise use cases for WebXR deployment on HMDs?
Yeah, I think in general, it's about content availability, right? And that's the whole advantage of WebXR in general. The thing that's great about these pass-through camera HMDs is you don't have to render the whole scene, because one of the bottlenecks of WebXR is the bandwidth. And so now that you only have to render your asset and not the whole environment, that helps cut down the model immensely. And so just think about any scenario where there's like an object that you need to look at, right? So it could be browsing an equipment library or browsing an inventory list or things like that. Just having that quick look view, having things pop out in 3D and say, yeah, that's definitely the same as the greasy thing over there that I can barely see in the dim lighting of my room. I pop up the 3D model right from the catalog, I confirm that's the object, and I could even bring in some more constructions or things like that. So sales visualization, another situation where you just that quick look browsability, and then you can build more interactive experiences from there. But in enterprise, you don't always have the guarantee of bandwidth, and so having web apps and stuff where you cache some of that content offline, maybe it's not the full library, that's where you get some different workflow capabilities. But really, it's tied to how reliable the bandwidth is today. In a consumer environment, that's not quite the same restriction. But that's kind of like, so it's that quick look browsing is really the biggest first end use case.
Okay, that makes tons of sense. You brought up, you guys all brought up this issue of like affordance and understanding spatial content. Preston, one thing about WebXR, which was really interesting, is it enables sort of a fast 2D to 3D transition, in browser, right? So I can be on a shopping website and then I can jump directly into a sort of 3D immersive product experience. Do you think that WebXR today should be focusing on being used for narrowband applications embedded in traditional web experiences? And if so, what type of XR experiences do you think are better deployed this way? Going targeting an HMD delivery versus a traditional browser experience.
Yeah, so I think smaller experiences are always better. I obviously like way more interactive WebXR experiences because I think that's the whole point of WebXR for the most part. I think some things that struggle though are physics for the most part. Physics have always been really tough through the web, and I think that's a lot to do with like OpenGL and what we can take care of as far as like what threads we get through Chrome or whatever to run that processing. But yeah, lighting is rough. Obviously, materials are rough. So like things that you can do that aren't going to take too much on the beauty spectrum and more on just the simplistic interaction, I always think is better. You want to have a low poly scene because you have to remember we're using a browser. Everything we're doing is downloaded, right? So you can't have super long load times here. Like you want to keep it under 200 megabytes. So yeah, and I mean, obviously, like some design considerations are if you have ideas that take into consideration the real world, you probably can't use those, right? So you kind of need to make some assumptions. The cool part is if you support something like an image target, you can still get into mixed reality by putting that image target on a box or something, right? That you pre-knew, add occlusion to that, and you're off the races. But yeah, I do think it's smaller ideas. It's smaller interactive ideas. I think are still the best today. We'll see OpenGPU though. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. One of the issues that we have today with mobile apps is the aggregation of their availability through app stores also creates a problem for search and discoverability and interchange between those applications, right? Everything is very monolithic. It's very frictional for a user to go through the journey of getting the service value of an application that they don't already have installed on their device. And we lean into the web as being a way of removing many steps of friction that users have. Eve, what do you think are the challenges and opportunities related to distributing experiences built using WebXR, and how do we address discoverability and search in this context?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's really interesting because WebXR sort of presents some pros and some cons. As you mentioned, in VR right now with all the apps, there are so many layers. Like there's no clear place where you can definitely go to find what you want. Different headsets have different apps available. Sometimes even if you're in one headset, there's let's say the Oculus Store, but then there's also the App Lab. They're different places. They're not all in one place. Then there's what's already in your library. So it's actually quite difficult and challenging to search. So in some ways, WebXR with the web, we already have an infrastructure and experience with how to search and discover on the web. So I think that's definitely a pro. On the con, it's that browsing is a little bit harder to do. Like you would need to know what to look for. I think, with the app situation, even if you know what you're looking for, sometimes it can be very hard to find it with WebXR and the search techniques we're used to. If you know what you're looking for, it's going to be fine. But I think, cataloging stuff will be really helpful. One of the initiatives I started was the Look Club, which is available online at the look.club, which is a searchable database of immersive narrative. And the intention is to make it easier for people to find what they want to watch, whether they know what it is or not, right? They can discover new content by browsing. They can discover new content by searching the type of experience they want. Do they want to be able to impact the story or scene? You can actually search by that, which is really unique. So I think something like that and having, cooperation and coordination with the platforms would be helpful. I know that, Terry, you were instrumental in the founding of the Metaverse Standards Forum, and I feel like partnering with something like that to create a way to make sure that we are aware of the content out there and can make it more visible. There's going to be enough for everyone. I don't think that the platforms need to feel like they have to keep everyone out and only showcase their content. There's going to be, too much of their content for any one person to get through, and there's going to be plenty that they have to offer that other folks don't. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked yesterday, and we're sort of at the starting phase that we were at with web, 1.0 in the 90s, where people would curate their own links of their favorite sites around specific topics and then share that on their web page. And eventually, incrementally, those turned into like link rings, and then ultimately Yahoo and portals, right? So, do you think there's an opportunity for somebody to build an equivalent sort of just, spatial discovery zone for you're doing with Look.club, but more holistically and bigger? Where do you think that might go?
I mean, we're looking for partners to expand all the time. So if that's something that, you're out there and you're interested in doing, reach out. I absolutely think there's room in the space for that.
Okay, good. So Nani, I want to throw a question to you. We talked a little bit about, Preston brought up the issue of performances. Did Jon optimizing the content and the assets, and we know that production of content is a big cost factor in building user experiences in WebXR. In some cases, it's the dominant aspect, right? Nani, how do we address qualitative and performant content creation? Because despite the existence of platforms like Sketchfab and TurboSquid, CG Trader, Unity Asset Store, a lot of those assets aren't really designed for performant delivery through WebXR. So what do you think we can do to, better leverage no-code, low-code platforms to deliver good WebXR experiences to facilitate a faster and less costly process for developers?
So there's a couple of things, of course. One is just pure education. Developers have to understand, that they need to be also prepared for formats that they're not used to, like, GLDFs or GLDs. So just try to get them to understand why that ecosystem is important to them to create within, right? We just need to educate people the value of making sure their assets can be optimized in those ways. And of course, Sketchfab is a great place to sort of throw your FBX up and then export it into a GLTF and see what it looks like, right? And just, there are tools to make it easy for people to understand that part of the process. The other part, of course, is pure streaming. And there are a couple companies, one of which I'm working with in stealth for a major AR platform, that are really looking into how to tap into edge computing in a more significant way. How can we use, basically GPUs that are down, are not, idle, and find that space, use that space to deliver content wherever you are. So it's like literally searching the clouds for, bandwidth that isn't being used, and then tapping into it and then using that as a delivery streaming system. So that's one of the ways in which I'm literally, working with a company that is in stealth, a major company, to deliver to another major company an AR experience on a pair of glasses. So that's going to be really important. And then the final thing is just, again, why would somebody want to use those kind of systems? And it's to tell the kind of stories they want to tell, or create the kind of content. I think we're still a way before we really figure out some of the best AR games. I really miss one that I had on my iPhone in 2008, that you could hold your phone up and then you could press the button and it would burn somebody. It'd shoot like burning rays into somebody's face or rockets at them. And so you could be in a meeting, and if you hated somebody, you could be firing rockets at them and they would never know. So, something simple like that. I just miss some of these just early ideas of like, what AR offered you. But I think we're still a little way from that. I can't wait until somebody has some breakthrough thinking about, beyond what we had originally with the HoloLens. Do you remember that first AR game where you had to project on the wall around your office? It was cool, but it was very limited.
So again, Preston, that's a call out to you.
Again, that's why I'm so invested in Reach.love, is to try to make these button-based tools. Go ahead, Preston. Help us out here.
Well, I was going to say,
figure out the why.
The call out to you, Preston, is that you have to build the Evil Eye app for the Think Reality A3 glasses, right?
I learned so much about today.
So instead of gaze being a selector, if I continue the gaze past the 2 seconds, then it becomes the evil eye interaction, and we shoot rays.
Blow them up.
Blow them up.
Just for Noni. Noni, just for you, I'll build that for you real quick, okay? You can have it back on the web.
So actually, I want to inject a question you're ready for, Preston. So just, as we look at the tooling of content creation that we have with LiDAR-enabled phones, and we're able to start to capture really quickly real-world objects and digital twin them, do you see a flow for WebXR developers to use mobile phones as low-cost solutions for building content from real-world objects and delivering that in WebXR? What's the process that you would recommend people look at today to go down that path of exploration?
Yeah, okay. So Polycam 3D, right, which is a readily available app, is insane. I would highly suggest that one. But I think, one of the questions that I saw in here was like something about location-based AR, right? Niantic recently kind of purchased Eighth Wall, and Eighth Wall has this thing called Lightship VPS that's out. They have a great kind of 3D tool that they use to capture the location that you want to deploy 3D content at. And so, when we get into like what I was talking about earlier about like what features exist for WebXR and these APIs, I mean, the fact that Lightship VPS can do location-based scanning and then use that as occlusion or relative context to how you're going to deploy content is already like that very great first step. So, I hope, does that answer that question appropriately?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good tool to refer people to.
Yep, but
Absolutely.
in general, right? Like I think a lot of people expect that they can scan an object and that it's usable in AR. You have to remember that there's a couple of things there, right? Whatever you're scanning, you're lighting in a specific direction. That lighting is going to be baked into that model. There are tools, right, that are out there that are de-lighting tools that you can run through that'll kind of strip the light out. And obviously, if you're a 3D artist, it's not hard to take that and then convert it into something that's very usable. But decimation tools are super vital, just making sure that you don't have a 2 million polygon thing. But like I said, Polycam can do all that on the fly. So
Yeah, that's a great recommendation for sure. Okay, we got a few more questions before we run out of time. So John, I'm really interested in understanding as a hardware designer, how you think WebXR is going to impact offerings from manufacturers who are building next generation hybrid devices that can do either AR first doing VR, VR, doing AR. Do you think they're going to be forced to increase their level of support of WebXR to be competitive with each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, what we're seeing is the whole market is going to open when you have access, sort of like democratization of information, right? But you can't have that without a good network. And so there's no mystery why someone from Deutsche Telekom is a great sponsor for this topic, because without your networks, we can't deliver these experiences. And satellites are great, but the latency is not there for a real-time application. And so I think that's really the biggest thing is all of us, I'm sure, are working on many network integration projects, both from cloud render, where it happens in the cloud, to WebXR, where it happens on device. And there's just gonna be different types of content, different weight assets. Excited to learn more about the WebGPU project. But there's just, that's first and foremost, it's connectivity. And so, with the new Wi-Fi standards coming out, with 5G implementation getting broader and broader, you're going to see connectivity being a major theme, because that's where we do all this enablement and all this creativity, is by having access to the device. Because in enterprise, you pretty much know in advance what you're going to do, and so you pre-deploy the app. It's a highly optimized app that someone spent a lot of money on, but that doesn't get the broad adoption, and that doesn't sort of democratize access to learning, gaming, education, virtual collaboration. And that's really, that's the social pivot that's happening, but it doesn't happen without the network. And so you're going to see, as devices get smaller and smaller, how do you cram that network? How do you cram that radio or that battery power into the device? That's when you see the most creativity coming out from a hardware perspective, is lightweight devices that still have that connectivity. And that's going to be a pretty exciting revolution for everyone.
Do you think that's going to also change the way you treat browser on device? Because browser is not just a utility, for accessing the internet, but it's more intrinsic. If we go into an immersive experience, it's intrinsic to the purpose of it, of a head-worn device in general.
And that's where, like, the traditional sense of the browser, it makes sense that you could have multiple browser windows up in sort of the 2D interface that everyone's used to. But the browser is a tool, the browser is an interface. It's everything you do in XR is going to become much more not embedded, but immersive, right? So, real-time discovery, like a TV on your wall, is like the very simplest version of that. Could have a stream of things you might be interested in, and you walk by and you check it out. But, when you actually choose to invest in that experience by popping it out to like a full-scale experience, an immersive experience, right? That's where the SDK of the headset has to be pretty seamless, because maybe one type of content's better cloud rendered, another type of content's better browser rendered, and another type of content, it's a massive file that has some security concerns or something, and you want to pre-download it as an application. The headset SDK has to make that seamlessly integrate into your real-world environment once you have pass-through and AR experiences.
Okay, cool. Last question for Eve, and then we're going to do a speed round if I have time. So Eve, we talk about storytelling as being a really great use case for immersive XR. How do you think storytelling itself will change as a result of the availability and consumption of hybrid real XR devices?
Yeah, I think that's really exciting. I mean, really, we'll have new ways of telling stories and a wider audience to reach, which is fantastic. So, I think one of the things that I find people get stuck on is really they're used to creating for specific platforms. And so we will now have opportunities to think differently. So the basics of storytelling don't change, but how we apply them absolutely changes. And so that's sort of one of the things that I've created is a storytelling development process for XR that I use both with like students and clients. And I'll be presenting it in Europe later this fall, but it has, an experience summary, a story anchor, an experiential viewpoint expression, pillars of game, and it sort of puts you through your paces to make you understand what you're crafting and why, and that it's tailored for the platform. So I think that's really like I was saying earlier with AR, suddenly the stories are going to be able to be happening in our space. We don't have to go to the story world. The characters of the story world can come to us. And how do we make use of that specific ability that we didn't have before to tell the kinds of stories that are best suited to that? And we tell different stories in VR, and we tell different stories in real life, and we tell different stories on flat screens, right? There's a best way to tell for each platform, and that's what I'm really excited about, is to finally really be able to dig in and figure out what those are for AR. Because I think we've all sort of been waiting on the fence. we have felt like we've had limited AR, and I think now the sort of handcuffs are coming off, and we're really going to be able to explore that space in a more truly experiential way.
Thank you, Eve.
Well,
and Terry.
thank you. We're out of time. I appreciate everybody very much for your presence today and your participation.
Terry, thank you. I hate to cut you off because this conversation could go on, and I want to hear your quick fire round, what that was going to be.
Thanks for sparing us, Daniel.
Guests today. AR is XR is for me the gift that keeps on giving. Not a month goes by when there's another exciting development. Thank you all so much. We'll be watching that space with you. And Preston, I want to play that evil eye thing with Noni sometime.
All right. Yeah. All right. I'll put a link in the chat.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. All right. So taking us from this conversation, WebXR augmented reality in the headset, we are coming to building with immersive content creation tools. So building for these devices. Building for the immersive web is difficult, as we've heard. It's difficult to do when building experiences with straight code. So this next discussion is going to explore more on no code or code optional 3D content management, APIs and integrations. And to join us, we have, hey, Alan, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Daniel?
Great to have you.
Great job so far.
Lots of fun. Just sitting back, enjoying the conversations.
I don't know why your camera keeps bouncing up and down, but that's awesome.
It's on my lap.
You're just very excited?
I'm rocking the house, that's why. We've got Felix Herbst with us, Jonathan Hale, and Ashley Crowder. Can't wait for this one, creation tools. Over to you, Alan. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Daniel. Well, I'm really excited for this one because the Metaverse, WebXR, Web3, whatever you call it, has to be built by people. And people don't have the tools they need to build them fast. And this is one of the biggest challenges with this entire industry, is that how do you go from where we are today to where we'll be in 2030, assuming that if you believe, like I do, that everything in the world will have a digital twin and every website in the world will have a 3D component. If you believe that, by the end of this decade, we're going to need a lot more creators and a lot more creation tools. So I'm very excited to bring on some wonderful people here that are building not only projects and helping brands kind of bring in their 2D world into 3D, but also building the tools that let them do that automated. So without further ado, I'd like to bring Ashley Crowder up from Ventana. And Ventana is solving the 3D creation challenge at scale. So how do you, if you're Walmart, create thousands of 3D assets a day to really bring 3D into their website, into their e-com, into the world? So without further ado, Ashley, please introduce yourself, and then we'll move on to the other people as well.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ashley Crowder. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ventana. We're a 3D infrastructure platform, as Alan mentioned, to make it easy to manage and distribute 3D at scale. So the big thing that we do is we plug into existing design tools, the way apparel, footwear, accessories, and other designers work today, and instantly optimize and convert those assets to meet the specs of any end use case, whether it's a virtual world like spatial, it's an e-commerce 3D viewer and AR, or Meta, Facebook and Instagram, wherever you need it.
Okay, so Ashley, thank you very much for that. I'm going to move over to Jonathan Hale. Jonathan is the co-founder and CTO and CEO, I believe, of Wonderland Engine. So you're the creative genius behind a new creation platform on the web to deliver games and apps at scale. So please introduce yourself and your product.
Exactly. We built Wonderland Engine, which is a development platform for VR, AR, and 3D on the web, pretty much in that order. We focus on high performant, like large scope VR projects on the web. And we're trying to make it possible for developers to spend more time on their own apps rather than spending time on optimization and optimizing their assets. So that's what Wonderland Engine does for you as a development platform.
Amazing. I'm very excited to see how, if we marry Ventana and Wonderland Engine, what that looks like. Felix, thank you so much for joining us. Felix is from a company called Needle, and Needle is building some wonderful creation tools, I believe, to bring Unity onto the web. Is that correct?
Yes, partially. So basically, we're building multiple products. One is a runtime site to make 3D on the web like very fast and easy, make XR work across systems and so on. And the other, I would argue, very important part is where do you get the content from? And we're trying to bridge the gap between basically tools like Unity that have awesome like asset management, where lots of pipelines and companies already work and have their stuff. And we're exporting from that and making that incredibly easy to bring your interactivity, bring your components and so on along without compromising on the ability to make it really your own or make it complex, add your own code and all these kind of things.
Amazing. Well, this is going to be a great conversation, and I'll just introduce myself quick. I'm Alan Smithson. I'm a co-founder at a company called Metaverse, METAVRSE, and we have built more of an enterprise creation platform for taking 3D objects and then building them into virtual scenes, worlds, and experiences, all with as little code as possible and using JavaScript to fill in the blanks with that. So very excited about this. What I'd like to do is just have a roundtable discussion from you guys to set the stage for where you see we're gonna be going in the next kind of, let's call it 8 years. By the end of the decade here, what are your predictions on where 3D will be as it relates to kind of the world we live in? Just very, very high level. And then what I want to do is drill into your each individual tools and how we get from here where we are today to 2030 using the tools that you're creating. So perhaps we'll start with Ashley again.
Sure. So, the auto industry was probably the first to adopt 3D design, from a design and manufacturing perspective. And now every other industry is starting to catch up. So with the apparel and footwear companies we talk to, all major enterprises have invested in 3D design now, but that's starting to trickle down to the mid-market and smaller companies. So, in the next 8 years, everyone who designs and manufactures a product will be designing in 3D because it provides a much better blueprint to the manufacturer. It reduces cost. It enables you to do more testing before you invest in heavy tooling. So this is, cost savings and increased speed to market for any business. And then with that, because more and more people are having 3D designs, I mean, when I talk to some of our platform partners, I'm like, yeah, we have 20,000 3D models on Ventana. And they're like, what? I'm like, because our clients design this way now. Hugo Boss launches 40,000 products a year and they're designing in 3D. So for us, we saw, if Ventana can solve the problem of taking those existing designs, automatically optimizing, converting them for any end use case, because every platform has its own special requirements, then it really unlocks the millions of consumer experience possibilities or better B2B sales. I'm really excited for, new, cheaper and better headsets to come out. Meta just announced theirs yesterday. It's expensive, but it's amazing what it can do. Yep, there you go. And so, I think we're going to have just more and more end use cases. But when I talk to specifically brands and about e-commerce, this is like when video became available and mobile. Like, when mobile first started.
Crazy that we just assume video was always there. I mean,
yeah.
Does anybody really remember when you used to get an email? I mean, I'm old, but you used to get an email and it was ASCII characters making an image and you thought that was super cool.
Yeah.
Now, and then
but
photos
now-
came, and we just assumed photos were part of it. And now video. Look at this, real streaming from Germany, west coast of America, and Canada, like it's nothing.
Yeah, and if you don't have video, it's like, what are you doing? That's going to be 3D very, very soon on any consumer-facing experience.
I love that. If you don't have 3D, what are you doing? I love that. So Felix, we'll pass it over to you. How are you seeing kind of the world in 2030, and how do we get there using the tools that you're building?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see is that we're going to see a similar change of how people build and consume apps than what we saw with mobile. Basically, terms like responsive design only came to be once like mobile was there. Before that was, okay, you have your laptop and that's how you, or your desktop, and that's how you consume stuff. And I think responsive is going to extend into the third dimension, and it's already starting to do that. Like you're not going to have websites that are just shiny storefronts anymore. You're going to have websites that you can step into in one way or another, be it collaborative, be it with other people, or be it on your own. But it's going to be an expectation. Like the more VR and AR headsets are going into the consumer market, the more obvious becomes the need that your website needs to do that, right? Your website needs to extend into the third dimension. And I think this is something that has started, but is currently incredibly expensive to build. Like usually people or large companies usually contract someone, make us a VR app, make us an AR app, build us a website. And the interesting point is going to be, how can this come together? Like how can tools enable people to build and think in this way? Like how can you build one thing and have the confidence that this is going to scale like across platforms and across mediums? And I think this is one fascinating point from like what consumers are going to expect. And I think there's another trend which is more important for like the builder and creator side of things, which is the alignment between formats and between like standards to build upon. Like things like GLTF and USD are on the rise and like basically already outperform most of the like formats that are in use today when it comes to using in the web and in AR and so on. And what I think is interesting for creators is that this makes it so easy to bring your content from one platform to another. Like basically what Ashley has mentioned, like if you have your assets in the right formats, then it's up to the creators to which platform they go, which obviously it increases the things that people expect from new tools and platforms, in the sense that can I take my stuff out again at some point? Can I bring it somewhere else? Like what if I want to move it to another platform and so on? And yeah, and I think this is also changing the landscape quite a lot, that these formats are being developed in the open. Like basically, for example, Needle Engine uses GLTF at the core, and we're documenting everything that we add to it, like enabling it for other people to build on top of our interactive components and make things compatible between systems and so on.
I find it really interesting that you mentioned right off the beginning, you said GLTF and USD. I feel like we're at that beta and VHS turning point in humanity. Do we go down the beta route, which is better graphics, or do we go down the VHS route, which just had better marketing? And so, I mean, it comes down to, can we settle on two standards? Or can USD be the wrapper around a bunch of GLTFs, perhaps? It's interesting, if anybody wants to kind of get involved with that, the Metaverse Standards Forum launched, I think, in the summer in June. There's 1,800 plus members already. And so what everybody's trying to do is come together and really drive those standards to be, as easy as sending you a JPEG. If I send you an image, you open it, it looks exactly as I sent it. GLTFs can be different. You can have different texture files. You can look different on different viewers, this types of things. So really fantastic. So Jonathan, I want to bring you into here because I know you're building directly on the web. So whereas Felix is building tools to bring apps and games and stuff off of the traditional app stores and into the web, you're actually natively allowing people to build into the web, kind of like we are. But maybe you can explain your vision between now and 2030 and how the Wonderland engine is going to enable people to, one thing that I want to just say is everybody keeps talking about the metaverse as the internet, as the web, but most of the current tools that we have today don't work on the web. And so, Jonathan, take it away.
So I see how VR is going to replace the desktop for us for work. So effectively, desktop replaced by VR. And I believe that the AR headsets, eventually, when they get to the right form factor, will replace our mobile phones. So we'll be dealing with spatial computing all the time. And assume you walk into a restaurant. If the restaurant has an AR menu, you're definitely not going to go and install their restaurant menu app and then just like deinstall it once you leave again. But you're probably going to like tap some QR code and then just like view it on the web. So I believe that web apps are going to be as essential as web apps are today, but for XR in the future. And with that, I always had like a very crass interest around WebXR and how to do AR and VR on the web. And we found out back when launching a VR browser games platform that it's actually really difficult to build these VR experiences on the web. And that is mainly due to like the in extreme performance requirements that you have in VR to make things feel comfortable for the user. So we've decided to build a framework from the ground up, basically, for WebGL, built using WebAssembly with C++, to make the most performant web framework specialized for VR on the web, and basically give the entire development experience that native developers currently have with massive game engines like Unreal Engine and Unity. So we have a very strong focus on performance and workflow and try to make it really, really fast to build on the web. And we're kind of bringing the web developer mindset to XR in that way, because developers are just used to like changing their code and then immediately seeing the result in the browser, right? And the same can be done also for VR with WebXR, luckily.
Awesome. Well, Jonathan, somebody says that's not actually 100% true. There are settings you can tweak in Unity. I'll let you answer that. I did just want to point out that we just posted the websites for Ventana, Needle, Wonderland Engine, and Metaverse. If you are interested, you can just click through those as well. But Jonathan, maybe I'll let you address that because we have live feedback coming in from the ether.
I appreciate proofing my my words, but I'm not really sure what it refers to.
I'm not sure.
What exactly did I say?
I've never seen anything that makes Unity go on the web that easily. It's never easy.
So I think they're referring to pixel streaming, which is extremely expensive. So
no, it's cheap. It's only $1 per user per minute, I think it is.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
So,
super cheap.
so maybe that's what they're referring to, but it's extremely expensive. And you know, if you're thinking about like Adidas.com, like it's 1 million viewers a day, like it's, you know, it can't. It's. I'm excited for Wonderland Engine and what you can provide. So.
Yeah, me too. You know, and I know your focus is around games and apps. And one thing you said is really interesting: apps versus web apps. And I think, you know, I wrote an article called "Could Web-Based Game Engines Be the End of the App Stores?" And the reason I wrote it wasn't to get clicks. It was really to dig into, okay, these tools are coming up on the web, because up until now, if you were a JavaScript developer or a web creator or a web dev, you were locked out of the 3D creation process. You had to have to go learn Unity, C++, C#, C++ for Unreal, and you were really kind of locked out because this stuff just didn't work on the web. So the fact that you got it to work on the web, and actually we got it to work on the web as well, is a major step forward. Now, I know there are other factors involved, because making it work on the web on a desktop is a little different than making it work on the web on a phone. And I think in order to have complete ubiquity, and of course VR headsets are even a bigger challenge, because now you're rendering it in stereoscopic at 90 frames, because anything less than that's going to make you feel kind of queasy. So what are some of the challenges around, I guess, building the market for this? Because right now, I think, you know, everybody looks at Unity and Unreal and they're like, oh, that's the de facto standards. But as we move forward, as the web becomes more powerful, the devices become more powerful. What do you think are going to be some of the things required to do this at scale beyond what we're building here? But, you know, one thing, for example, would be AI creation tools. For example, I can take a photograph and turn it into a 3D object automatically using AI. Now, I've seen a bunch of these tools. KDM is one of them. There's a bunch of these tools. None of them are quite there yet from what I've seen, but maybe you can speak to some of those things that are coming up. Anybody?
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned the Metaverse group. We're actually a part of the Khronos group, which I know is like associated, but the Khronos group for a long time has been pushing standards for GLTF and WebXR. And so I think, you know, to your point, having standards for everyone so that if you're looking at a GLB file on this device or that device or a different platform, it looks the same, right? So that consistency is so important. Especially, you know, we work with a lot of fashion clients, and, you know, that Versace red better be that exact Versace red everywhere you're looking at it, right? Like, or it's a huge problem.
It's a big problem, and brands will lambaste you for it. Yeah, that's
so,
absolutely.
and it's their brand, and I get it, right? And then even buyers, consumers, that's the whole point, right? Like, people are getting more and more comfortable shopping online, but it's because we can provide better imagery and now interactive 3D imagery that gives them a better understanding of the product they're actually going to get. And so if it doesn't, you know, the product they get in the mail doesn't look like what they were looking at, whether it was in a virtual world or the website, you know, that's a problem. So I think those standards are super important. And so many companies like NVIDIA and Metaverse and Ventana are all contributing, which I think is really important. And then, you know, everything with 5G, you know, 5G and edge computing and being able to actually send these huge files everywhere. I mean, like, most footwear designs that we work with, they start with 3 million polygons and can be a gigabyte in size. You know, our compression can get that down.
That's like half a movie
yeah.
in like 720.
One shoe. Yeah. And, you know, our compression can get it down to under 10 megabytes, which is great. But like, even, you know, if you're on like a edge network, that's still not great. So I think
you're still waiting a few seconds to load.
Will be huge. Yeah.
So
yeah, I think
sorry, go ahead, Felix, go ahead.
Just wanted to say, I think this poses an interesting question, and one that we have thought about quite a lot in terms of like file sizes and optimized experiences and so on. That's like, I think in many cases, this like with TV screens and so on, like and phones, resolutions get denser and denser and denser, and that's not necessarily something that consumers need. It's something that is basically developed because it might be needed in the future, or because it might unlock new use cases in the end. But I would argue that in many cases, it's not necessary to have a super high fidelity web experience or have one that is photorealistic and needs to be render streamed or whatever. It's about the experiences that people have. Like, if you can get the right experience over, that can be, it can have 5 polygons. It doesn't matter. If you have a good time, then that's success. So, and I think that's something where I think for the success of this, the chains need to get shorter basically, and not longer. Like, if the only way is to like take giant assets and like put your, I don't know, nanite lumen landscapes into the web, then of course that's going to take a giant tool chain. It's going to take quite a while, and the end result is still something that's small because it needs to be optimized. And I think same as with other platforms, what we're going to see is that more and more developments are going to happen for these mediums, for these platforms. Like, you're building for these responsive spaces, basically. And with that in mind, you still need to, like, if you want to have a car in there, you need to optimize that. But that's not the only thing that's going on. Like, you need to shorten the iteration cycles and so on like iterating on that. How can you make that really quick? And at that point, I think there's a number of questions in the chat regarding Unity, and why are so many like engines and so on popping up left and right, trying to bring experiences to the web if things like Unity and Unreal have that, or have parts of that. And personally, I think all of this like boils down to iteration times and like a feel of building something in and for the web. And the interesting observation there is, if you have a system like Unity, you have all these features, you have all these capabilities, which works great if you're like exporting to 10 different or 20 different platforms. That's awesome, and that's how it should be. But it's not great if you're trying to shrink all that functionality down into web-ready experiences. And this is where I
Wouldn't
think
it
a
be
lot
great
of
if you didn't have to have an iOS person, an Android person, a desktop person, all on your team to build one experience across?
Yeah, I mean, that's the other part about all these kind of differences being reduced to, okay, which web standards are well supported. So like, okay, someone else is taking care of like making that surface right to basically build cross-platform apps. And yeah, so that's basically where you have things like Unity, and they're trying to shrink down, and they're making good efforts to like get load times faster and better. But ultimately, they're coming from, here's all our features. How do we get that into the web? Like worst case is someone uses everything. And I think what we see happening is that a bunch of people have seen the other side of the coin in terms of like web development workflows, where you go, okay, here's my text editor, here's my website, I save that change and it's live. Like what's compile times, right? And this is, I think, a big driver for a lot of these new systems and new developments and bridging these gaps. And that just makes iteration times much faster, which in turn allows to like build better and try out things and not just like, okay, works in my one system, and now on that other platform, actually, I have to invest a lot to make it happen again.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. One thing you mentioned, Ashley, was interactive 3D. We're taking, going from photos and videos where you're kind of scrolling, watching passively, to interactive 3D. And I think this is where kind of tools like Wonderland Engine come in, where you're able to build something, put it out there, and let people interact with it and walk around a space or touch something and do so in maybe by themselves or with people. And I think that really becomes the difference between a regular website. And I say this all the time because we're building the world's largest virtual mall called the Mall. And I'll put the link. If you guys sign up for the link, it'll be the new website will be out in a couple of weeks. It's really sick. But what I keep saying to people is, you have these e-commerce platforms like Walmart.com or Amazon.com, but they're ruthless procurement of goods. You don't invite your friends to go, hey, lean over my shoulder, we'll go shopping at Amazon. No, you just order the thing, you look for 5 stars, you hit go. Whereas I think we need to kind of bring the joy of people together in these experiences and websites. So, Jonathan, maybe you can explain, how Wonderland Engine is allowing people to build directly to the web and do so, to build games, apps, and experiences that are interactive and exciting.
So Wonderland Engine is a full development platform similar to Unity. We have a very nice JavaScript API, and people can just build their custom components in JavaScript and then interact with anything they can on the web. Let it be a JavaScript library that already runs on the web, or let it be any browser API that you want. It could be any web service, any web server. So effectively, the possibility is endless, and we just try to take care of making the rendering as smooth as possible so that is what you don't have to do.
Amazing. What speaking of rendering, because I know this has been a problem with some of the VR platforms. So like AltSpace, for example, has a limitation of, I don't know if it's still the same, but it used to be 100,000 polygons and 10 megabytes for the entire project. And these could be environments and worlds that are super huge. You're flying around with your friends. What are your kind of limitations around, because I know the web is very limited at some points, typically because of single threading versus multi-threading on the browsers. But what are your kind of limitations around polygons and that sort of thing?
So I think there's a huge myth around the web being slow as in of itself, right? Because the underlying hardware is the same, right? The GPU doesn't detect, oh, this came from the web. Let's go into throttled mode and just like work a little bit slower. There's a tiny bit of overhead for doing draw calls on the web, and that's why that is a little bit slower. But if you optimize correctly for the web and for the specific performance characteristics of the web, then you can actually achieve very close to native performance. You just need to maybe be mindful that WebGL gives you a certain amount of control, and everything else you need to be very creative to do that. But yeah, so myth dispelled, I hope.
This is fascinating, and I'm sure we could talk about this literally all day and this entire XR summit. So I do believe we're running out of time. So I just wanted to say thank you, Felix, Ashley, Jonathan, and Daniel for hosting, and everybody behind the scenes who are putting this thing together, the WebXR Production Summit. Again, Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your wisdom, your knowledge, and sharing it with the world. I know all of you are out there every day on LinkedIn and on social media, sharing the new things you see, sharing the new. And I think, just keep pushing this forward. I know the industry is better off for all of you guys being in it. And everybody watching, thank you for spending your time with us. And yeah, over to you, Daniel. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Alan, Felix, Ashley, and Jonathan. I wanted to say, Alan, how brave you are to start off by saying, let's look 8 years ahead. I was thinking, if we think 8 years back, that was 2014, and the Oculus Developer Kit 1 had just come out, kind of thing. 8 years is a long, long time, but I will be shopping in your mall, Alan, quite soon. Sooner than later, I hope.
Awesome,
so thank
guys.
you so much for that. Yeah,
thank you.
excellent.
I'm helping out. Have a great one, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. And so that was immersive content creation tools for the web. I learned a lot on that call. Now it brings us to a fantastic panel that I'm really excited about. And I see Ivo smiling big there. I imagine it's about the topic. So this is crafting new realities, world building with generative AI. I've called this year, more than once I've called it the year of AI, by which I mean consumer AI, or it's got our attention in a new way. And Ivo, I'm going to hand straight over to you. Please, quick introductions to Timothy and David, and I'm sitting back and enjoying this one. Thank you, guys.
Perfect. I guess I'll go first. So
excellent. Daniel and Ben and everyone, so much. All right. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And I am pleased to welcome two amazing panelists to this conversation on creating new realities. I hope we're hearing everyone together today. My name is Ivo Haining. I'm coming to you from Reality Craft, which is a design lab for concept development, including all of these workflows and tools that we're going to discuss today. So with me today, we have two amazing folks, Timothy Porter and David Romero. I'm going to let both of them tell you a little bit about their work, and then we're going to dive into a conversation on all of these wonderful machine learning tools and how they fit into your work. So Timothy, if you could start us off, Tim, that would be great.
Not a problem. So I'm Tim Porter, CTO at Modtech Labs, about 20 years of experience in the entertainment industry. In video games, I was a technical artist. In movies, I was a pipeline technical director. And what my company does is transmedia creation for the entertainment industry, which means that we take in photos, videos, 3D scans, we optimize them, we clean them up, and we get them ready to where they'll be on a screen one day, as in like Mandalorian style virtual production, all the way to maybe the next day or hours later on a cell phone mobile construction. So we use a lot of machine learning to not only do the optimization, but also to speed up process and to assist our artists in being able to go ahead and create the most amazing and beautiful and highest quality production. I am also the AI chair and XR vice chair for CTA, which is Consumer Technology Association. They run CES.
And Tim has been just an amazing colleague. We got to meet originally through a technology conference in Las Vegas. And I want to give you just a sense of the amazing data mind this man has. Their company has really been crunching every aspect of XR data for a number of years. And if you haven't heard of Modtech Labs, you should definitely check them out. They're an amazing team of great partners. Now, David Romero, it is such a pleasure to be here on this conversation with you. Could you tell us a little bit about what you're working on with Vibrant Nebula and all of your experimentation?
Yeah, hi, my name is David Romero. I've been doing immersive work for about 8 years. I come to this initially through the planetarium and large dome world, and that's like a really prohibitively expensive world. So when I got the opportunity to try at HTC Vive in like 2015, it was like a real shift for me in access levels. And I went on to be a huge fanboy and work for HTC in content and developer relations for the last 5 years. I've recently wrapped that up, and I've been spending all summer playing around with neural radiance field tools primarily. I've been doing photogrammetry for about 7 or 8 years, and honestly, I was pretty bored with it. But neural radiance fields have unlocked like a whole new, level of creative ability for me at a fraction of the cost and at a fraction of like the hardware required. So it's really just been a huge, topic of interest for me.
It's a fascinating space, and I'm not sure everyone here has a strong handle on what a neural radiance field or a NERF, as you might have heard. Tim, could you give us a bit of a walkthrough on what is a NERF and how are they used?
Sure. So a NERF is a pre-trained machine learning algorithm. And to give you an idea, this technology has been around for about 3 years, but most people are starting to become really interested in it after Instant NGP came out from NVIDIA at the beginning of this year, about March. The really amazing thing is it uses a lot of the same technology and concepts of photogrammetry at a much smaller scale. So just like David talked about, you need way less horsepower, you need way less photos, you need way less, pretty much everything across the board. The really awesome thing is that you get the ability to be able to scan things like shine, sheen, reflective, refractive in a much higher quality and detail. You can do things like glass, shiny ceramic objects, and you can also get thin objects. This is super, super important. So you can do things like blades of grass and really not have a problem. It comes out really amazingly. So Instant NGP is a good place to start. If you're somebody who really wants even more help, there are a couple other ones that have come out in the world of NERF Studio, which actually showcases and shows you how to do all of this work. And there's actually an Instant NGP plugin that's built into there. So it's much more hands-on and it takes care of all the problems for you. If you're like, I don't know how to do anything, it does all of it for you.
NERF testing and experimentation is so fascinating. And if you want to try this at home, Instant NGP is one of the ones that was mentioned. But try it with something like this, where you've got a mix of iridescence or shininess, right? So this is a glass object from about 100 years ago. It is extremely difficult to scan these using traditional sort of photogrammetry. If I were to put this in a scanner, it's going to give you lots of loss, basically. Holes. It's not going to be able to read everything. So if you're trying to think about experimentation on creating 3D assets, for example, a NERF can be the way that you get there. And there's lots of other ways these NERFs can also be used in storytelling or in world building as well. So David, how are you exploring NERFs today? Oh, David, we've lost your sound again.
The easiest way to visualize this would be to go to my Twitter page, because all of this is highly visual. But I've spent the last summer basically throwing every single thing I could at these NERF engines and a few others that haven't been mentioned. And so basically, I would really, really recommend just trying it. When you learn how to NERF, you have to make shifts in your brain to understand kind of the data that you need to feed the engine for it to actually do what's called view synthesis and figure out what things look like between your data points. And so it's something that you kind of have to learn by experience. Recently, I've been using the Luma app, which is currently in beta, that's rolling out. And the lovely part about that is that has augmented reality features that allow you to either visualize the guide path that you need to take to get the optimal capture, or it allows you to visualize the photos that you take in real time and the data samples that you're taking. That way you can kind of see where your data gaps are. But in the last 6 months, there's been a tremendous increase in the accessibility from where, the tools that are mentioned, NGP and NERF Studio, those still require a powerful video card, dedicated desktop. Now you can do all of this with your cell phone using cloud rendering and stuff. So we're seeing the marginal cost from this drop off a cliff. And anytime you see the marginal cost for something drop off a cliff and creators get empowered, you're going to see the ability to make all sorts of new, crazy, cool stuff. But, the great thing about this is, since a lot of it's based in neural rendering, since a lot of it's based in AI and stuff, you're going to be able to plug this into so many other things. For us, the NERF, what we think about as the pretty pictures, that's just collapsing that math down to a 2D photo that you and I can understand. But to the computers, this is pure data, and it's going to be able to mix and match this and do all sorts of really crazy stuff. And a lot of this is going to translate directly into WebXR content.
Absolutely. And we're just starting to see this with tools. Some of you have been following Get3D from NVIDIA or some of the other early 3D asset generative tools. So if you're thinking about something like Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, for example, many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have gotten very into creating the 2D asset. Creating 3D assets, obviously, there is not as much learning model data, right? At the end of the day, we have to be able to train models based on millions of 3D object images. So some of this work that is happening iteratively within this community is feeding better process. And some of it, hopefully, is feeding better world building, feeding better workflows, and hopefully giving us a better sense of connectedness and realism when we're creating, and recognizing the artistry, not just of the virtual space, but also recognizing how we can bring these things together for more interesting or cohesive experiences of all types. I'm very interested, Tim, in how you are exploring these in workflows, and especially for the WebXR producer, but for anyone who's creating here. What does that look like in your work today, and where are you going?
Sure. So we do a lot of texture asset exchange, mostly using GAN. So being able to take like a diffuse texture and then turn it into an albedo using machine learning algorithm, or even taking that albedo and then making a normal map. And we use a lot of GANs that are in that. We're doing a lot of exploration right now with Stable Diffusion, and being able to go ahead and not only train that faster, but actually use that at a lower RAM VRAM cost. And so this is something that a lot of people are going to recognize as we get deeper and deeper and deeper into the world of machine learning, is that the cost can be cheaper, but then it can also be exponentially much more expensive, especially on the training side, because you have to feed in these 3D models, which means you need big GPUs, and big GPUs cost a lot of money, and not just in the purchasing aspect, but also electrical. So, a typical system that we have has 4 Tesla GPUs and 2 CPUs and lots of RAM, and each one of them can pull 1,500 watts. That's your typical house power per server, and that's running 24/7. But if you're looking at workflows and how we utilize it, it ends up saving the artist a lot of time. And when we use things like Stable Diffusion for image generation, it gives a really good starting point of, hey, here's a great idea. Let's go ahead and run with that idea. This is our type. And then you can also do really cool things like you can take your entire movie and you go, hey, this is our theme. This is based off of our storyboards. What if we take these photos and we do it in the style of and all of our storyboards? And you're like, and you can throw that in, you can start making changes, and you're like, actually, let's go ahead and take back some of the reds and let's do that. And then you can train that again. And when you can do things like texture inversion with Stable Diffusion, you take 3 photos and then in 10 hours, boom, you can actually have that style that's been updated and trained, and you can throw that in very quickly and then continue moving that forward. So, there's a myriad of different ways.
As a world builder, that's exciting, because you just described a process that in Hollywood would have taken a year or more, sometimes, of pre-development. And you're basically creating and collapsing those iterations into something that can be done in days in a concept lab like what we have here, a place where people can just figure it out almost in real time, right? We're talking about turnarounds in days instead of weeks or months. David, I'm curious how these sort of, driving the cost down of running your own server farm at home or in the cloud, combined with the new tooling, what is that enabling? And how do you see that empowering some of the other creators and WebXR builders here as well?
Yeah, so it's really early days because we don't have great export options right now. Luma AI is the only thing I know of right now that has the WebGL interface that allows somebody to just go and play with it in a web browser. But for the most part, I'm not really concerned right now about capturing data for the current tools, because any data I captured now is just going to be able to keep being churned in the machine learning AI blender, and I can keep reapproaching it for years and years to come. So my focus right now is really exploring how to capture the best data set right now. That way I can create my own little library of like training data, my own little library of stock footage, just my own little library of test kits, because every time a tool comes out, I don't want to have to go and take 100 photos and stuff. And it's just about kind of building workflows and getting used to the idea that this is going to be the way I'm at least going to focus on creating digital worlds in the next few years, because the level of detail that I can get out of this is surpassing photorealism to an extent. It's better than what I'm just seeing out of video, like cell phone video, to the point where I've kind of given up with some of the NVIDIA stuff, because I can't communicate to people that it's synthetic and that it's a reprojection. It just looks real. And until there's more creator tools to kind of like allow you to do cool things with the output and stuff, my focus is just getting the training data, and anybody can start. And this is kind of a 4-dimensional thing. Right now it's autumn, there's going to be leaves falling and stuff. In up 2 months you're not going to have the ability to go capture a bunch of cool data. So I'd recommend, doesn't matter which tool, there's a couple of entry points now. Just start playing with it and forming your workflows, because this is probably going to be big.
I'm excited for the jump that is happening as many of us go from being prompt engineers to more systems engineers, and rethinking all of these systems and how they come together with obviously some tools that are already out there like Blender. And I would love to hear what you feel is currently missing. I looked at a tool yesterday, for example, that would do the 3D asset sort of sharing and export off of the NERF to a 3D asset. And I know that there are other tools out there, maybe some of you are working on, but what do you feel like is missing in terms of creator tooling? Where do we need to go in the next year?
Sure. I mean, I'll pick this up because, my background was building tools for artists. That was where I started my entire career. And that's a sweet spot that I have, and a heartfelt place that I enjoy. I always told people that when you make tools for artists, they may not turn around something faster, but they'll turn around something that is mind-blowing, something that you never expected would be possible. And the only way that you can increase not only just realism, quality of life, but then as well, the quality of everything that everyone enjoys as far as artistic output, television, movies, even something just so simple as billboards, is affected by creator tools. And so I think the big thing that we're missing as an industry in general is creator focused tools. Many of our tools and the user interfaces and user experiences are designed around what developers have and what their concept is. So whenever I sit down and we generate tools and we make user experiences, we do as much as we can on user testing to make sure that it sits down in front of a bunch of artists. I want artists to be able to use the tool and go, wow, I never thought I could do X. Wow, I'm so enabled to be able to do this thing. It is entirely about empowerment and enjoyment. I hate it when I hear artists go, yeah, now I've got to do this 900 times. That should be a tool. There's absolutely no reason why we don't work at this as like a servant leadership kind of concept where tools programmers like me sit down and go, hey, what makes your life suck? How do we make it better? What do we do to make that happen? And I think that's really important. I think that is what's missing most of all from the entire world of asset generation and creation and tools generation just in general.
David, would you like to add to that?
No, that's perfectly well said. I think it's just a technical problem. They're going to figure out the connectors. They're going to figure out the common formats. The more people who do this now, the more likely we are to have open standards. So I think having a lot of creators in this conversation at this exact moment is really important, because we might end up with good open standards. But yeah, I think, a lot of these problems are solved in the R&D, and we're going to see in the next year or two those transition into productized platforms platforms, and it's going to happen fast. And, really, it's a conversation of user education and ethics past a certain point.
There are so many hidden conversations that need to be unearthed in terms of how we do this work wisely and well with people. How do we do this work ethically in a way that honors creators all the way throughout the ecosystem? I'm curious how you've been thinking about best practices and standards. I know that Neil Trevett earlier from Metaverse Standards Forum is looking to build a working group, for example, to work on creators and tooling related issues. How are you addressing this today, and what are the sort of questions that you feel are essential to bring up that maybe aren't being heard frequently? Anyone who wants to
go first, you go, David.
Good.
I've been going first.
So, I mean, I've been treading lightly with my data capture. I've been not really posting nerfs of people and stuff because there are inherent risks and stuff to that. I've been just trying to focus on capturing clean data sets because I don't know where this will end up and under what terms and conditions and stuff. But, a lot of my personal work that I don't post online is, friends, family, moments and stuff. And I'm going to have to figure out like how in the future to better work within those workflows. But for now, I just focus on consent. I ask very strongly for consent if I do any sort of neural imaging on a person. And I tend to not really share it unless they are aware of what's going on. And, I think it's going to be interesting to look to the platforms because everybody's going to have their own take on how much they're going to allow, because there's a lot of knobs and dials in the back end that you can use with this. And I think it's good to kind of form your own personal ethics because, you want to protect your friends and family and stuff and be clean about how you introduce people to this technology, probably.
On the flip side, something that people always fear, and this has been the fear for absolutely ever, is that the more tools that we have, the less we need X, Y, and Z style of person. And that traditionally has happened in small bursts. We don't need iron workers as much as we did before because we have automated that process. But people adapt, people learn, and people get trained. And I see this as a future where we actually have artists that are doing art. There's no reason why we have to have an artist that sits down and makes a normal map. I'm sorry, that is one of the most absolutely boring things. Or a remesh. Oh dear God, let's work through and retopologize this mesh. I'd rather blow my God. Like, it's horrible. It's a horrible job. Who wants that? Nobody wants that job. So if we can have an algorithm that takes that and moves that on, and then the big thing is every single studio now is working together to make standards. Standards is super important. That means that people are more indispensable, not less indispensable. That means I can jump from a Sony to a Disney and continue on much more easily because we're keeping this standard of not just the file type, the optimization type. And then as we're going in towards transmedia, that makes it even more important. So that means that you have to have a much higher level of skill and you're going to be enabled by all these tools. So I really see this as kind of a burgeoning world of new capabilities, new thought processes, and these silos that were once, oh, that's the games team. We don't talk to the games team. Oh, no, that's the people who do all the 3D printing. They just do the show. It's all going to be a collaborative process. And as we learn from other people, we get better. You have no idea how much stuff I've learned from art viz people that I've pulled in to movie production. Obviously, my work in games completely pushes all of this together. And it's all this like swirling of just thoughts and thought processes. And so I see it as a world where we do need to be careful. Agreed. Don't do things without people's consent. This is, don't give people tea 101. They don't want tea, don't give them tea. All the way across the board. And that is important that everyone understands what consent is when we take from people. And then as well, be smart about what intellectual property rights are, people. Don't try to steal other people's ideas. That's, just not being a jerk 101, so.
Yeah, we have to teach this in prompt craft and in prompt engineering because often the tools sort of default to this in the style of an artist's name. And I encourage people not to go that route, to create their own style. As a storyteller or as a museum or as any type of experience builder, your goal should be to create something that is unique to the experience you're trying to transmit, not copying someone else's art. And these are workflows that you can iterate and really begin to polish very, very quickly. So I jumped into Midjourney, I would say in June, made about 10,000 images over the summer. I tested a book out. This book I made from image to writing the book to publishing the book and having it in my hands in 2 weeks, right? So that's just Midjourney and Snapfish, right? That's 2D. When we're thinking about like, okay, the boom of potential WebXR worlds that could be generated, where do you see this going? And what are you excited about that might not have come up yet in terms of other types of tooling or other types of opportunities for everyone to be a creator of these new worlds?
I foresee a world of even passive content creation where devices might be doing this just on the cloud passively and stuff. There's just going to be a huge explosion of sensory-enabled devices, and this is just one current iteration of how we're processing the data, and that mathematical model will keep evolving and stuff. So really, there's no limit, I think, to how we'll be able to exploit this technology, and a lot of it is just about creating the pipes to get this to run in real time in WebGL and stuff. Right now, WebGL is just it's a few generations behind a dedicated native engine and stuff, but there's a lot of investment that's happening right now in WebXR. Meta has invested a lot to bring some much requested feature sets to that. So we're just seeing the phase right now where all of the formats, all of the standards are being created, and you kind of need to look through the current state. And you can use the tools right now as a way to introduce and explore yourself, but really, just kind of look beyond that and see what the standards are going to look like, because that will kind of dictate what creative potential you have in WebXR. For the most part, though, it sounds like you're going to be able to drive a lot of content creation with WebXR, content synthesis with WebXR, not just capturing moments, but synthesizing unique scenes using prompts and stuff. And that's something that we'll probably see in the very near future running on a product. So, I think the cat's super out of the bag, and right now you could just kind of do your best to either, try it yourself so you can kind of understand what type of data the algorithms are currently looking for, or at least follow some nerf creators to just kind of see where they're pushing the boundaries. And you're going to start seeing this crop up in all sorts of professional workflows here, because traditionally we have a lot of money invested in the traditional 3D model and like traditional workflows, things like normal maps and all of that stuff. And Timothy's company is kind of at the intersection of old and new. How do you generate those old assets using new technologies? But we're going to enter a phase where people will never need to learn what a normal map is, except in like the first 15 minutes of their visual graphics class, just talking about where we came from.
Tim, I'm glad
Totally
you
agree.
came
So
back.
I think I followed the prompt. It was the old versus new, right? Is that where we're at? And
What are you excited about? And we have about 3 minutes left.
Awesome. So yeah, I'm definitely excited for, like David was saying, the old versus new. Once again, apologize about the internet, everyone. And so, right now, you're 100% right. Where my company is working is in this gap of, here is the future of technology. Let's pick up this future of technology and let's use it in what is currently there. Right now, render engines need polygons. You have to have squares and triangles, and that's just how it works. And so as technology moves forward, I foresee a world that can be entirely generated in front of you using lots and lots of data that's being fed. And there's no reason for us to go ahead and generate these, what are everyday kind of concept in worlds. And many of the jobs will end up moving towards tailoring those ideas, those looks, that final polish of what is amazing and interesting, very much, holodeck related. But we still got some time to get there. We're still, probably 20 years off before we have a true holodeck, this is what I need experience kind of setup. And hopefully they don't go all crazy and then, fall us out of the holodeck like happened on some of these Star Trek episodes. Like,
then again,
I don't know.
I'm about to run up to another conference where I'm giving a talk on
Same
4D
here.
and holographic production. So yes, it's coming. And for now, if you want to explore, try some of these Nerf tools, try Instant MCP. The tools from Luma, the converters, and other things are out there. Try sound generation tools, because world building is obviously more about more than just the visual experience. Video and 3D assets are a part of world building, but you can explore all of the senses as these tools become more available. And if you're interested in the ethical and the consent-driven conversation that Tim was unpacking earlier, that's a conversation that we have at XR Guild. So I know some of you are participants in XR Guild, Alan, who was up earlier, and many others, Daniel and Ben. Thank you so much for all of your work, making sure that this community has spaces to have these conversations. So if you want to have the conversation about consent, ethics, and best practices, join us over at xrguild.org. And I'm Evo here at Reality Craft. Thank you. And Daniel, thank you for hosting with us today. David and Timothy, please reach out to these gentlemen if you're looking to explore some of the workflows that they're testing out, and let us know where we can support you in creating new worlds.
Excellent. Evo, thank you. And Romero, David Romero, that conversation, I have the best job, Evo. You don't understand. Me hosting this, I get to listen to you guys. So I just wanted to say one thing, David, that I really appreciated. You're going really hard on consent. I'm really inspired by that, asking people very explicitly, are you okay with this? And not getting lazy and making assumptions.
On the flip side too, though, you might also have, like, I was doing photogrammetry. I was also able to go years back too. So like, raid your data mine yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably have a bunch of cool nerfs and you don't even know it. So it goes both ways. Thanks, though.
Fantastic. I really appreciate that. And so we're coming right up against another really critical topic, joined here by Andrew McDonald, Christina Heller, Deutsche Bayerga. There's no real presence in the metaverse without avatars, and we often take for granted avatars without really considering what a complex job it is to get this right. There are many ways to get avatars horribly wrong or partially wrong, but to do them well is no mean feat. So one wrong turn, you're in uncanny valley. We saw some of that at the Metaverse Connect, the Meta Connect things. So this is a technical look at what you need to know to understand how avatars are made for performance and scale. So welcome Dulce, Christina, Andrew, and Jin. Over to you.
Hey guys, thank you. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. And it's awesome to be on the stage with Jen, Andrew, and Christina, some amazing technologists in this space, really driving WebXR and mixed reality, spatial computing in general. It's just really exciting to be here with all of you. I'd like for you all to give an intro. I'd like to start with Christina. She's the CEO of MetaStage. Go ahead, Christina.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Heller, and I'm the CEO of MetaStage. MetaStage specializes in volumetric video capture. So that is the process of taking full, authentic, real performances and capturing them in 3D for integration into AR, VR, and a number of other virtual software where a 3D asset would be useful. And I think on this panel, I'm going to be talking about some of the advancements that have been made in adding a skeleton and rigging volumetric captures. So yeah, excited to be here and be with Andrew and all of these great panelists. It's great.
And then we have Andrew, the creative director over at, what's your company name again? I'm so sorry.
It's Cream Productions.
Cream Productions. Okay, yes. Can you tell us a little bit about?
So I'm a creative director at Cream Productions. So I'm working on building experiences and games and apps and such in AR. kind of person that would go to Christine for some work to be done. So yeah, I'm on the sort of producer side of it, needing digital humans, and we've developed some of our own solutions to problems that existed at the time when we were trying to create some digital humans for a VR project. So that's me.
Very cool. And Jen, WebXR pioneer, tell us a little about yourself. And you're represented as an amazing avatar that you obviously created. Yeah, like you're just...
Yeah, I figure, go with the theme, eat our own dog food per se. And I live and breathe this stuff. I build in all sorts of different platforms, often at the same time, because I'm interested in the in-between, the plugins, tools, and standards that can make all of this less friction and more freedom.
Nice. So we have a pretty interesting intersection here of avatar creation. We've got Jen, who's WebXR. We've got the volumetric high-end capture. And we try to have to meet in the middle here with some of this to avoid the uncanny valley that Daniel was talking about. I want to just ask a high-level question to start, and just to get at the root of what drives you. Like, why do you create avatars? What is it about avatars specifically that makes you want to make them and give them to the world to use? So whoever wants to start.
Well, I can start because I need to make them. So in my specific case, Kareem itself is a television production company, and actually that's my background is working as a cameraman in TV for decades. More recently, I've got into building in volumetric worlds, which is incredible. Like what we can do now inside, the computer, building your own worlds and putting your own people in there, and now with the advent of stable diffusion and AI generated assets, it's just exploding. But in my specific case, what we were doing is taking what I know from television, which is most of my career I spent shooting host-driven sort of travel adventure shows, and bringing that into simulation VR gamified experiences. So in the case that we're doing right now, it's a VR game called Survivor Man, using Les Stroud, who was the guy who kind of invented that genre of survival show, going out into the forest with very few things, a match and a roll of tape, and surviving for 7 days. And it's pitched on celebrity because it's pitched on him being in it. Like he's there as your sort of Obi-Wan Kenobi spirit guide, as if you will, that can help a player through the game. So if you're selling celebrity, it better look like them, or you're gonna have your clients feel a little bit cheated. Oh, it's just a talking mannequin puppet, and that doesn't really feel like Les. So for us, we needed a solution that was going to look really good and run on a mobile processor, like a battery operated GPU. So we had the toughest challenge ahead to try and make that happen.
Very cool. And how did you solve those challenges? What were the solutions that you came up with?
Well, if you want the backstory. So the backstory is, as I said, I come from television. We got into gaming. We kind of sold this idea of celebrity for our previous job where we did was with Dominic Monaghan, one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings in another experience. And then quickly realized that making photorealistic digital humans, especially 5 years ago, that looked really good is really expensive, and you need some very talented artists to get that done. And then on top of it all, try and make it work in VR on the limited sort of runtime rendering worlds that you're in. It was ridiculous. It was like, how are we going to get this done? And I knew Christina from the time too, and videogrammetry was just beginning back then as well. But it was limited in the sense, now that you're rigging it, it's amazing, and there's a whole future there. But it was limited back then in the sense that it wasn't very interactive. It was like a fixed playing character that took a large volume of data to generate and didn't play well with the VR headsets at the time. So we went, okay, we're going to try and solve this with, we basically proposed this idea of because the video helmet mounted cameras now can shoot a face and pull an animation file out of it without all those tracking markers. Just use machine vision. It was just beginning 5 years ago, where you could now with FaceWare pull out that animation file, and it left you with clean video of a face. So we thought, what if we take that clean video of the face and then reproject it back into the material of the animated model and try and get that all synced up? And that allowed us to create a much lower poly model and bring all those facial details that we're so visually familiar with back in not as videogrammetry, but more as just one camera video playing as a texture baked into the face. And then we put that together, and it worked, and it looked quite good. And the best part, it was really well optimized to run on a mobile processor. So we began this applied research project at a local university here in Toronto, and we've been running with that for almost 4 years now, and evolved the process to where it is now, where you can now create novel performances. So.
Anybody else? What drives you?
Well, on our end, we fill a very specific niche inside the XR developer community, which is that our reason for being is that we bring like the most authentic, real performances into the metaverse. And so I think that I'm a big fan of animated and synthetic avatars. I'm absolutely obsessed with Jin's avatar, and also the incredible background that he is operating in right now. It's so cool. And also, as Andrew knows, I'm like a big VR chat fanatic, and I love like dressing as a hot dog, presenting as a hot dog every week. So I'm all about like fun avatars in the metaverse. I think that's one of the great kind of powers and superpowers of the metaverse. But that being said, I don't want to spend all my time in a metaverse where there's no like reality reflected, where we're not celebrating any of the best parts of our physical real life reality, and so that's become sort of the mission of Metastage, is to bring the best of our physical real life reality into the metaverse in glorious 3D, so that people anywhere, anytime can appreciate and enjoy that. So it's particularly important when we're talking about recognizable public figures. So if that's musicians, recognizable public figures, celebrities, fashion, sports, all of that kind of stuff. If you want the real thing and only the real thing will do, then volumetric video is the best tool for bringing that into 3D platforms.
Yep.
I love the shout outs to VR chat and sort of like, this whole summit is like all about production. And I think virtual production is a huge like use case, especially like for the future of work. With avatars, you just kind of, VR chat is more than just social VR. I kind of think of it also as the real-time soundstage. And we've been building tools, camera systems, and ways to kind of do like music videos in VR chat. And, it's kind of like just talking with some friends is level 1. Level 2 is doing things, and there's some little mini studios popping up all around the world. And every VR device is becoming a sort of real-time mocap, for actors to work remotely, diamond age sort of way.
Yeah. It's interesting, Andrew, bringing up celebrity. We have Bruce Willis just giving up his identity to the studio so that they can use it in perpetuity as an avatar. And same thing with James Earl Jones. He gave Lucasfilms his voice to be used on avatars. And so that's an interesting idea of having that one-to-one digital twin of a person, of a thing. That's very in line with what you, Andrew, and Christina work on. But you've also got this flip side, and I want to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to do a two-parter question here. We've got this flip side where we've got like Ready Player Me and Meta now providing APIs to create avatars that will do very much what Jin is doing right now as an independent developer, partnering with people like Microsoft and Zoom to provide these workspaces, these virtual workspaces with the virtual avatar, and have that presence. So dealing with customization and these APIs, like where is that fine balance for you? And also, how do we avoid falling into these funnels, these API funnels, and losing our true identities, our customization, avoiding the cookie cutter? I'm from Second Life, and in the very beginning of Second Life, there was a lot of innovation and really cool creativity when it came to the avatar, and you had very different types of avatar. And now that mesh has been a very prominent feature of the platform, you have a lot of creators that are creating more cookie cutter style gear and clothing and avatars. And I see that happening a bit with these platforms and these APIs. And you know, I know we're here to talk about rigging and what that means, but that is why we're cookie cutter, because rigging is so hard, and we have to crank out for the masses, for standards for the masses. So where's that delicate balance for you guys? How are you approaching your volumetric captures with this understanding? You know, what tool sets do you use that like make you stand out from these initiatives with these APIs moving forward in the future? So I know it's a big loaded question, but you know, there's a lot going on here.
Well, I'll just
okay.
I'll just jump in real fast, and apologies for my lag on my computer. So on our end, there's a lot of great volumetric video and, you know, realistic human avatar tech that's out there that's available at different ranges of professionalism and quality. And so I think, you know, we're starting to see, you know, to your point, software that can do, you know, at least partial 3D reconstruction of everyday people using cell phones and just a few cameras. So I think that's awesome. I think that where Metastage fits into the ecosystem is at the like professional and, you know, more high end of the production efforts. You know, we're in a professional soundstage. We have 106 cameras, and so it very much serves a purpose for, you know, when you're working with high end talent, celebrities, or projects where you need, you know, the asset to be as clean and realistic and high fidelity as possible. That's our aim and our goal. If you need something that is, you know, you can bring to the middle of a forest and do a capture, you know, quickly, then you're probably going to want to go with a different system. So all that to say, I don't want to come off like, you know, inaccessible. We try to work with as many projects. We try to work with as many projects and creators as we possibly can. And we have programs and indie discounts and things that we try to offer because, again, we want to see more great volumetric projects come to life, more interesting use cases. So, but yeah, we're a professional team doing, that kind of, those kinds of projects.
Anybody else?
I think, so the question was about sort of pipelines or standards?
It was a bit of like, you know, how do you make customized avatars with tool sets that are available, and how do you really feel about a customized avatar versus these more cookie cutter pipelines that were
I don't really know too many people that use Ready Player Me. They raised a big round recently, but like it's kind of normie tier, and normies are important. But I think that when you are hanging out in places like VRChat, the longer you stay, the more you want to explore weird UGC creations. And their platform, if you look at the license info, they're non-commercial CC BY avatars, so you can't even really, it doesn't really feel like you own it, you know? And I think ownership is very central to the whole thing about digital identity, and the open metaverse being, you know, user-centric, designing around that person. And I think not everyone like wants to look like themselves. In fact, they want to run away at the opposite direction as fast as possible, usually. So yeah, I think the cookie cutters are kind of cool to kind of get your feet wet. But the more you dive in, you know, the more you want to explore the abstract and the weird. And
so when you dive in, what tool sets do you start with to get your feet wet in actually customizing your avatar and making it more personalized?
Personally, I like Vroid Studio because you could start out with something that is CC0. You truly own it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here's a screenshot of it. It has sliders, so it's like easy mode. And then it exports a VRM, and VRM is super awesome because then you could basically bring it with you to any kind of platform. Here's like a showcase of different places, and here's like a there's hundreds of platforms that support it, including for VTubing, which is what I'm using now. So not only as your virtual world avatar, it's also something you can use on live streams as just a file instead of a permissioned SDK, from a company that they're providing hooks into these different platforms with.
Yeah, that's just fascinating. Yeah, there's two kind of different streams here. There's the personal avatar, like Jin's talking about here, and it's fascinating to see how Ready Player Me is just normcore or what have you, and you've got your own path and pipelines to make them, and also the universality of them is so key to this, that they'll work in multi-platforms. I think that's the biggest challenge the metaverse world has. Whereas in my use cases, and probably a lot of Christina's, is we make commercial avatars. So they're like specific celebrity for specific purpose and specific project. So yeah, and in my case, as far as bringing it back to rigging, we found that using some of the stuff that Reallusion's done, the Character Creator 3, has really streamlined our pipeline. So before, we were doing the traditional avatar creation, like Andy Serkis Gollum kind of thing, where you would, or to make a real person, you would take them into a photogrammetry booth and scan like 40 different expressions and neutral poses and solve all those scans and retopologize them, line them all up, and then rig them so that they go into the right poses and shapes. And our last avatar that we did, in fact, there's a demo that I have that I think I downloaded a video for right here. We did this off a single scan and Reallusion's Character Creator to drive the rig. Kind of stinks, but
pretty good.
So
yeah, that's very cool. So that actually brings me to a new question. What are your favorite techniques for optimizing these avatars? Optimizing your typology, the triangles, retaining your fidelity. What are your shader techniques? Give us some of your tips and tricks of what you do to get to that fidelity.
You want the secret sauce.
I want the secret sauce, exactly.
Well, I mean,
give us what you're comfortable with, and I'd like to hear from everybody.
Sure. Well, we're safe because I'm not the guy who does this shit. Stuff. I'm not a shader coder. I have a high level understanding of what's needed and what's being done. I guess the key challenge for me, because I lived through it, was taking compressed video, which is what we're doing. We're baking that in as a texture, as a video atlas on a face, and which is an MPEG. So it's a compressed video, which is basically a set of keyframes with a mathematical extrapolation of what happens between those keyframes. And there's a buffer in there that'll buffer it and play it. So it's never really running perfectly. Whereas an FBX, an animation is tick, 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 tick. It's perfect. So we've actually, had to develop a method that the video will drive the animation, and that keeps our face in sync. So, that's some secret sauce behind it. But otherwise, with the rest of the shader stuff, it's the standard stuff. You've got the opportunity to have an AO map in there and a specular map, and get the lips all shiny. You can, groom it with haircuts. So what we're doing with our characters is bringing that fidelity into that ecosystem, which is becoming more and more streamlined through tools like Reallusion's Character Creator, which are now just plug and play. There's an infinite library of hair and facial beardness. You can make all different body sizes and shapes. You've got a whole closet of wardrobe you can dress your characters with, and it's almost drag and drop. So once you've got in there, then you can plug into systems like that and play and create stuff.
Yeah, on our end, we use at the moment we use the Microsoft mixed reality capture system to do our capture, reconstruction, and compression. So it's a blend of infrared cameras which shoot out a lot of infrared points from which a mesh is derived. And then that mesh, there's a UV map which applies all the visual and textural data from the RGB cameras to that mesh. And that is then decimated to only what's necessary for, a very high quality reconstruction of the performance, and also maximizing compression. So we can have tiny file sizes that stream on, common devices like cell phones and iPads, all the way up to HoloLenses, Quests, Vives, and the like. I also want to throw out that, we throw in like a standard T-pose on all of our shoots as well, because it takes us like a second to capture the T-pose. And then you can then add a skeleton using tools like Arcturus, and do some reanimation. So, if you want to have one of our captures, let's say like run across the back of the scene or do a break dance, you can just add a skeleton and then throw an animation on them, and suddenly they're doing all these fun, wacky moves. It's definitely not the level of like the Bruce Willis avatar. You're not going to be fooling anybody for future cinema with these T-poses, but they are a great tool for, building out games, and we can do it really easily. And it's also useful for subtle retargeting. So if you're doing things like a branching narrative where you want to have an interactive experience with volumetric video and you need to match cut like one clip to another clip, you can do like a subtle retargeting of the hand so that it matches the previous clip. I also just wanted to echo Jen's comment about how most people don't want to look like themselves, and want to play with alternate avatars. That is true. And I will say that there are definitely some times when I look at volumetric, even like super high quality volumetric captures of myself, I'm like, oh my God, like that's really what I look like. You're only used to seeing yourself in like a mirror in front of you. You never really get usually the full 3D. But it does have some interesting value when it comes to preserving memories and moments. I've captured my nieces, I've captured my sisters and I doing things together. And I like to think about how much value these volumetric keepsakes will have in the future, particularly like as display technologies advance, and also as we age, just having these moments, frozen forever is exciting.
It's beautiful.
On the topic of optimization, I like to work in public, so I got like tons of notes on this. We do things that you can take your VRM file and it can automatically generate like all sorts of LODs of it. So in terms of tools, I think MeshOpt and Avatar Asset Pipeline, which I had on my screen here somewhere, this one, yeah. This one seems pretty cool. Avatar Asset Pipeline does all sorts of plumbing for you in terms of converting and generating LODs. But we want to make that as easy as drag and drop for artists, so that we can have more optimized stuff in the metaverse. And I think VRChat is a good idea, just having a fallback avatar as performance. But with their fallback avatar system, you don't really look like yourself anymore. You get replaced with this robot dude. And so we want to find ways where you can be replaced with something super optimized, and from a distance it looks believable, but it can run faster and be less download for people with slower connections.
Yeah, that's an important task to figure out, like especially when we're dealing with multiple users on different devices, figuring out the best way to support everybody with the avatar is very important. So good work. Yeah. So let me ask one last question. What predictions do you guys have for avatars moving forward in the future? I just want to throw one out that I was thinking about when you were talking, Christina, about looking like yourself. And the codec avatar was presented at Meta. It's their future of exact scanning of you and you being able to change your clothes and whatnot. I would like to have a codec avatar like that where I can keep my base avatar as myself, but then be able to do things like move parts of my face out, or do plastic surgery on the fly if I wanted to, or change my body size to be something kind of instant. that's something I think would be really cool to do, that kind of shape shifting on the fly at any given moment. But what kind of predictions do you guys have? And we only have 2 more minutes, so quick round.
That's fascinating though, because as Jin was saying, or Christine was saying, you want to kind of trend away from who you look like most of the time when you're building your own private avatars and make this Instagram version of yourself. And you're saying, let's start with the base model of me and then go from there.
And then go from there. Which is what, for example, I'm using Snapchat right now to, wear makeup, and I can easily change it. But it's my base avatar is myself, and I can easily change it at any time to go back to whatever I want it to look like. So yeah, I would like to do that with an actual mesh avatar as well.
I'll go quickly. I think that definitely is the future. I think that from what I've been seeing is it will be as simple as that. You've scanned your face, boom, it's done and rendered. And then through either a video or even text to speech, you will have a procedurally generated character that will look exactly like you. And it'll be available ubiquitously to everybody right here. So that's probably the future. Where you go with it from there, I think anyone can go. Yeah.
I simply think VRM is the future in terms of premier interoperable avatar formats. So go VRM.
Ooh, yeah.
Is that a bone driven or a morph shape driven system?
It's morph.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I'm kind of refraining because I'm having such bad lag.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. We got a lot of really good information out of you, Christina. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody,
for
joining this interesting conversation. Time's up. I know we could talk about avatars forever. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining in.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Dulce. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Jen. Great. Well, in a minute, we'll bring in our next panel, and this is going to be an interesting one. It draws back to the idea of money, and that's always on everybody's mind. So while the panelists are coming in, when you start to build out these experiences, there are transactions that happen in the metaverse. So this is a great panel, which I'm going to pass over to. We have Elizabeth Strickler, Director of Media, Entrepreneurship and Innovation from the Creative Media Industries at GSU, and Ileana Oris Valiante, Managing Director of Accenture, Elizabeth Chase, founder of Hello Future Buzz, and Christopher Choice, Director of Engineering at Hypermint. Thank you all so much for being here today and joining us. And I am going to pass the conversation over to you. Looks like we might have lost Elizabeth, but maybe she'll be jumping back on.
Cool. Well, thanks, Julie. We'll let's kick it off with a round of introductions here, and we'll see if Elizabeth comes back on. So, Elizabeth Strickler, you want to kick us off? Tell us about yourself.
Sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Strickler, and I am the Director of Media Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the Creative Media Industries Institute at Georgia State University. I get paid in words. The reason why I'm here and what's got me excited is that we've been teaching game design and development for a really long time. So our students have been building virtual worlds for a long time. But I have a computer science background and got bit by the NFT bug with CryptoKitties in 2015. So I have been thinking about the intersection of cryptocurrency and virtual worlds for a while, and it's really just all coming to fruition. And I'm super excited about it. The other thing to note is that I was a systems engineer during the .com boom. So when people are like, isn't all this stuff going to go away? I've watched the hype cycle and then go down.
I'm sorry, no audio.
I don't think that it's going to go away. But that's my intro.
Cool. Thanks, Elizabeth. Ileana, you want to tell us about yourself as well?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Ileana Oris Valiante, a couple of different hats. In my main day job, I'm at Accenture. I'm the managing director, responsible for all things innovation and ESG as well. grown up in the blockchain and they haven't been around for a number of years, working with the local corporations and government helping to educate on this topic. And more recently, I've fallen down the rabbit hole of all things DAOs and the future of venture capital and investing. So pleasure to be here today.
Cool, amazing. It sounds like you both have a wealth of experience in the space, which is really cool. I feel like a lot of people that come in are just like, they just discovered NFTs or Web3 like a year ago, and then now it's like, oh, this is amazing, this is cool. I mean, you'll both have seen a cycle or two of tech and have been in it for a long time, which is awesome. We're gonna wait for the other Elizabeth to come back, but I'll give you a quick background on me. So I'm Chris Choice. I'm currently the director of engineering at Hypermint, which is a MoonPay company. I've been doing NFTs for about 2 years now. It's a full-time thing, and I've been in Ethereum since probably about 2017. It's been really cool for me to watch NFTs come up. For me, it's like the killer app of sort of blockchain tech. Like, I know DeFi people will probably disagree with me, but for me, it's like where artists and communities have really come together. And I think something we can talk about a little bit later on too is how we've sort of confused Metaverse with Web3 when they're really sort of two very different topics that just happen to align in certain situations pretty nicely. So excited to kind of talk about that and some more as we roll along. Elizabeth, are you back? You want to give us an intro for yourself? You got your audio?
My name's Elizabeth Chase, and I through Hello Future Twitter. We do Twitter discussions every week on Thursday to educate and inform the community about Hashgraph on the Hedera network. And we bring together various projects and different platforms to discuss Web3. And through this interactions, panelists have actually gone on to form new working relationships. So it's very exciting to be in this Web3 space.
Cool, amazing, awesome. So let's kick it off here. So Elizabeth Strickland, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of the creator economy and how it plays into money in the metaverse and kind of how that can be the engine that drives everything here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of the things, the reasons why I got so interested and involved is that, you know, artists, you know, so the blockchain, you know, is what enabled currency to be fully online because it prevents the copying of the money and, you know, has figured out how to transfer, you know, a dollar or a Bitcoin from one person to the other without the other person keeping it. So it's the blockchain technology that enabled these sort of distinctive digital assets. Well, now that was what was applied to the NFT, or the NFT is just that blockchain technology applied to non-fungible tokens or any digital asset. And the way I like to describe it is that basically right now we're looking at how people are trying to protect JPEGs or, you know, art of some sort. But the truth is everything that we do at the end of the day results in a file. And often that file needs to be protected on who created it, who owned it, because it represents labor. And so I think that it's really interesting that we're starting to apply this blockchain technology to digital assets and digital goods. It can be files, it can be JPEGs, but as we build virtual worlds, I think everybody needs to get paid for what they're doing and creating. And I think the NFT is gonna enable that. And I'm particularly passionate about it because I teach students, particularly mostly creative students, and artists are the ones who've been screwed the worst by things being copied.
Yeah, amazing. And I've met many artists firsthand who have struggled forever to make money and make a living from their art, and who have found the space and been able to release NFTs and actually get paid for their work and have an audience that really appreciates the work that they're doing. So stuff like that for me has been awesome, and it's really cool to see that there are people who are out there and this is actually doing stuff for them. It's not just, you know, some nebulous thing that might happen in the future. Elizabeth Chase, I know you want to talk about micropayments, right? So we can maybe talk about how that works on Hashgraph in your network and how you facilitate that on your side.
Well, micropayments are one of the key to the unbanked and to have equity in the financial markets. 1 in 5 people in the United States do not have a bank account. And that doesn't really have to do with so much them, it has to do with the bank itself. The ROI for that customer is not attractive to banks, so they don't give them checking accounts. So micropayments will not only help developing nations, but will help people in the United States as well. So with the Hedera network, the fast throughput and finality to transactions allows businesses to have predictable costs, which most businesses really do appreciate that. So the Hedera network is really one of, it's an open source, affordable costs and predictable costs for businesses. And micropayments is a big part of that, because most transactions today, like I think it's 20 or 30% of credit card transactions are below $25. So when you take 0.005 cents for a transaction on the Hedera network versus 3.5% on a credit card, it really makes doing business more affordable. And I think that's going to help both developing nations and people in general do, and also creators. An application on the Hedera network called Drop, D-R-O-P-P, was just integrated in the App Store for Shopify. So that allows bloggers and different e-commerce solutions to now accept micropayments without the high throughput of a credit card. So people will be more attuned to that. So we're really excited. That happened about 2 weeks ago. And Shopify is a huge player in e-commerce. So we'll see how that goes with micropayments on the Hedera network.
Cool. Amazing. Yeah, I've used Shopify for several NFT campaigns before. And so it's a really good intersection of commerce and NFTs and Web3, and they're really open to it. And yeah, it's a really good place where people just are there, right? It's a known thing, people use it. And it's so great to think about that and integrate that into the existing technology and where people are, not make them go off somewhere random and make some new thing, right?
And coming up very shortly is a plugin for WordPress
Great.
to accept micropayments. So, if you write, it's almost like a tip. You can give a blogger, 10 cents, $1, $5, and they will get most of that. And also it'll come instantly, because the finality of a settlement of a transaction on the Hedera network is about 1 second.
Cool. Yeah, and WordPress is the most used website in the world, which is a little fun fact for y'all to use, which is great to know. Cool. So I think one of the things that I've actually worked on a lot in this space is, and MoonPay specifically, is how do we actually get people into these various like cryptocurrency worlds? How do we get them on chain a little bit easier? So if you wanted to go buy an NFT off like OpenSea or Magic Eden or one of the big marketplaces right now, it's like an 8-step process that probably requires 4 to 5 days. So you have to like get a bank account with a Coinbase or a Gemini and like have that be verified and then deposit funds, and you have to wait 3 days for that to clear. Then you have to set up a MetaMask wallet or a Coinbase wallet or a Rainbow wallet and figure out what that means, and then buy a cryptocurrency and send it to the wallet, and then figure out how to use OpenSea, right? Log in with your wallet, go with that. And then at that point in time, you could finally buy the NFT. And so in a world where we want to facilitate commerce and money, whether it's on the web or in a metaverse or in a digital world, that can't happen. You can't go into your world and try and buy a piece of digital merch and wait 7 days for that transaction to happen. So one of the things we've really looked at in the core product here has been, how do we facilitate people to actually enter these worlds, these cryptocurrency worlds, super fast, right? And so we let people go with a credit card, buy it, and we maintain all these different pools of currencies. You can go, you can buy it, and then you have that in a wallet of your choice. So we're really trying to narrow down the scope of it. And then at Hypermint, what we're also focusing on is like the next step of that is like, how do we just give people wallets right away? How do we let them facilitate really easy use of NFT purchases and transactions? And it's an interesting thing, because once you get into that world, there's all these different regulations you have to worry about and all that. And it gets to be very complicated if you're just trying to do it all yourself. And so something that I've thought a lot about and I've helped work on is like, how do we make this easier for everyone? How do we sort of like let you know what rules you may or may not be breaking? How do we let you enter each of these different blockchains on its own really quickly and really easily? And so I think that's really cool to see the microtransaction part of that, where you can settle something instantaneously for pennies. And then I think the other bridge of that is like, how do we actually make this process better, where you come in, people can purchase something. How do we get on the right networks? How do we do that? So it's interesting to think about as we go forward. And I think as we talk a bit more about metaverse interplays, we can get deeper to that as well. Yeah, Liana, do you want to add your thoughts here? I know you're so experienced in the space. So I'd love to hear kind of just your thoughts and how you think this interface is going to evolve.
Well, the interesting part about the Drop wallet is that allows you to buy
Are you on the user experience?
We're losing your audio a little bit, unfortunately.
That's okay.
Liana, can we hear from you for a second? I want to make sure your audio is coming through clear.
From me?
Can you hear me okay?
From Ileana, please. Yeah, I got you, Ileana.
You have me? Okay. You know, one of these days we will figure out the basic audio conference technology, and we will also figure out the metaverse piece. I'm not entirely sure which one will come first, second, or third. But no, my action is I completely agree on the user experience side of things, and what I'm hoping happens over the course of this crypto bear market winter is that a lot of the product teams can keep their heads down and actually working and building. I think the work you're doing at MoonPay is super important to help onboard that new batch of users. And without those on-ramps, we are still going to see that stagnation, the number of users in total in the space. And so right now, built are for those who are already digitally native and those who are already Web3 native and were dabbling in it. I mean, just the other day, I was commenting to a friend in a Metaverse investment SPD DAO, and we're chatting and we're looking at plots of land and waterfront land, negotiations and teleportation channels that are close by. The moment to zoom out and say, if anyone could read this right now, they would really wonder what planet I'm currently on and if the year is really new. But for the average user, the average consumer, they're 100 steps earlier in the process. And we just have to be so mindful of who we're designing for. The complete new beginners who are joining space, the native focus, is it enterprise domains and the large retailers and the brands that you're trying to onboard, because depending on who you're talking to, there's a whole host of challenges that need to be solved for still.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's like such a good thing to think about when you've been in the space for a while. All those words make sense. If I was going to go to my mom and say, "Hey, I'm going to go look at some beachfront property with my Metaverse DAO, we might use, we might do this," just going to have no idea what I'm talking about at all. And so I think that's kind of like, how do we actually include more people in the space? And I think one of the ways we get there, right, I think that's been really popular, is the idea of the metaverse and like what that means and how that is. And I think for a lot of people in the Web3 world, they just assume metaverse means Web3, when everyone that's out here in the XR space knows that that's absolutely not the case at all. They just happen to have the similar kind of paths and trajectories of getting into people's, into the limelight, if you will. So Elizabeth Strickland, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of how people are confusing the two and what you think we can do to help people like unconfuse themselves, if you will?
Sure. I mean, to the extent that any of us know exactly, but especially because I teach and I spend a lot of time kind of breaking things down into smaller and smaller bits. And also, Ileana, to your point, the younger people are, the more they kind of get the metaverse because they play in games a lot. And it's, this idea of being in a virtual world or buying a digital asset, all of that stuff really makes sense. And then they also get, they might not know what the solution is, but they get the problem that if they gain a bunch of Roblox bucks, or if they build a lot of stuff in Minecraft, but then they can be booted out of that platform, and they can also not take any of their digital creations that they've made from those spaces and carry them around. It would be kind of like saying that you can't, take your suitcase from, the United States to Europe or to Amsterdam or something, because you have to start all over when you get there. So they get what the problems are. So that's a good thing because they'll onboard more quickly. They also get the fact that you can spend a lot of time online building and making and creating things, and at some point in time you want to account for your time, however that might be. And accounting for your time often comes in the form of money. It can come in the form of other things like, congratulations or higher status in a group or something like that. But so how are Web3 and, I think it's just ironic right now. Cryptocurrency, has only been around since 2008. The metaverse has been around as a concept since 1992 with, the Snow Crash book by Neil Stephenson. And then artificial intelligence and, kind of making all this stuff be able to happen in a way that is usable. All of this stuff is kind of, coming together at this moment. So the pay rails of crypto, and then the more interactive and spatial kind of component of the metaverse. And then, Web3 is kind of an umbrella over all of those things, especially the new internet, the read, write, and own everything. And I think it's actually fitting because we're kind of fleshing out what our vision of the internet was to being basically a total mirror world, but where physics doesn't apply. And we're going to try to do all the things that we do in this world, in that world. And so that's sort of the bigger idea of Web3, because metaverse might just mean more of a virtual worlds to a lot of people.
Great, and my Chihuahua agrees with you as well. So she was giving her assent there. Elizabeth Chase, you want to maybe add to that and talk a little bit about things being open and centralized versus not, and how it all plays into the payment space too?
Well, with regard to the metaverse, Lehman Baird, the co-founder of Hedera, has a vision of enabling shared worlds where it's not just one metaverse, it's many metaverses, and where anyone can gather and collaborate and conduct commerce and basically control their own online footprint. So just as you would go from California to Germany to visit, you would be in one shared world or metaverse, and then you would go visit someone else's shared world or metaverse and conduct commerce in that, if that's what you wanted, with regard to what Elizabeth was saying in terms of gaming and being able to take your NFT from your world and taking it into another world. So it's basically really very exciting that it's a decentralized experience where one owns their own footprint as opposed to rents a skin of a game. You would own that NFT that happens to be a sword, and you could take that sword or that hat or whatever you wanted to take it to another world. So that's the challenge of the developers right now that they're going through, is how do they conduct that? How do they build and develop that application that is cross-platformed in different worlds?
Yeah, totally. And that's a big topic of conversation for a lot of folks. And for me, I've actually been a long time MMO gamer. I've stopped since I've gotten married and had a kid. But in my younger years, it was something I really liked to do. And I spent a large part of my life, like hundreds of hours probably, playing these games that I have. In theory, I still have items and characters for that I can never access again because I stopped paying the company for them. So even if I couldn't bring them somewhere else, the idea of just being able to like look at them or reference them in the future is super cool. And I think that's something that we can do kind of when we combine both worlds.
And plus you could now sell, let's say you're not playing that game anymore. You could sell that to somebody else or rent that item to somebody else so they could use it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you did that back in the day, you got banned from the game. You couldn't play it anymore. So
yeah.
Ileana, I know that you have a lot of thoughts here too. What do you think about Metaverse and Web3 and if we're conflating the two too much or not enough? I think she's frozen for me. How about for y'all?
Yes, she's frozen.
Okay. Our video conferencing does not like our thoughts of taking our in meta world or in attribute games with us, whatever. Elizabeth Strike, you want to maybe add a couple more points to that? I think we could maybe just kind of bounce around for a bit and wait for her to pop back online.
Yeah, the payment part is so like when recently people are saying, there's a labor shortage here, there's labor shortage there. And somebody was like, where did all the labor go? Well, my belief is that they've gone to build the metaverse. And then there are people that are doing things that are, having jobs that people never heard about, like y'all's jobs probably. And, there are people that are doing things. And I saw that they had Jen on here before, who's an amazing open XR advocate. And so I think that there's a lot of tension right now. And like even Hedera, who I was a Hedera ambassador in 2017. So I love Hedera, but they sometimes get flack because they're not completely decentralized. So we have these like absolutes that people are trying to go with. The metaverse must be completely open. A payment system or a blockchain needs to be completely decentralized. So I think we're going to sort of see sort of the tensions in all of this, and we're going to have to kind of move forward. And I don't think it'll be complete absolutes, but we're going to have to kind of navigate. And so I think techno ethics is a really, really, really big and important thing going on. And Christopher, you were talking about regulatory things that are happening now, and that's a good thing. And boy, there's a lot of regulatory stuff going on, which is hard and good. There's people are building these virtual worlds, and I don't know if y'all saw Facebook's or Meta's announcement, but they have covered everything. It's quite shocking. And so some people want to like battle that. Some people want to kind of build upon that. So I just think that it's a complicated time right now. And for anybody that's here, it's a great time to get involved because it's not too early.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure that decentralized is, the goal. I think that as decentralization might be more appropriate to talk about because we're always going to have some kind of centralization. So to take that as a decentralization of e-commerce is probably more aligned with what is going to actually happen. In terms of regulation, I think the European Union is leading the way with its MiCA, markets and crypto assets, and the United States is lagging a little bit behind in terms of being punitive rather than regulations. And we need to establish good relations. And I know that people like the Digital Chamber of Commerce is doing some good work educating the lawmakers in Washington, D.C. And that initiative has to really go forward into some kind of good regulations. And maybe the European Union, like they did with the GR compliance of websites, this MiCA will help the United States formulate its laws.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of consolidation that needs to happen there. It's very complicated right now, and it makes it just kind of annoying. But I think I think we'll get there. Hopefully in a good spot. I think one of the cool ways that like Web3 and Metaverse and digital worlds played, we can like find the really good synergy there, is if we have centralized digital worlds, metaverses, but we actually have the stuff you can take between them is decentralized, right? So you have people who run these systems, these worlds, who put all their time and energy and effort and heart and love into it, and they make these creative, awesome experiences. But you're able to kind of go between them relatively easily. So if you want to play 5, 6, 7 different games or interact with a bunch of different worlds here, it's kind of hard if you need to be able to have a different currency, like a different inventory, a different avatar, all of that for all these different things. So as we start to be able to take some of those pieces and let some of the pieces be interoperable, that could be great. Maybe an item from one world isn't applicable to another world. It's not the right theme. It's not the right graphic. It's not part of the story. But being able to have an easy way to say, cool, I want to buy this item in this game. Let me do it. I think it's going to be really important. And thinking about ways of doing that, right? Being able to go and like just buy something right away, not have to worry about it. Is that a currency? Is that an in-game currency? Is that sort of an L2 network? Is that another thing we want to use? Like, where does that work from? And I really think that each world should be able to decide how they want to do that. But having sort of common payment guardrails there for how things work, I think is going to be really what kind of drives a lot of stuff forward as we see this next couple of years of digital commerce and creator commerce going above and beyond just like putting a website up and auctioning off a piece of art. You're going to go in this immersive world. You want to be able to like show yourself off or buy a cool character or like go on a ride or go on a scavenger hunt or buy a piece of digital merch that also is physical, right? Maybe you buy a shirt or a shoe or a hoodie in game or in world, and you can also get that shipped to your house too, right? So it's like a combination. Now it's like you have to pay potentially a digital currency, but then that world also may have to resolve that back into like a fiat. You should be able to process it. So a lot of pieces in here. Ileana, you're back. You want to add a couple of thoughts and close us out here? I think we're in our last couple of minutes.
I'll just jump in until her audio works, but going off of what you said, I think our next challenge is to develop products and services beyond the layer one and enable others to leverage the power of the layer one and the protocols that have been built on a layer one, whether it's Hedera or some other networks that are layer ones. It's the developers that need to do the products and services. Just to backtrack a little bit on the wallets issue, as I was saying, Drop also allows you to buy NFTs, for example, with fiat. So it'll help ease people into a crypto wallet.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, I think that fiat purchase is great. It lets people get in pretty easily without having to figure out all the logistics there. And then the idea of custodial wallets, right, or even non-custodial, just be able to give people digital wallet behind the scenes without them knowing it. Just put in your email. Here it is. If you want to be able to take it with you later on, great. Here's how you can do that. It's getting people on board in that way. I think that acts as like an in-game or in-world inventory, right, too. So if you have your own digital wallet that's just your inventory, and you go around, great. You don't have to.
Hedera just did a named service so that you can have Hello Future but at HBAR. So that's all you need to do to send me any HBAR is just put that address in. So it's gone beyond the 0.0.123.
Yeah. Yeah. Real life names for things are really important. You have ensemble domains and ENS and the ETH world. And I think each of these networks will have their own ways to do that a little more easier. And then each world may have their own level on top of that, right? So you got to have, oh, I want to send this to whomever, and you can just do it. You don't have to worry about what network, what wallet, if you have the right currency in there. You just send something to them, and all the rails in a perfect world, we figured it out, and it just works, right? So yeah.
And I was just going to say one last thing about Web3. The great thing about Web3, or the promise of it, is that it enables just the average user to have all these payment rails and to get direct connection to their fans. And that's sort of one of the great promises that makes people really excited. So you don't have to be a large corporate enterprise to have, payment, systems on your site, whatever your site is.
Yeah, definitely. Daniel, you're muted, I think.
We can't hear you, Daniel.
Yeah, you're still muted. The internet has.
Oh, I was talking away. That happens.
Yeah.
My audio is fine. Thank you so much for moderating and for contributing, you guys. Quite a dense topic, I feel. And I feel it's only, we've got Ileana joining in icon only. But yeah, I feel there's a lot of work to be done there, and it's very disruptive. So not only ownership and the payment rails, but the entire financial system needs a thorough shakeup. So we'll have you back to talk some more about this, maybe after the next financial crisis. Who knows? In the meantime, I hope we all get paid. Thank you so much. And that brings us to our next panel. From making money in the metaverse, thank you guys, to independent makers. And these are the people who need to get paid. Everybody needs to get paid, but without the independent makers, really the grassroots, then we don't have creativity. And without creativity, we have a metaverse that we don't want to be in. So Juliana Lowe, welcome. Daniel Adams, Timmy Soskut, Gina Lambert, and Albright Enroy. I'm hoping I got all of those names right. Very, very interested to hear what you have to say. The future belongs to the makers, and one of the hashtags we've got running is Meet Your Makers, which I thought was a fun little hashtag. Lots of people talk, but it's the programmers and the modelers and the creators and the makers that are actually developing what we will be experiencing as the metaverse or in the metaverse. So let's talk to some leading creators here about their tools and inspirations. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, fabulous. Thanks, WebXR for having us. We've got some really amazing folks online today. I can't wait to meet them. So why don't we start out with that? Maybe let's go around and maybe introduce yourselves, starting from Daniel, you're on top, and then Albright, Jenna, and then Timmy. How about that?
Sure thing. Yeah, so my name is Daniel Adams, although more people probably know me as M-Sub2. I'm a developer with Zesty Market. I'm also the creator of the WebXR Discord. And I do a lot of open source contribution to WebXR projects, and I also have some things I'm working on the side too.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Albright from Nigeria. I'm an energy engineer, and I also have, my startup Sustainable Games, where we train Africans on XR technologies. We are trying to, hit the core problems that we face in Africa in order to ensure that we also are updated on the latest technologies. So that's what we do here. With time during the talk, I'll share more of my work. So it's really nice to meet you guys.
And Jenna?
Hi, everybody. I'm Jenna Lambert. One of my titles is the Director of Photography at a VR or 360 production studio called VRtisans. So I'm mainly, in this company, I'm mainly working in the production side of WebXR, getting behind a camera and essentially filming still. But in addition to that, I love the intersection of where traditional production and traditional video production and WebXR meet. And I'm excited to sort of represent that field today and talk about it.
Great. Timmy?
Hi, I'm Timmy Kokke. I'm better known as Source Code online. I'm from the Netherlands. I've been doing VR since for a very long time now. Started at a time when the VR headsets were unpayable, and we just only built 3D shooters without the actual shooting. I worked as a 3D designer in the past, got into development, and came across WebXR a few years ago, and in a competition, and really started working in WebXR again and in 3D again. And 2 years ago, I got a job as a HoloLens developer, not doing WebXR. WebXR is still only on the side, but I also work on the combination outside of work, mostly building little games people can play. And I just like to hack different things together, implementing AI into my games or into my little apps. One of the things I'm really proud of is my chatbot is going to take over the world.
I think yours will. I'm going to finish off by saying I'm Juliana. I am probably the quote unquote creative person on this team, and it's really nice to be hanging out with developers and filmmakers and entrepreneurs. So I do tilt brush. I create meta worlds, and I kind of merge that's kind of that space between storytelling and artwork and experience design. So that's kind of where I kind of hang out. So why don't we just talk a little bit about what makes you passionate about your work? Why do you do it? And why is it important to you? And why do you think makers need to know your story? So let's go. Let's start with Albright first, and then Timmy, and then Jenna, and then follow that up with Daniel, okay?
Okay, so I'm pretty passionate about this topic because it solves, pain points for me. I come from the engineering background. I studied petroleum engineering in the University of Benin in Nigeria. And as an engineer, I would say that XR technologies really provides, this bridge or this gap between not having access to high-end, will I say, resources for learning and, also working in the industry. Let's say, for example, for students in school, having the XR technologies will help them to, have this experience prior to having the physical experiences. I have gone for rig operations, and I know how I was wishing I had, the simulations before I went for those rig operations. So that's one aspect that XR technologies helps me to solve. And the other aspect is I see the wide gap of, the educational system in Nigeria, and that's what I'm trying to solve, right? And that's why we have sustainable games. And that's why I'm so passionate about training more Africans on XR technologies, knowing that it's going to, be a huge way to bridge that gap and provide resources to train or to learn, even though we don't have those physical resources. So that's why I'm so excited about this topic.
Super cool. And we're going to come back and talk to you a little bit more about that, because we know that this is the kind of information that kind of needs to be shared. So next up, who do we got? Timmy? Oh, did I see?
So what excites me about WebXR? What's the question?
Question: what is your passion? What excites you about what you do? What are you doing? And we're going to be talking a little bit about like why makers should listen to you.
Well, for me, it's the creation of things. I've always kind of seen development as almost art. When I started programming back in the 90s, my parents didn't understand what I was doing. They never. I had not much to show. Computers were not that great, and I think that triggered something that I wanted to create things, make things, do the computer things that I wanted to do. And with web technology, I found that I can do that pretty much everywhere at once. The whole thing of build once, run everywhere is kind of what the web is supposed to do. And I with WebXR, I can create my own little worlds, and that's something I find really fun to do and to work on. I can just spend hours and hours working on my own little things and make things.
Well, I think, and you mentioned too as well that you make games, like apart from the fact that you're also a HoloLens expert.
Yeah, that's not WebXR. I make games for hobby. I've been doing that for ever since. Whenever I need to learn a new program language, I just start by doing a little game. And I've always been writing games outside of work. And yeah, for the HoloLens, we are building applications to train people in CPR, for example, among other things, and just extend the reality with a more realistic person. I'm not sure if you have ever seen the CPR mannequins. They're just lifeless mannequins. Yeah, and we're creating a virtual person that is there, that you can actually open a shirt. We're working on adding hair to the chest that you need to shave off if it's there. And with our fire extinguisher app we're building, we can go where you normally can't go. You cannot do things wrong in real life with fire. So if you make a mistake and you start extinguishing a grease fire with water, you get a big explosion. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can see one of those on a training event somewhere. But we can do that in your own living room. That's really fun to work on.
Well, your work sounds very interesting, and I think we're going to be really happy to hear a lot more from you, for sure. And we're going to be, in fact, I'm going to ask you and Albright to just think about, as we're going on to the next person, think about a user journey so that we can understand what kind of, story that, we have to go through as users. So that we can understand how you experience the world and what you're thinking. So you can think about that while I go to Daniel. Daniel, question. So what are you doing? What is your passion? What are you working on? What drives you?
Yeah, so I have some stuff in common with Timmy in that we both are, I would say, passionate about games. That's kind of what got me into WebXR in the first place. My background is in music. It's like what I studied in college, but I've always loved video games. And coming out of college, I decided to try and pivot more towards game dev. So, you know, I would do game jams and all that stuff. Around 2019, I finally got my hands on a VR headset. And I think within like a month or so, I had entered a game jam and made my first ever VR game, which was just kind of like a lemonade stand where you had to like, it was on a tropical island with a lemonade stand. You had to climb the trees to get cups, and then you'd like get water and lemons. Then you'd like give them to a bunch of fish that were like kind of, you know, it's like a game jam thing, made it in 3 days. But yeah, after that, I was pretty firmly in the VR stuff is cool. And then I learned about WebXR sometime in 2020, first seeing, I think, Mozilla's Hello WebXR. And from that, when I realized that I could do what I'd been doing before, but I could also just like put it online, then that was kind of it for me. I started up the WebXR Discord to help people network to meet other developers, and now it's over like 2,000 members, like maybe 2,300 members at this point. So it's just so many people. We have people from like Meta talking directly to like browser developers. It's like a crazy useful resource for people. So I'm pretty passionate about WebXR in general, I would say.
So you're in charge of 2,000 odd people? Is that what you're saying? Or you moderate?
Yeah, I moderate with the help of Timmy. Thankfully, as far as Discord servers go, WebXR Discord is one of the best that I've ever like been in any capacity. There's very rarely like issues. People tend to, you know, conduct themselves well, which is nice. Less work for me.
That's super cool. And you forgot to mention that you also created an open brush project called Silk Brush.
Yeah.
What's
so
that?
way back when Tilt Brush got open sourced, I saw that, you know, it was just like a Unity project, and there is a exporter for Unity to make WebXR projects maintained by D-Panther, a very talented developer who's also active on the WebXR Discord. So I thought, I bet I could do this. I bet I could make a WebXR port of this. And so I started, you know, hacking away at it. I would post on Twitter, and I think within like a few days, I pretty much had the like initial working version. And that was pretty exciting. Of course, I was never able to get it up to like full feature parity. You know, other things eventually started dragging me off, but it was super cool to just like have Tilt Brush in the browser. Like all the brushes worked.
Wow.
You know, you could save models, you could take screenshots, and you could even like download them from the website that was hosting it too. Yeah, that's maybe the most like technically impressive thing that I've done to date.
Well, as a Tilt Brush person, I'm impressed. So we're gonna connect now. Thank you for that. We had someone, Jonathan Hale remembers your game from, you know, he's messaging, and so that's kind of cool. That's nice when people see what you've created and are enjoying it. And Jenna, speaking of creations and enjoying things, you are the most eclectic person I've ever met. You're really you're out there filming filming from a hot air balloon, I believe, zebras. So that's just a little hint of what you do. Let us know more.
Absolutely. So, you know, I think like everybody else, you know, on this entire team, none of us started in WebXR. You know, we all started from quite different fields. I will say that, you know, I started in traditional graphic design. You know, my original trajectory was like, I'm going to be an art director. I'll work in videos and films and production, being behind the camera, you know, getting the shot, making everything look beautiful. And then when I found 360 video, that's when I realized that I was like, wow, this is it. This is the thing that really, really excites me, because it changes the game. It changes how the viewer of your footage gets to interact, gets to be a part of what you choose to show them or what you choose to share with them, what message you would love to share with them. And so, you know, that being said, I've been working in 360 video production since 2018. Around 2020, and from 2018 to 2020, we filmed in over 10 countries, probably more around like 15 or so. I didn't really keep count. We did a lot of location-based experiences where we were filming 360 video and putting those videos with narration, with music, with excellent post-production in places like Dubai, in their VR park, or AARP had us, we did a hot air balloon ride with them. And so those kinds of experiences are really, really wonderful. And after 2020, when the pandemic happened, travel stopped. And like, oh, how are we going to get this? But then we realized that, and we kind of already realized it, but the 360 video is only part of the mission, because the more you get into it, the more you realize that what we want is not just to produce beautiful footage, but we would love to share it with people. How are we going to get this into people's hands? How are we going to get it? How are we going to make it social? How are we going to get it in people's hands? And then what's the best way to do that? And that truly is, for social experiences, WebXR. So we've started playing with that, and we're actually looking at a bunch of different ways to get 360 video into WebXR in a more reasonable way, because obviously the footage is quite large. Normally we work with medical technologies or kind of like pre-baked experiences that take a lot of space. So that for us is like the next frontier. It's something that we're so happy to be working with. We're already working in it right now. And then I'll say that the pitch for 360 video over Unity-based experiences, because we do both, is that the Unity-based experiences are those really interactive moments, but the 360 video, it's a little bit different because it actually puts you there in the moment a lot more. It's wonderful for individuals who want something very specific, who want a memory, who want a specific place, who are looking for a more documentary style of interaction. And you can create those as social experiences or individual experiences, and you can add on to them. You can make them immersive and interactive. But that realness, the fact that you can look around and instead of saying, this is a beautifully crafted game world, this was made with, Juliana, maybe one of your worlds where it's like it's beautiful and it's this wonderful idea and this gorgeous journey. It's a different take on it, and it still has some really amazing and valid uses. Anyways, I'll stop.
Yeah, I think you brought up problems that I think we've all encountered, like like even optimization, right? Footage and all of these different things. Maybe we can talk to Albright a little bit now. And Albright, your work is fascinating. I met you at VR/AR, like in one of those incredible meetings, and we talked about your experimentation and your prototype development. But really, what's really fascinating is your commitment to accessibility. And you're in Nigeria, and you're trying to bridge that space between, I think, countries such as the United States in terms of technology and areas where you live or are accustomed to. Would you mind talking to us a little bit about that and tell us about your pain points, your journey? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm usually really thankful for platforms like this, because at least I get to share the word out. From that discussion we had, we also talked about the different pain points, where we said our problem is not only about not being able to afford these headsets, but about will I say, not even having the ability to access these headsets. For example, Nigeria is not a place where you can easily go to a shop and say you want to buy an Oculus headset. You have to go through the web, maybe order on Amazon, then you have to wait for a long shipping time, and the cost is like double the price. So there's different considerations for having WebXR experiences, or rather XR experiences. So I think that's what WebXR is doing for us, in the sense that, for example, some of these trainings that I've had with schools, I asked them, do you have laptops that meet up to this specification? They say, yeah, it meets up to the specification. I get to the school and I see that it doesn't work out, right? So WebXR helps to teach people on the web with little or no let's say high-end laptops, or also for consumers. If you are to be the consumer of a certain product, let's say like silk brush, like what Daniel Adams is saying right now, I don't need a headset for that. Having headsets is amazing, right? But at least these times we can now reach a larger audience with WebXR. So these are just the little things we are trying to do to get more people aware of these technologies. Even though we have amazing developers in Nigeria. For example, right now I am training a couple of students across Africa for the AR/VR Africa and Metaton, collaboration with Meta. And I discussed with these students, some of them, this is the first time they're even knowing about XR technologies. I took a survey in the class and asked that, who out of these my students have a headset? And in the cohort 1 session, I saw like 5 out of 20. In the cohort 2 session, like none. So I think WebXR is something that is going to really capture a very large demographic and get more people to use XR technology. So those are the little things we're trying to do here in Africa with sustainable games, and also collaborating with as many companies as possible.
That's great. I think accessibility and diversity is really important, and I'm quite passionate about that as well too. Because then, how are we going to play games that Timmy and Daniel make and see the film work that Jenna, captures? That's really. I think you're going to offer us some information a little bit later, all right, in terms of how do we connect with you and how we can build partnerships. So I'm really behind you 100%. So maybe. Timmy, you sound like you've done so many different things in your life. You've also received like the Polys for Back to Space in 2020 and the Santa's Workshop in 2021. So you've the nomination. And then you alluded to some of the work that you have to do in terms of training, right? So I'm sure a lot of the makers are kind of wondering, how did your journey go from, developing games to all of a sudden creating works for HoloLens and developing training modules, bringing in survivor skills and so forth? Tell us about that, a little bit about that, and how WebXR has helped you and how it can help us. Thanks.
Well, WebXR was just because it's so. When I started, I didn't even have a headset as well. I started out, I think I had a Google Cardboard at first to try things out. That was my first VR headset that I owned, and I started building games for a game jam with that. And I did have experience in working with 3D tools, creating things. I knew the terminology that helped me a lot, coming from that background. I think the combination of that eventually got me into Unity and working for the HoloLens. So
is it difficult? Is it something, if people out there are just learning, or they want to jump on and they want to do something like you're doing, how would you help them out? What would you recommend?
Well, if they want to learn how to build these games, I would suggest looking me up on YouTube. I have a YouTube. I make some YouTube videos once in a while with tutorials on how to do these things. I do.
Great. Okay.
I did a lot of Twitch streams. I stopped doing those early this year, but I want to pick them up again. And then we just do a live stream of 30 minutes 3 hours, and then we just talk about developing things. And people come in the live streams that have never done they don't even know what WebXR is, and they just come along to see, hey, there's someone doing JavaScript, let's see what it is. And then it's VR, and then first they're confused, VR, JavaScript, what's going on? And then often we start just talking, and I explain. I did workshops as well, just explaining to people, well, this is I often start with A-frame, because it's just with only a few lines of HTML, you have your first cube on the screen. And you can start adding interactions to that, adding a skybox, maybe even a 3D video, or 360 video, and just go from there.
Okay, 360 video. So why don't we hang out, and we have a few minutes left, so we were gonna go to Jenna, and then we go to Daniel, and then we'll cover as much as we can. Thanks, Timmy.
Yeah. So talking about 360 video?
Yes, a little bit about your pain points, what you recommend, how you get people on board.
Yeah, so it's very similar. I think the biggest pain point is getting people in the headset, getting people okay with putting on that headset if they're ready for it. Because if not, with 360 video in particular, it really does make a difference to be in a headset. Otherwise, it's just a skybox in the world, which is totally fine. It can totally work, and is great if people have nausea, or they are a little nervous, or are not comfortable with it. But yeah, I think it's getting people in the headset, getting people to understand where technology is today, and comfortable with those.
Okay, so we're saying makers, maybe the first thing you should do is just have some access to headsets, beg, borrow, and steal. No, not steal. Beg, borrow. Okay.
Yeah. and then just be comfortable playing with it. If it's a new technology, just what Timmy was saying, just what Albright was saying. Don't go ahead and start playing with it. We're all new here, or new here, quote unquote.
Yeah. We're going to save the last minute or two to hand it over to Daniel. Daniel, bring us home.
Yep, bring us home, Daniel.
Bring us home.
Jeez.
No pressure.
Yeah, no, I think. I guess pain points, I think, at least for me, making is just being able to realize the sort of projects that I actually want to get out in the world. Stuff that inspires people to want to make more immersive content like we are right now. We're still so early in the space, and if you look at the Oculus new tab page, for example, almost all the games and things on there were made by either solo developers or small teams. It's still a really new space, so I want to see more games and experiences that get people's eyes on WebXR and be like, oh, hey, this is really cool. I could make stuff for this too. And, with the web being what it is, there's no better way to get tons and tons of eyes on the stuff that you're doing. So.
Amazing.
Yeah. Thanks.
What a great way to end off.
We're good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Julie Smith.
Thank you all for participating today and joining us in these conversations. It's also very valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, Julie.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just before we bring on our next panelist, Thomas Wallner, I just wanted to remind everybody that we have several watch parties happening out there, and everything from, we've got VR Land up, we've got Engage, Altspace, Hubs, VR Land. Sorry, I mentioned that, Frame, and we're streaming it to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, AWE Live. So there's so many places to watch this, and you can go immersed, or you can just have it going while you're doing your other work. I know there's a lot of content to be fed through here today, but it's truly exciting, and it's great to see our community come together and share all this knowledge. So up next, we have Thomas Wallner and Daniel Dyboski-Bryant, who's going to be doing a fireside chat with you. So I'll leave it up to you two. Take it away.
Thanks, Julie.
All right. Hi. Nice to meet you, Daniel.
Nice to meet you, Thomas. My lucky day, I get to chat with you for the next 15 minutes. How are you doing?
I'm doing good,
I'm just looking behind you there. Is that more prizes and trophies you've won for your work?
Yeah, over the years, I've amassed a few. There's like 2 Emmys here from 5 nominations, and a lot of TV awards as well. Yeah, because I've always been really playing, in the interactive storytelling space, basically. Yeah.
We're going to get to storytelling in just a moment, and interactive storytelling in particular.
Yeah.
For those people who don't know you, Thomas Wallner, you have a background in film production. You studied that at York University, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And I worked as a documentary filmmaker for many years.
Right. So I want to jump into that a little bit. We only have 15 minutes. We could stretch this out, but there we go.
No, that's fine.
But also, this team, the WebXR team, runs the Polys in 2020 and 2021. And you and your team won, you can see it in the thread at the bottom, 3-time Poly winning director.
In one go.
In one go. I was watching the videos back and it kept coming, oh, we won again? It was a great moment. I enjoyed watching those back. So what's that been like, the results of the Polys for you? Was that a big deal for you?
It was a big deal, actually. And it provided a really important validation of our work and our vision at a time where it was really crucial. And I'd like to say that it was instrumental actually in convincing some investors to now come in to basically help us along our roadmap of where we're going.
Great.
And so it's been extremely beneficial. So thank you to the Poly Awards.
Well, you did the work.
Means
I was one of the judges at the time, and it was a no-brainer. Yeah.
Well, if we do our work well and fulfill our vision, and that vision, has a place in the space of WebXR in terms of democratizing the creation process, then the Poly Awards will have actually contributed directly to, the expansion of the medium, which I think is the whole purpose of it, right?
It absolutely is. I loved how you said in one of the reception speeches you gave, you just said one day the Polys will be the Emmys.
Yes, yeah.
I really hope that comes around and we meet on the red carpet somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to all work together to make sure that happens.
Right, that's why we're here. Great. So tell us a little bit about your background in film production, and that will lead into immersive and interactive storytelling.
Yeah. So I began, a long time ago wanting to tell stories in film, and the medium I chose for that was documentary. Done a lot of sort of high-end theatrical documentaries, mostly on deeply human subjects.
Yeah.
And so over the years, you become good at telling story, and then as the internet started to branch out and become something that you could actually first deliver stories in, and then basically utilize to tell stories in a different way. I was just doing a lot of experiments, and usually these experiments really hovered around using multiple media at the same time. Using different platforms together to tell a wider story. Stories that. So, and then you begin to realize how difficult it is to tell interactive stories. How sometimes the idea of the power of linear storytelling actually clashes with the ability to interact with the story, and that's sort of a Gordian knot that a lot of people are still trying to unwind.
Yeah.
I then became aware of immersive video. And like many people who came into the first contact with it, they were just floored by suddenly seeing something that didn't have a frame. Now that is probably already quite normal for people. And then you already see, and then when you see it immersively, let's say in a headset, now you're into a completely different medium. And one of the first things we did as a company, Liquid Cinema, is to build tools that sort of helped in the direction of the attention of the audience to sort of utilize this medium more effectively.
Right, because as a 2D director, you have that control. As I'm going to show you this, and that's where your attention is. And in a headset, they can look anywhere.
That's correct. And there's a couple of things that happen. There's a couple of losses that you undergo as a filmmaker, which makes and by the way, we do much more than immersive video. That's just a small part of what we're doing now. I mean, we're going all out with 6DoF and synchronized video and objects and you name it. But
okay.
you know,
I might be asking you about that.
yeah, well, let's see what I can actually say. So you know, it just it poses a lot of difficulties for a filmmaker. So one of the things that you get out of making a film on a 2D screen is the principle of juxtaposition, where two shots come together and create a meaning that didn't exist in the shot. So you have a neutral face and someone, I don't know, a sad child, and then you'll say, okay, this man is really sad, he's looking at the child. Of course, that connection is done in your brain as you watch it now in VR. The problem is, when you shift somewhere else, you're actually going somewhere else. There's no collision of metaphorical ideas. So, whew, juxtaposition right out the window. You don't get to utilize it to tell your story. So that sucks. Right. And then of course, you know, the angle. Now we've evolved patented technology that actually gives filmmakers who are working with immersive video the ability to actually enforce an angle in a way that the audience doesn't even notice. We call it directed perspective. And we've racked up a couple of patents for that. And it's a little, I think, time's too short to get deeply into that. But I think it really changes the relationship you have to the medium. Our platform is the only one that has it.
Very cool.
Just,
I wanted to pick up on something you said. Obviously, as a film producer, you lose something going into immersive storytelling. Do you gain anything as well?
Of course you do. You know, it's like you gain a medium that can give you a sense of actually taking you somewhere in a way that regular 2D film can't. So it's really about, you know, I think the trick is to sort of not try to replicate something in a new medium that is being done, and let's call it a traditional, not an old medium, that's, you know, in a traditional medium, but to then also leverage the strengths of the new medium to do things that you just can't do, that you couldn't do before. So it's like pros and cons.
Yeah, I was. You saw my notes. I know you did. I was making notes and thinking about this conversation. Yeah, sure. Storytelling is as old as language and humanity in some ways. And in my notes, I was trying to work out, when you tell a story verbally, you're delivering an input to somebody's mind, and they take that and they create their own images and pictures and whatever experience emerges from that. When you're doing that in a book, it's the same. It's just words written. When you're doing it with photos or with television, it's more animated and there's color and sound to it.
But same principle.
Right. It's the same principle. But now you're putting somebody, it's a whole experience. You can't, you almost can't avoid. So does that mean we need less imagination because we're being fed more experience? How do you see that?
Yeah, this is a difficult subject, but the one thing that you can say, so the way you summed it up was really good. So you talked basically about two-dimensional media, and in that list you had, you know, verbal storytelling.
Sure.
What is fundamentally different is that in this modality of storytelling, traditionally, you're actually removed from the world of the story. And that has some really huge advantages. What that allows you to do is that story is something external to you that you can project your emotions onto, because it's actually separate from you. Okay. So, and that's a very important principle. The other thing is that most of the traditional way of stories are, and I don't mean this in a negative way, are passive, in the sense that you sort of give yourself over to the storyteller, you let go, and you go kind of in a linear trance that lets it all work upon
and
you.
Your imagination.
And your imagination is filling in the blanks. And most importantly, what that does, it pulls emotions out of you. So when you see something, you're really relating emotionally to what's being shown to you. And now it doesn't have the same sense of immersion. It has a very deep emotional immersion. Sorry. And now with this new medium, what we have, of course, is the ability to be viscerally really close to the story, but we have to figure out what our relationship is. And so I think we have to think about this principle of how we project our emotions on things. So it's a bit maybe like the theater where you've broken the fourth wall and you're right in there. And I think maybe I've always believed that there's something of what I would call a lean in, lean out experience. So there's no reason why you couldn't see an unfolding story spectacle immersively, where you don't necessarily have to interact, where it works upon your emotions and your ability to stand back. And I think we could adapt to that. Just like we do in the theater. You know, we might not just plop ourselves right on the stage and interact. But then maybe there is that sort of stops, and then there's things we can do to interact a little bit and maybe influence or feel connected to the story in some small way. And it being small might just be enough to give us that feeling of agency. The biggest problem is, I think you want that interchange of these two forms, because really, the moment you interact, you break down that sense of transcendence. Then you're more like into an idea of a simulation where you're participating, where your emotional responses might be different. They're more sort of cerebral or tactile rather than this thing where you're projecting emotions. So I think, I don't know, that's the exciting part. That's the exciting part of working in a medium where we all get to explore this stuff. And where we will find new answers and maybe new forms of storytelling that don't conform to what we had before, but that actually leverages new strengths. And maybe they're sort of social in a way. Yeah.
I feel like we've only just gotten started, Thomas. I'd love to have this conversation extend along. Almost to finish us off, because we're at time. I apologize. I do want to ask you one thing very briefly.
Sure.
Can you tell us about a production-related dream you have, either for yourself or for the industry? By that I mean, what do you really want to be able to do with this medium, or for the industry or the technology to allow?
Yeah, I do have a dream. I mean, our company, Liquid Cinema, is driven by a dream that's called Jackknife VR. And what we want to do is basically, take our thinking as storytellers, of which I think you got a glimpse here, and create the tools so that creative storytellers don't have to jump through 1,000 hoops to create content. So that it becomes a lot easier to create content for the web, so that a regular person, with some knowledge, of course, but can create, worlds and interactive experiences. And especially around the coding aspect, where I'd like to focus on non-coders being able to very quickly create interactivity for immersive experiences. And I think that would be a great thing to do. And I'm excited about this idea of making it as easy as using Premiere Pro, or but the equivalent of that, so that there's a more direct relationship between your ideas and what you put out there for people to experience.
Well, Thomas, if you're excited about this, I'm excited about this. We're going to watch you closely. We didn't get to talk about maybe things upcoming, but we'll have to save that
next
for another time. Thank you so much for joining us. And here's another amazing creative person, James Arrigo. I hope you two get to talk someday. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Thomas, for now, thank you so much. And with Liquid Cinema, best of luck. And
all right. Thank you.
Watching you closely, my friend.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Hi, James.
Bye. Hey, James.
Hey, Daniel. Thanks for having me.
My friend. Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't be a summit without you, my friend. I've got some notes here that we're going to play a short video, I think, to intro you. Is that right, Ben? Are you standing by for that, please?
Yeah, well, and actually, even before that, maybe just to even give an even easier intro before we dive into the video, I'd love to just even share a little bit about what I do, so people actually know what's going on.
The context,
my name is James. Exactly, my name is James Arrigo, and basically, I work in children's hospitals all over the country. My wife and I founded a program where we basically help kids create cartoon music videos and using animation and all sorts of stuff. And so I used to work in all the hospitals all over the country. We would travel all over the place. But then when COVID hit, we decided to switch everything virtually and to take, this tool of Zoom and virtual stuff and how to make it as cool as possible. And that's what we ended up doing. So we dove into the virtual reality world. That's where I met you, Daniel, and you helped guide all sorts of cool innovation projects. But yeah, basically we get to send these virtual reality headset kits to patients, whether they're on hospice or at home or in the hospital. And we get to just make, these epic music videos and all sorts of cartoons and 3D design. And I want to show you a video with Ben there to just kind of show you even more. Kids with cancer deserve the chance to be creative and dream big. That's why I, in partnership with Children's Cancer Research Fund, created the Big Dreams virtual tour. Let me show you. Whatever you can think about, we can kind of try to create it.
I don't really know how to say.
Don't worry, we got you covered.
I'm cruising on my space chair. Look over there, there's an alien with crazy hair. Crazy hair.
Our goal is to help kids fighting cancer feel empowered and bring their big dreams to real life using music, design, and virtual reality, no matter where they are. To learn more, visit childrenscancer.org/bigdreamstour. Awesome. So that's a little bit about what I do, and when you can see the actual patients creating and their awesome ideas, like a home run when you get to actually see what they're creating and using these basic tools of these gaming systems and their creativity. What you're able to do through those screens and how those screens just kind of melt away is just magical. So, you can see here, one of the patients was saying, I'm just grateful that you found a way to make Zoom actually fun. Like that was like the biggest compliment ever. And when we started this program in 2020, that's literally when, COVID hit and everything, and it won all of Zoom's overall innovation award for 2020. Out of all the people that were, all these companies and everyone was using Zoom, and yet our meaningful program, was the thing that topped the cake. So it's just kind of encouraging to people to be creatively resourceful with the tools that you have and see how you can use your expertise or your passions to actually make a positive impact with others. And like why we specifically focused on pediatric oncology is because, my mom had passed on from terminal cancer. And so as time gone on, you miss the sound of a voice and you apply that. We preserve voices and legacies for some of these kids. It's a whole another thing. So that's where we make it fun by making videos and giving them the control. Like Kaylee here, she wanted to be snowboarding down a mountain with her sisters, collecting pancakes, riding on the back of a llama. So, with animation and 3D design and all this stuff in VR, you can actually create some of this stuff. And it's just beautiful to see how it's brought so many people together. And, you can see her mom there wrote at the bottom, Kaylee had so much fun creating her game. Thank you for bringing so much fun to such a dark time for Kaylee. We are forever grateful. So all this stuff, it's so important. And I'm so excited to see the future of where everyone takes these tools and see how they can keep using these technologies in creative ways that help people, and also make a career doing so. I've worked with companies like Google and Bose and Beats by Dre and all sorts of folks to help make the most wonderful things happen for special people. And I'm just excited that I get to share some of this stuff with you all. And hopefully it gets you all excited as well. But this is Tiago, and you can see, what we're doing is creating empowerment and helping kids feel like they, that like they're the rock stars and they're the celebrities of what they're creating. And, I want to just show you this little piece of him, it's so cool because he was just on cloud 9 when, we're not in the hospitals anymore. But what we are in the hospitals is we're able to stream what patients can actually, like when we premiere their music video, you can actually premiere it in front of, all these people all over the hospital. I don't know if you can play this video. Ben, I have it queued
up. The
up.
past 2 years, I haven't been able to play with kids, means this has been a very fun experience playing with kids on virtual reality. Let the other kids know this has helped us.
Hey, you make that smaller. Hey, get that thing out of here.
Declan, thank you so much for sharing. That's super helpful, and that's exactly the point of this. You can actually virtually be by someone's side. That's so cool, and not have to be rescued about being, with immunocompromised and all that stuff. Like that's so powerful.
He's been in the hospital for 32 days, just this phase. He's just excited for something different because, there's not much to do when you're stuck in a hospital, and he wants to see some different faces and meet some new people.
For 5 days, our virtual campers tuned in from all over the country to discover new skills like 3D modeling from industry professionals. They learned to create visual effects videos.
Oh, a good couple of news. Whoa!
They even got to try their hand designing their own sneakers. Each one of you all are getting custom Nike by You sneakers that we're all gonna design as a team, and then they're gonna actually get mailed to your house, and you're gonna get to keep them.
White like makes it really nice.
Yeah, the white makes it look.
Those look great.
That looks really nice.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's
Do
a
not
great
change
shoe.
anything.
Project Outward for being a part of this too.
Oh, we wouldn't have missed it.
But more importantly, they were able to create new friendships.
What the heck?
I wouldn't have found that. Good job, okay?
It's pretty smelly. Jupiter, the
It's
gas
pretty
giant.
That's
good.
Big ass black.
Each moment was magical. I mean, legitimately, we even all learned real magic tricks from a virtual magician. And we even created our own digital magic.
Whoa, it's like a little
This week was all about pushing innovation and using technology in meaningful ways. And it totally worked.
I've never gotten a package with a hologram on it before.
Thank you to all of our campers, counselors, speakers, and incredible sponsors for making this week so unforgettable.
These are all the different days? Oh my god, I cannot believe they gave you an Oculus.
Awesome. So hopefully, by watching that, you can actually see the magic that kind of happens with, what we're creating. That started a whole nother program because we noticed that people, we want to bring this community together because that was one of the biggest issues was this loneliness from patients and families. So that's why we created this whole virtual camp with Children's Cancer Research Fund, where we literally have all these kids tuned in, gaming together. I mean, you heard Declan there say he hasn't played with kids in 2 years, and yet you can actually put this device on and feel like you're playing with people. It's like, and you all understand this side of things. You understand the virtual excitement that can come from this, and that community that can, that can come from this. It's just so powerful. So, what we're creating and what we're helping other kids create is super encouraging and super powerful. And not only are we making these music videos and cartoons, but we're actually turning these into mobility friendly video games using Instagram's face tracking abilities. And, on the PowerPoint here, you can actually see that, some of these games that we're creating with kids and helping them create, they're well over 1 million. That was from last year, was 1 million. So the tally now is like doubled or tripled now, what we're creating. So it's just absolutely incredible. And you can see the kids are having a blast. It's that distraction that these kids in particular need. Some of these kids that we're working with are towards end of life or are just having an awful time. You know what I mean? Like, you take for granted what you have. And when you actually get to be in this world that I'm so immersed in, you're just so grateful for what you have. And if you can bring that joy to others, I think that's so powerful. And, you can see Ollie here said, I think I fit in here more than I do at school. When he's connecting with all these other patients and having a community, it's beautiful. So, there's so much to talk about, and but I just want you to know the importance of going above and beyond, not because you have to, but because you can, and so if anyone's ever interested in involved or wants to see more, on Instagram, there's all sorts of magic that kind of happens along there. So I just thank you guys for even having me. Kind of just threw so much at you, emotional things going on, but it's beautiful to see how you can use these tools in creative ways, and I'm excited to see what you all continue to create for others.
James, we still have a bit of time, but I couldn't not jump in with you because we're friends, we go back, and to see your journey, to see your passion, to see your work with these kids, every single time I get goosebumps, and most times you bring out a new video, I've got tears in my eyes. I cannot tell you how much of an inspiration you are and what your team does, and what I find fascinating. I mean, when we first met about 2 years ago, you were struggling with how to adapt what you're doing because of the pandemic, and you were completely new to VR, and we jumped in and you got a headset and we had a bit of a jump. Next thing I knew, you were more creative than most of the people I know. And it wasn't for you about that. It was just like, I need something to connect to the kids. It was always about the kids. Here's another tool. Let me use this tool like that and figure it out. And I think in some ways, the fact that it wasn't about XR for you, you were just like, it was about the kids. You came at it with a different, completely open-minded. And whatever team you have behind you, every video is on point. And so for me, it's an honor to know you. I genuinely mean that, because you are doing work. I mean, I was making notes listening to you. If VR does nothing else than enable your work, I'd be happy. If that's all this medium does is for you to make those kids happy, job done.
I know.
I cannot think of a better. I can think of other use cases, but none better than the work you do. So thank you, my friend. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, and all this stuff isn't possible without collaborating. And that's what I love so much about this community is like everyone is so welcoming and sharing ideas. Like I don't claim to be an expert on anything. Like all this stuff that we do, we just try to find the right people to make the most magic happen. Like you and all sorts. And like even, you know, when we're making these games, we're actually making it. There was a girl that wanted to create a game that, you know, she turns into a Roblox character and shoots down her cancerous eyeballs, which, you know, she's battling eye cancer. And now you can actually turn into her character, you know, using AR. And that's a whole nother, you know, experience, but it's all done because of working with a team and working with people. And so thank you for this space and for the time to be able to share some of the magic that's happening.
Absolutely, no problem. And then we mustn't let you go without mentioning that this team is putting on the Ready Player Golf 3 coming up shortly, and you're actually the beneficiary organization. So anybody interested in supporting James, please check out Ready Player Golf 3. To support, you can buy tickets. You can just help us share it around. It's going to be in Engage, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm always excited when you bring new stuff out. And I couldn't think of a more deserving beneficiary for Ready Player Golf 3 as well. James, thank you. See you soon, my friend.
Well, thank you. And Camille, who wrote in the chat there about, you know, your son is a cancer survivor. Feel free to send me a message. We'd love to work with him and help him dream big. So just send me a message.
Fantastic.
And thank you guys for having me. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely, James. Thank you.
Hey, James.
All right, here we are. I got goosebumps from James every time.
Yeah, right. Did you have to wipe some tears, Daniel? He's amazing.
Usually, yeah. Hey, Chris. Hey, Karam, and hello, Lisa. I didn't see your name there for a while, and actually, Lisa, we met at Santa Clara, so we have met before. How are you doing, guys? You okay? You enjoying this?
Good show.
Great ride.
Excellent. I know this is a strange one because I've actually met each of you in real life, and most of the people, like the vast majority of people in this space, I know as avatars or as voices or as talking faces. But I've met each of you. I hung out with Karam in LA, with Lisa in Santa Clara, and Chris and we went on a crazy road trip together. So we're here to talk about envisioning the future of social VR. So let's do a very quick round. I mean, super like 2 sentences introductions, because we want to focus on the meat of the subject. Let's start with Karam.
I founded the VRTO conference, which is in its 8th year, running the 5 Hours Festival, which is on its 10th show starting in 2 weeks. And I am currently teaching Blender for Web 3D at UCLA Extension.
Excellent. Thank you. We're going to jump into 5 Hours on VRTO shortly as well. Lisa, please tell people who you are.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here. So Lisa Maria Wurzinger, I'm co-founder and immersive producer at Go Inside VR. I'm in traditional film since 13 years in XR, 6 years now. And we produce and create social XR live events and experience, and I also work for the European Commission as an external expert.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisa. And Chris?
I'm Chris Madsen. I am the senior sales engineer for Engage XR. Been playing in the VR scene since 2013, doing various things, but super glad to be here, Daniel.
Absolutely. And people know you as Deep Rifter, right?
Yes, that was the, you had to sign up with that original name back in the day to be part of the forum, and that one stuck.
All right, okay. Wonderful. So I love my social VR, and I was really enjoying preparing for this panel. Got some questions for you. So first one is maybe a bit broad. And 3 years is a long time in this industry. I'm thinking 3 years down the line, how do you want to be socializing in VR? Karen. What would you want of that experience?
Well, I'm watching some amazing communities that are developing tools for autonomy and expression, so that you can have like in situ creation of assets that can be modified and everything else. And I think that given where we are right now, a couple of years from now, you'll just be saying whatever you want to appear in front of you.
Right.
And the tools will all be fairly seamless in that regard. I think 3 years from now is going to be a world we completely do not recognize. So anything I say is completely pointless. How would I like to feel? Is I would like to feel safe, healthy, happy, aspirational, inclusive. I would like to have some sort of control over my thoughts, my feelings. And know that generally those around me are equally well protected.
Kind of like you want in real life, right? You just want to feel healthy, happy, and that for other people as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Lisa, how do you want to feel in social VR, and how do you want people on your platform? Because I know you have a platform and you run events. How do you want them to feel in 3 years?
Yeah, we worked with a lot of WebXR platforms so far, and that's an interesting question, actually. I totally agree on that. Data privacy and safety and diversity and inclusion are like huge topics right now. So we definitely also like producers and governments also have to push these topics to have like a common understanding of how we're going to behave. And for me, everything is about like educating people so they can make a choice which platform or provider they're going to trust, actually. So that's actually a huge topic here, I think.
Yeah, I suppose because people's first experiences are quite formative in this medium. If you join and have a bad experience, might put you off for a while. So education is really important and choice, I see. Chris, 3 years down the line, I know that's an eon in this industry. How do you want to feel when you socialize in VR?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm all about the real-time expression, right? And we've come so far in the last 8 years to where, someone like me that didn't have that technical training background, I come from a behavioral science background. I wasn't able to do much in VR back in 2013 in social spaces. And now we've got this ability to pull resources in from everywhere and create things pretty close to on the fly in real time. And as Karen mentioned, this ability to speak things into existence is going to be a big deal, where we can just change. We as the users have control over changing our environment and what we're doing in a place and bringing in those assets. But I also am really looking forward to this time in the very, very near future of, hey, Daniel, do you want to come hang out in my living room or on my back patio with me, or me come to you? We're right there.
Okay. I was speaking with a friend, Doug Hohulin, who used to work for Nokia, and he did research on how long it took to reach 1 billion smartphones. And then he got interested and he researched how long it took to reach 1 billion cars, microwaves, computers, video recorders. He did all this research. And then he extrapolated from his learnings what was maybe a realistic estimate for when we might have 1 billion VR headsets. Very quickly, what do you guess, guys? Karen, when do you think his prediction was?
This week there was an article that was making the rounds and was controversial about how Decentraland spent, 1.6 billion for 30 concurrent users. And then someone rebutted that, hey, if you're getting 8 users per $1,000 spent, then that is like a unicorn. And they look back at the Apple II and the Newton and everything else, and they're not so afraid about it. But I think there'll be some like larger paradigm shifts. We're definitely, I'm sorry if you've heard this 1,000 times today, but we're in the GeoCities era of all this right now. I mean, we're sort of pre-GeoCities. We're building these sort of basic experiments on what could be. Some of them look more samey than others. But I think that some of the talks I saw at my conference this year were about how to build holodecks. And we're going to expand out as we go through pass-through and smart objects and more IoT. And the complexity of our smart environments is going to modulate how we're even asking this question. And so what contains a user, or what defines what a user is going to be a different metric altogether. You know, I don't know if it's going to be about like corralling sheep into the pen so much as it's going to be about being able to trace who's even participating in whose IP, right?
Like bot accounts, is that what you mean?
Well, I just mean that
Different
everything
bot
is going to
accounts
be kind
and
of
bot
online
avatars.
at a certain point. So
Yeah.
I think your question was, what is it going to take to get to 1 billion headsets? But I don't know if that's the right question. I wonder more if it's like, how long is it going to take until we cross over some sort of threshold where we can't remember what it was like before, much like when the iPhone, sorry,
Well,
I might as well be talking about Pokemon Go right now, but when the iPhone came out, it was like, we did not expect the degree to which all of a sudden everybody's just looking down. And that's all that we ever do at any Thanksgiving dinner. And now we're trying to emancipate ourselves from that sort of lifestyle. So it's really a question about like, what do we even feel is the sort of world that we are going to enter and inhabit, and what kind of agency do we have in defining what that framework should feel like, if we will have any say, in fact.
Okay. The context for my question was, so his prediction was round about 2027. That's his best guess at the moment that we would reach that number. But the background to my question is, I joined VR 4 years ago. And the Oculus Go hadn't come out, so I was on my mobile phone in alt space, and that was fascinating to me that we could do that. In that short time, I feel we've had a rise of at least multi-user VR, like small rooms, instances, 50, 60, 70 people getting together, and I love it. I love that collaborative thing. I feel they're very quickly advancing to social VR. We'll be talking to somebody later who's got some very interesting scaling news in WebXR. But with predictions of 1 billion headsets by 2027, for me, that's not social VR. That is laying the foundation for societal VR. And so what can we learn from what we now call social VR as we race towards societal VR? Maybe over to you, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, Daniel. My wife stepped in. I had to give her some keys. Reframe that question, please.
Absolutely, no problem. I'm saying that we're moving very rapidly from just multi-user instances to things we recognize as social VR. And with 1 billion headsets by 2027, we might be dealing with societal VR. You know, what can we learn now? Because there's no turning this tank around, right? So we need to learn and adapt. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we do need to learn and adapt. You know, God, we're still so early in the game. I mean, I know that when, you know, we're onboarding thousands of people with our company right now, and a lot of it is just, you know, learning how to even operate in a 3D space and learning the protocols and learning behaviors within these spaces, learning how to operate. That's going to be a big transition for people to make. I mean, we're all kind of in a bubble here. We get that, but even folks that are embracing this whole metaverse concept and stuff, most of them have no clue or haven't even really tried VR and really know. They're still doing this on 2D screens. So there's, you know, it's that whole transition on how to operate within these spaces and the safety pieces of that, the harassment pieces, you know, all of these challenges still ahead of us. And I'm still waiting for that spark moment too, to get to that billion. If you looked at where VR is right now, XR collaboration platforms right now, if it stayed the same like it is today, it's going to take a lifetime to get there. We still need those spark moments. where it just makes it so easy to just have an
Right.
XR multi-user experience.
Yeah, yeah. Lisa, do you feel ready to start thinking about societal VR in 2022?
I mean, there are like many predictions, like also in McKinsey report or City report. But for me, the question is like, you say, when does it really transfer to mass adoption, right? So for me, it's a mix between hardware, content, and accessibility. And accessibility to us truly is key. And to have like this low entry point for the audience to dive into a social XR experience is key. You can't, when you're working like with the ministries, you can't make them download an app on Steam, for example, on their office computer. So for us, truly, when we're like producing events, we think like mobile first, then desktop, then VR, to provide like different layers of immersion, to have like a broader audience to join and to actually experience it.
Yeah, accessibility is a big point. When the government start paying attention, you know that it's accelerating. There's an interesting conversation about that we need regulation because it's going to affect society, but then the danger of over-regulating, right? And I'm quite encouraged by some of the progress I'm hearing coming from the EU. Any comments on that briefly?
Yeah, I mean, we're part of the newly formed VR AR Industrial Coalition. That's the European Commission, DG Connect. And this, like you said, like proves that VR is there. XR, and there's a lot of things going on to foster this active system and also to provide like standardization on all these topics like identity and safety.
Yeah, standardization is another theme running through this. So this actually comes from a conversation I had with Kerem in June in LA. I work with the Virtual World Society, and we're developing programs to try to bring the benefits of these experiences and the educational aspect to communities and countries around the world. And Kerem made a comment that made me kind of rethink our approach, and leads to this question: how do we ensure that VR is social for everyone and not just an exclusive monoculture? Because it could be, right now, it's kind of almost an exclusive club, either early adopters or those who have the money of accessibility. If we're the people that define it for everyone else coming after us, that's almost like the what's the word? The colonizers, right? The British colonization of their empire. How do we avoid becoming a exclusive monoculture? I'll start with you now, Lisa.
I mean, we are shaping our future here, right? So we're not talking theory, we're doing social XR live events. And if we want not to be like a monopolistic system here, we have to work towards democracy, to an open, interoperable world here. And to me, like, for example, my learning from all this productions is that we have to include new departments. And I'm coming from traditional film, right? So I'm adapting that also to VR, but to have like experts on legal issues regarding this area, or accessibility and privacy, like diversity inclusion, right on the table in the beginning of the production, and have like a proper budget for them. This helps us shaping a societal new ecosystem when we work towards that together.
All right. Going to come to you in a moment, Kerem, but first, Chris, your platform Engage, and there's a two-part question. One, you as an individual, and then you as representing EngageXR. What do you think about that? Are the efforts you're seeing enough to ensure that it really is not just inclusive enough now, but let's say in 5 years we have 1 billion users? That's going to be people from all over the globe. And we need space for all of those cultures and communities and individualities. Do you see that richness developing yet?
We do see sparks of that developing now, but really that's going to be reliant on the platforms to allow that to be created, to allow people from all cultures and walks of life to develop to bring their cultures into the space. Right now, because it still takes effort for development, we're still not there yet. We're kind of being boxed by other people's visions of what these worlds and things look like. So as user tools get more robust, I think we're going to see more opportunities for that to become more versatile and support all kinds of ideas and thoughts and all of that. So I think that's going to sort itself out to some extent just by that level of accessibility. And we need the devices themselves, whether you're joining in fully immersive XR or on a 2D screen. We need the devices to be affordable, because we are leaving out a chunk of the population just by the cost of the devices. So we need those to become more widespread as well to be fully inclusive.
All right. Kerem, I know with Fivers and VRTO, you're very determined, from what I can tell, to make it inclusive. How do you do that? And do you feel that it's anywhere near inclusive enough, the industry, the landscape, the people you're working with?
Well, the things that I do are my ideas about how to support the emergence of what it wants to become in whatever vector it wants to take. So, for example, when UCLA wanted to put together a WebXR program, I thought we really need to have some conversation about open source and all the tools that are extensible and available, and the code can be looked at. And, you know, the reason I specifically teach Blender is because it can follow all sorts of edge cases that may never be of interest to a core subscription-based software company, because a team in Brazil feels like this feature would be great and they can develop it and it can become available to anybody, and there is nothing preventing that from happening. 5Rs is an interesting thing because there's a lot of exclusion. There's a lot of amazing pieces that don't get in, and yet we also create a way for things that would never get considered through the traditional channels to get an opportunity. What are the conditions of that happening? I don't know. Sometimes we have 15 pieces about space travel and there's 50 about underwater adventures, and we always try to find something that's breaking the mold and introducing a new idea, because that is the value of an international festival, is that people that are completely outside of the cliques and ecosystems that are already there are going to present new ideas and new processes. And so that is what I always want to foster. I noticed that someone in the chat said, you know, having to download an app is a huge barrier for schools too. Yes, of course, the thing about an app is that it's more robust, it's more predictable, it's more consistent, so more people can have a consistent experience. On the other hand, I spent the last 3 years with James Baikayanu, you know, sweating bullets trying to build this WebXR system that requires no downloads, that has no buffer time, where there are no barriers to entry. You just need a browser. I do apologize to all the people on iOS and Safari, but you can take that up with Apple, because hopefully one day they'll finally come around. But the thing about that is, you know, even this year, we don't need to necessarily be a hybrid show, but we did it because the value of having participants from anywhere on the planet be able to come in via mobile device, tablet, headset of any kind and participate is just so enriching. I don't try to steer that. I don't try to anticipate what that's even going to be. I literally just create a space for as long as possible. You know, again, I've said this before. I love the idea of the infinite game, where you're not in a competition. You're not creating these walled gardens. Instead, you're passing a baton and you're saying, I'm going to run it as far as I can, and the next person can pick it up. And if I fall, they can pick it up. And the tools have to allow you to be able to do so. If they don't, if they are proprietary, then we're losing the work of all of those stakeholders, all of those people that have invested their time, thoughts, ideas, and everything else that could follow. So it's just a headspace. It's not necessarily about, you know, finding people that are necessarily underrepresented, because in their own community they're not underrepresented. They are whole in their community. They're only underrepresented in your community. So how do you give them full power and education that they can take it and walk the rest of the way, whatever way they want to?
That's So that was kind of the backdrop from, or the context of my question is, we're building something within our box that we want other people to take and make their own. That was where that question was coming from. I want to go a little bit deeper into the what I call the possible underbelly of the metaverse. So we have the dark web, and as I was writing it out, will we have a dark meta world, a dark met? It's human psychology that we have the light side and the shadow side. Humans have a shadow side, and we see it with the dark web. Do you think we will have it, or do we already have it with social VR, the metaverse? Is that a real thing? Is that maybe something that the EU regulators are concerned about, Lisa?
Interesting question. Hard to answer.
Sure. But we are talking about the future of social VR, and I'm concerned about the future of anti-social VR. I guess that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth in that, of course. I mean, how and which channels like this dark metaverse will use, that's, I think, not defined yet. I mean, I was on a panel on Webella, and there was a trolling attack, and I was like virtually sexually harassed by trolls just popping in, right? So a lot of things happening in social VR, and a lot of crazy other experiences. But also like this amazing experience together with people. But regarding the dark web, and I think I have to think about that more, actually. It's really interesting, yeah.
All right.
Which channels they're going to use, especially.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because, the first thoughts that came through my mind is, well, define dark side, because, that's going to be different for everybody. Sure. I personally, one of my favorite things about VR chat is the craziness there and experiencing all kinds of madness and stuff. And sure, we can all agree that things like, terrorism and things like this is obviously on everybody's radar of, okay, that's the dark side. But there's a lot of stuff too that, it's letting people express themselves. They want to be expressed. And so it comes down to that definition of what is dark. But we're going to have everything with the internet. I mean, the metaverse is going to, the immersive VR is going to have everything that the internet has. That I don't know how you not have. I don't know how you don't have that.
Okay. Good point.
I mean, identity plays like a huge role in that as well. So if you can like identify an avatar or virtual being.
So about this, one of the classes that at the extension about WebXR world building, not my class, but the students went in on a field trip, and almost universally the women said that was awful. They went into some space. I don't know. I'm not going to name a space, but it was. And it wasn't VR chat, but they were like, that was awful. It was weird. It was sexist. It was aggressive, and it was racist. It was all kinds of things. Like Chris said, that is not something that you can eradicate from the human sort of social, especially behind a proxy anonymity thing. You could make people accountable to their handle and have to carry around something that is an identifier. There's all sorts of ethical concerns about what that means. But one thing I like about VR chat is I can just really like a space and then just make an instance of it and just say, I'm just going to make my own copy of this and screw all that. Because I also don't go and hang out in Dundas Square in Toronto, and I don't hang out in certain neighborhoods in LA just because I don't want to deal with it. I'm an antisocial sort of, or social anxiety type person. And I really like to have a sense of control of my environment and who I'm dealing with and everything else. Yes, there's tons of ugliness in the universe. I don't expose myself to any of it. I don't want to know about it. I can't even watch horror movies. But I'm not going to go out and light fires across the entire universe, because none of it should exist in my view in the way that it does. So, there are kinks and quirks and darknesses and weirdnesses, and there are perspectives and points of view on all of these things. And maybe there are some things that are considered universally evil, but I don't think that it's the internet and the VR developers' ultimate capability hubris of thinking that somehow we're going to control it is I think folly. I think
absolutely
that believing people that their experiences are awful is absolutely essential, and that we must pay attention to that and not disregard it. But I think that in a way, just being able to make an instance of a space I like is power.
Yeah,
that I need.
It's true what Karen says. You know, when I'm in VR chat or these other places, it's instances with friends and business colleagues. You know, that's what I find the most fun thing about multi-user VR is being in our spaces, our groups spaces. I'm not a big, unless it's a special event, you know, New Year's Eve or something like that. I'm rarely in a public instance as well.
Yeah. Well, you've just started off the final round there, Chris. I was going to bring it back to the light side and ask, what do you love most about social VR? And so for you, it's those instances and shared with people that you care about.
I love celebrating creators that are just building amazing pieces of content, and I'm experiencing what's in their mind that they brought to life. And I'm doing that with friends and colleagues, and we're building our own content. Daniel, I know you and I went on that road trip. And what's the first thing we wanted to do? We wanted to build out an experience around that road trip with the 360 videos and the scans and all of this. You know, that's the exciting thing for me. I mean, I don't know if you guys are all doing the like walkabout golf and stuff, man. That is like every Tuesday we're in there with friends and work colleagues, just having the time of our lives and socializing and doing business. And it's what I look forward to every Tuesday night, being able to do that, you know? So that's what I love is celebrating creation and soon to be, you know, just one quick example, because I just did a shoot for a car company that's having their car lot basically where you can experience their vehicles. I love that because I hate going out and buying cars. I hate going through that whole process. But I genuinely say I had a great time going into this 3D environment, driving those cars, experiencing all of their products with friends, just having an absolute hoot. I will do that every single time over going to a car lot. You know, so those types of experience are going to be awesome going forward.
All right. We're getting switched to the next panel. So I was going to ask Lisa, I'm enjoying it so much. Lisa, in 2 sentences, what do you love most about social VR? And then we'll bring the next round of guests in.
To me, social VR is like magic. There's like connection with people across the globe is like amazing, but also like you said, the community, the people who are all like pushing these boundaries. I think that's amazing.
All right, Lisa, Karen, Chris, too short as always. Thank you so much, guys, for joining.
Thanks, everybody.
And keep it light, keep it safe and happy for everyone.
Thank you,
and
Daniel.
See you around, guys.
Have fun,
Thank
Captain.
you so much. Absolutely, thank you.
See ya.
I do love my social VR. I love multi-user experiences. Some of the best people in this industry I've met, I still only know as avatars. Up next, Ben, do you want to change your name there, Julie? I just picked that up. We've got Catherine Henry, Daniel Lundgren, and Richard Grass to talk to us. Hi, Ben.
And Julie Smithson.
Talking about advancing the ecosystem, strategic investments in the WebXR ecosystem to help bring immersive content to the masses, because it is all about getting this into the hands of more people and onto the heads of more people. Ben, over to you.
Thanks, Daniel. Hey, everybody. I am so happy to be here. Very honored to be sort of not just sharing this moment here that we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about this, but the moment that we're having in XR in general, because we're just sort of experiencing this amazing convergence. And it was really fortuitous that MetaConnect was Tuesday, because last year, all 3 of our WebXR summits were on Tuesday. So last year it was on October 12th, and we very easily could have kept it on Tuesday. Had we done that, we would have gotten a silver bullet instead of dodged a bullet. And now we can benefit from all of this amazing news that came out the other day. And so in this moment that we have here, I think that it's great representation that we have in this panel here, because there's different angles of investment going on in the ecosystem. So we're here to talk about advancing the ecosystem and moving things forward, because, you know, we've gone through eras of the internet. We've seen starts and stops. We've seen hype cycles. We've seen all sorts of things that we thought were going to really take off and then didn't. But we really sort of are seeing things come to fruition right now. And I think that one of the major pieces of that puzzle was released with Meta's Quest Pro browser and the high resolution AR pass through. And they're leaning into the term mixed reality, so MR pass through. And so we're gonna actually have a legit device to be able to build experiences. And this is sort of a bridge to the era of when we're going to have ubiquitous devices. And I think that Mark Zuckerberg called out that we can't take this outside yet. And like, I understand that the sensors are very sensitive to sunlight and so forth, but they're building AR glasses. And so there's going to be a lot of utility. There's going to be a lot of experiences, these hybrid devices, the long-awaited Apple device, the Lenovo device that just came out, the Pico, all of these things that are moving the ecosystem forward. So I'm going to let you guys do a brief introduction of yourself. We're here for the subject matter expertise, not for our bios or what our companies are doing. But I do want to point out the reason that I assembled you guys is, first of all, FutureWay has been our sponsor for all 6 of the WebXR summits and have been great friends and partners in this. And their tagline is ecosystem, standards, and open source. And these are at our core values, which was a perfect alignment for our synergy to be doing this work together. Media Monks, Catherine's company, is a worldwide agency that is investing big in XR and bringing big brands to the table, who are putting the money in behind these things. And Ricard's Captic.io, one of their properties is VRland, which is had both polys and all 6 of the summits watch parties in. And so this is sort of a maker level investment that's going on here, because there's a vision specifically behind WebXR. So that's why I brought you together here. But I'm going to turn it over to you, Daniel, now. And if you could give us a brief introduction to your work, and welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. So yeah, as I said, I work for FutureWay, ecosystem standards, open source. We have a specific team that's focusing on WebXR. So we started off with you last year with the summit. That's part of the helping to grow the ecosystem and support that and reach out with all this information and the discussions going on. And then we continued starting last year to make sure that we have a browser that's not only for the Quest headset. So we started working with the Igalia and the Wolvic headset, and then this year we started more looking into like an end-to-end, how we can support the end-to-end ecosystem, working also with engines, frameworks, development platforms, content developers to find the potential issues in the end-to-end flow and try to solve that together with these companies. So all in all, just to help grow and speed up the development and maturity of WebXR.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hi, so I'm Catherine Henry. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
So I'm Catherine Henry, thanks. And I work with Media Monks. We are one of the world's largest and sort of most awarded digital media companies. And we help advise companies how to enter the metaverse, what it is, how it's going to impact their business, and also on Web3. We craft metaverse worlds. We produced a number of very well-known NFT series, and it's just a super exciting space to be in. I also do my own independent research. Many of you are familiar with my intelligence reports that cover everything from, again, NFTs and hardware, and a huge new series coming up on the future of decentralized entertainment.
Thank you. Ricard?
Hi, I'm Ricard Gress, and I'm CEO and co-founder at Captic.io. As Ben said, we're a company that owns or delivered via land via land.io, which has 1,000 unique virtual spaces created by its users. However, that's the end of the last layer of what we do. We're a tech company, and what we have is a proprietary engine, and what it does is optimizes all content for web. So the situation is whenever people have a virtual presence or a space or an event, and or even they want to own their own metaverse with interoperable rooms, they can use this technology when it comes to creating it, but also owning it. So we call it the white label metaverse solution for Web3, and that's what we focus on. We focus exclusively on web, just because we love that elephant in the room, which is what we're here to talk about, which is the browsers are everywhere, and then it doesn't require client download, and we love that. But also the fact that there's so many protocols behind it, from Ready Player Me to NFT integration, is all there for the taking. And we look forward to pushing those values as well, and developing and helping the community as a whole.
Well, thank you, Ricard. And thank you for what your platform is doing, because it is really bringing, it's making WebXR a bit more accessible in a social VR front. Hubs and Frame, which we also have watch parties in. The three of you are really the sort of de facto WebXR immersive experiences that are going right now. I'm sure there are tons of them in stealth mode, but we're here with the WebXR summits because we want to advocate for the growth of this industry. And so that's sort of the theme of this panel, advancing the ecosystem. And so we're here to talk about the challenges to growth and the factors that will contribute to the success of it. So I think that, I want to start with sort of the DNA of what this series was about, which is advocacy for cooperation. And we had a series called Metatraversal that pushed out, a series of first Zoom calls. Then we did a streaming show. Then we did a play at AWE, and it really was touching when Neil Trevett, who hosted a panel earlier, the chair of the Metaverse Standards Forum, said that was instrumental in that. And the cooperation factor of it, I think, is really so important for the industry. And I think that one of the things that I love about the XR ecosystem and the XR community is the cooperation factor. And I don't want to call out any of the other communities, but there's something special. There's a lot of sort of love going on here with this community. And so we're helping each other going forward. There's a lot of co-opetition, if you will, going on in this space. So Mark Zuckerberg sort of passively innuendoed Apple the other day with lock-in, and advocated for openness and interoperability, and he mentioned it last year about this. And one of the things that I find is that there is a lot of distrust, first, about exactly what does he mean, and second, does he mean it? And this isn't so much about Mark Zuckerberg or Apple or Meta or any of the companies in there, but I think that there's trust in the community and there's trust of the consumer, and both of them are really sort of key factors to drive this thing forward. So let's start with Catherine. What do you think are the drivers and the inhibitors for consumer and community trust?
That's a really big question. And there are a couple of things around that. I think a lot of it's just a misconception about the value of the metaverse in the longer term. And of course, I think people need to understand that we need to advance what I call the plumbing of hardware. But this is going to take longer. I say that the future is fast and slow, in the sense that we're talking about a lot of stuff today that's not going to really come into fruition, particularly on the AR side, for a number of years. And so there's a lot of hype, but then the reality is we still do have to build out some of these worlds. They're not fully populated yet. And some of the capabilities aren't there. But I really, really, really enjoyed the vision that Zuckerberg mapped out in his presentation. The challenge, of course, is of course, Web 2, we had so many problems with about data security, all of the issues around social media generally, and the lack of a regulatory framework as we start already to push into this a 3D web. So I think going forward, we're going to have to prove a little bit more utility, and I think that the enterprise first approach is probably a sound one. It's kind of like with PCs. Everybody had a desktop PC primarily for work and school, and then it became something that we started to use more broadly. And if you think back about apps, the app ecosystem, we probably didn't have those until 7 years before you had you could download an app and actually order an Uber. So again, put things in perspective. It's about just having time for the entire ecosystem to evolve and for people to actually try it, even unwittingly, and find out that it's actually pretty magical, especially in a headset. But even if you can get around on a 3D web like a Verbella or something else, it's pretty great.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. So Ricard, what's driving us here and what's pushing us back?
I think what you said before, it's a really complex issue in the sense that you mentioned Meta, and then what comes to mind is, of course, they have to get a balance between openness and walled gardens models, which is what they used to, right? So for many decades now, anybody who's been into software, and specifically games and virtual worlds, and experiences. So they said, here's our software, users either use it or be a creator or a user. And if you're an audience member, then you have to download it. And then they own that. I don't want to give examples. We all know that the hardware people and the big players, when it comes to all this industry, they want to keep that model. And it makes sense, because especially if you invest billions on the hardware part. But at the same time, what we now have in our hands, similar to Web 1. So if you ask Tim Berners-Lee, did you ever imagine that you would lose control of this? Did you ever imagine the trust, the community, blah, 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 you would literally lose any sense of ownership at that point, and you give away that invention over to a different type of animal, not just users, but also corporations. I think we are in the process of seeing that. I think the word trust is very, very, very cool that you say it, because you do have to develop it. I think, however, as users, we've been there before. So I don't think we're going to fool anybody anytime soon anymore. I think that's good. I think that also the sector, the Web3 sector, the sector as an industry, it's an evolving industry, is actually really well, perhaps hypercritical sometimes. I think that's healthy. And let's see where we end up. I think Catherine said it. We are in a fluid space, in a moving space, and we all have to play our part there. Where we will end up, we don't know. But I think the difficulty now is in Zuckerberg's hand or court, because to get balance right, it's going to prove hard.
Indeed. Daniel, so from where you sit, what are these economy drivers that are essential in these next critical few years to get that adoption, both enterprise and consumer?
Yeah, so I like what Ricard said about the user, because as we know, in the end, it's the user that will be paying for all of this, right? So it needs to be worth paying for. And we talked about openness and so on, and I think Meta did a good job yesterday, actually promoting a lot of partnerships and openness in moving avatars and digital assets and even accessories being open to provide to the Meta Quest and so on. So I think they're doing a good job. But otherwise, to drive the business forward, I think it's usually the things that we know already. So like on the user side, they're looking for useful content, and in the end, with the AR glasses, you need something that's daily useful, that makes your life easier. That's for sure. And on the development and creator side, it's the things like easy to use tools, standards that are reliable and implemented, openness in terms of WebXR and browsers. I mentioned that already, right? Today, most WebXR experiences are optimized for one hardware and one browser. And there's a growing ecosystem. So diversity on the hardware side is really important, and then have the tools like browsers, and have the on the creator side have the development tools working well. All of that will help drive the industry forward more quickly, and then in the end, having useful privacy policy, user-friendly experiences, something that helps you in your daily life, taking care of your privacy, your data. All of that needs to happen. And again, in the end, it's if the user is not willing to pay for this, it will never happen. So that's, I think, what drives it in the end.
That is a key point. Is it has to be worth it. And I think that what's interesting about this moment that we're in is the Quest Pro has a $1,500 price tag, and so it's not a consumer level device. I mean, I'm sure that there are enthusiasts out there who are willing to part with it. I had to part with it because I need it for work, because this whole AR VR pass-through era that's coming in right now is to develop this content on high-end devices. So what we're going to see is this arc where the Quest 3 will come out, and it will have a more consumer-friendly price tag, and it may not have all the pro features, but it'll have a higher-end rendering capability, a better user experience. And so we're targeting the content of 2025, 2026 in what we're building in 2023 and 24. And so this is the moment that I'm talking about here. And so before we continue, I just want to say goodbye to Catherine, because she warned us that her battery was going to be gone, so I don't expect her back. Thank you for being here, Catherine. When you watch the recording of this, we'll carry on without you, but I was hoping to get an answer to the next stage of the discussion from you in terms of use cases, because, when it comes to, is it worth it for the consumer, we have to have use cases. And one of the things that I think a lot about is, besides gaming, which has been sort of a big economic driver for the space, there is the enterprise sector, of course. And so enterprise has been waiting for a device like the Quest Pro to come out, especially for, take for example, Tim Koka from SourceScoot before, from the Independent Makers Panel. He pointed out, because the work that he does is he's creating these experiences. And one of the first talks that I saw Julie make, right before I actually met Julie, she was talking about, what it's good for, which is one of them was things that are dangerous. And so you can replicate experiences with it, but you also there's the level of danger where you don't want to be physically in danger. There's where the work that you're doing, you don't want to break something. So being able to virtually do these things, this is a big enterprise use case. So utility, I think, is very important. And when we talk about porting from device, going the progression from desktop to laptop to mobile to ultimately the headset, we're going to need to have things to do, and we're going to need stuff like calendars and email and communications, things that we have on the watch. So what are Daniel, why don't you pick this one back up, use cases, and what is it going to take to be able to win the hearts and minds of this community, or of the broader public? The community's already all in.
Yeah, so use cases, I think we have to think about it in terms of VR to MR to AR, because it's very different if you just bundle everything into XR. And I think VR will prove more and more important, not only for gaming, which that's where it started, and dangerous environments. I remember the HTC Vive. You remember the trampoline you tried out in 2015? You were on a trampoline on a skyscraper, and that was kind of a scary experience. And I was afraid of doing that because of the immersiveness. But otherwise, as we know, VR in terms of learning, social collaboration, VR, 360 VR videos, we heard about that earlier today. So all of that will grow, and with the cheaper, better headsets, the VR space will grow. And I really enjoyed what Jonathan Hale said earlier when he said that the VR will replace the PC, and AR will replace the smartphone. So I think that will happen in the end. So going from VR to MR, there will be a lot of still indoor experiences. useful applications, I'm sure, built on MR, and then eventually we'll go towards AR glasses as a complementing device where you will have these daily use cases. Right click on a physical objects to know more, get your navigation, get your unintrusive notifications instead of it's like today you're driving and get a text message in your pocket and you're really urged to look at what that is, and that's a safety thing as well. So everything will be built into your glasses and make it more useful. And maybe also, if I'm still on the right track, we heard before the easy transition from the 2D web page to 3D environment. Every web page, 2D web page in the future will have a 3D component and 3D access as well. I think all of that will drive adoption. Those kind of use cases like commerce, I think every like Adidas.com or whatever, it's not only about the 3D object when you're buying it. There's a link to click and you send the link to your headset and then you're inside an environment. I think that will happen, that kind of easy connection between 2D and 3D. I think all of that will make it more into daily use case in combination with the more accessible and better and cheaper headsets. I think that's a lot what will drive it. So I think we'll get there. And there's been a lot of references back to, like, I think you talked about before, Ben, that there are a lot of naysayers, and even if the people have tried VR, they don't still trust it. But those are the same people, and maybe we were one of those that in 2007 we looked at the iPhone and the big screen, it get dirty with your fingers. Or watching videos on a smartphone or smartwatches. Why would you need a smartwatch when you can check the time on your smartphone, right? But we were all wrong, or everyone was wrong, because it all happened. So I think this will happen as well. You know, it's like we're in a stage where, yeah.
Since you brought up the iPhone, you know, the thing that first came to mind there was Flash. And, you know, it was Steve Jobs that killed Flash. It took a decade, but Flash was the most ubiquitous, ahead of its time engine that allowed experiences for audio and video and animations and vector graphics on the web. And it was so powerful. And I, as a Flash developer, having all of those experiences that I created in the first 15 years of my career lost forever. Like, you can't load my work. My portfolio's dead. And I think that deep down, that's one of the things that sort of burns inside of me that makes me do this work right now to advocate for standards, because I don't want to see that happen. That's why I really see WebXR being something that is so powerful. So do you want to pick up on that? And I just want to drop something like into the conversation here, which is the experience economy. You mentioned experience, Daniel. So like let's lead this into the experience economy, Ricard. Like, what do you, see our use cases for consumer experiences being driven by this new medium?
I can see why you put the panel together in this way now. As you were talking about hardware and software, both of you, where to me the use case is all about the content side. So what I find very exciting is that obviously we want to work with both enterprise, but we also work with creators, whomever that may be, from influencers to game developers and so on. And those two case studies, to me, that's all about the quality of the content. But when you look into research, most of the content that people want to create there, want to see there as users, is virtual game experiences. But when you look deeper, what is that? Is that a game? Is that a virtual concert? Is that a socially rich interactive experience with friends? That innovation is really, really exciting to us. And an example of a case study of a hardware manufacturer I should not probably mention because it's pointless anyway. But what I like about that is studies collaboratively. So instead of having a chief metaverse officer, which I think is a beautiful concept, and I think some companies, you know, it might work with for them or with them, what they do is they have a metaverse think tank. So they have people from HR, marketing, legal, IT, and security, and then the other departments that might lead the business side of things. And what they do is they work together, they meet often, they share knowledge, and they choose a case study internally. And once they're ready, they go out. And they go out with a proper strategy. I think that evolution in terms of that maturing of the case study at brand level, or at when it comes to a game developer, also you prototype and then you go out with a concept. And NFT with crypto wallet, no crypto wallet, doesn't matter. It's all about getting yourself. And that's the part that excites me the most. And it's about content innovation. So it's those cases being developed right now that I found hugely exciting. And I think the hardware part, it's the entry level for that is so high that to me is like, there's going to be format wars here and there. And one day we'll have fantastic AR lenses that will also maybe double up into VR. That would be wonderful. And we will not be able to live without it, just like we can't live without a phone today. But the point is, before we get to that, we can already deliver a lot of it. And that's exciting to us because we're browser-based, because all the protocols are already there. We're already multiplayer. We're already multi-device. So it's like, what are we waiting for? It's like, we really want to make this content, these use cases, don't have to wait 6 to 10 years. Game developers think that the metaverse is going to take, according to Statista. This is reasonably recent. So yeah, exciting times. For sure.
Well, depending on who you talk to, the arc of this, like the percentages, the CAGR, the compound annual growth rate of this industry, is pretty much unanimously predicted by all the analysts to be a hockey stick for the next couple of years, no matter what percentages we wind up with. But I knew the hook was coming. Daniel beat me to it. Here we go. We are about to move on to the next phase, which is going to be a really interesting hour. So let me just sort of wrap up this panel by, first of all, thanking you, Daniel and Ricard and Catherine, for being with us here. Boy, it goes so fast when you're actually on the air. But it was a pleasure having a conversation with you guys. One thing that I'd like to wrap up with is that Meta gets hated on a lot, as all big companies do, even Apple does. But I think it's really important to recognize the investment in the ecosystem and the risk that is being taken here is really significant and important, because we wouldn't really be having this conversation about XR or WebXR without this investment in it. And I'm just thrilled. Like when I opened up my feed yesterday morning after Meta Connect and I saw Jacob Rossi's post about what's going to happen with AR pass-through, I was just like, oh my God. I was so glad that I already ordered my Quest Pro, because I cannot wait to unbox that thing and start working on it. So I want to thank Meta for actually doing it. And I really hope that in terms of all the criticism that they get, which is justified for a lot of their previous policies, that if they walk the talk with what Mark Zuckerberg was saying, then everything's going to be okay. I really I want to see interoperability. I want to see user agency prevail in this. So with that, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Daniel, for coming in to give us the hook, and it's right on the nose. So I'm going to turn us off. I'm going to bring Julie back on. Stand by, Julie. Here you come. Hello,
everybody.
Here we go. Bye.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much,
Daniel
and Richard, for joining us today.
Did
Wow,
you
what
just
a
hear
talk.
Ben say everything's going to be okay? I heard him say
Everything's gonna
that.
be okay.
Everything's going to be okay.
It's gonna be okay. All right.
Great.
Oh, I can handle that.
So, do you want to introduce our next guest? Is this?
Yeah, sure. We
Yeah.
have David Smith coming in. I'm not sure if he's here in the back room yet, but David Smith, CTO of Copay.
Hey.
There he is.
I'm real. Or
Welcome.
nice seeing you all. Thanks
Nice
for the
seeing you.
invitation.
Thanks for joining.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us.
So I had a little bit of a presentation. I was going to do a little bit of a demo and or just take it anywhere you want. It's kind of up to you.
We'll let you have. Yeah, we'll let you have the stage. I think
Okay.
You've got the stage. If you need to share anything, you can share your screen.
I will do that. Let me do that.
I'm gonna
right now.
be in the background, listening intently. Thank you.
Okay, so I just posted a link, or I'm screen sharing here. Is that visible? There it is now. Yay. Okay. So David Smith, we have a term, original gangsters of the metaverse. I'm certainly probably one of those, maybe just because of longevity, although I've done a number of things that have had an impact. Good example, I wrote the first real-time 3D adventure game many years ago, the Colony. I created the first real-time 3D design tool for PCs and Macs that was used. It became a standard in Hollywood. I co-founded Red Storm Entertainment with Tom Clancy, created this game called Rainbow Six that did really well. I think more importantly, I worked very closely with Alan Kay for many years on this idea of what I've been calling the augmented conversation. Alan, you may know of as the person he invented object-oriented programming. He led the team at Xerox PARC that created the Alto. The Alto was the system that Steve Jobs saw when he visited Xerox, and that resulted in the Macintosh and, of course, Windows. But that was, Alan always saw the world as that was a place to start. It wasn't the end. And we really talked about what is the next big thing. And it was clear it was two things. One was obviously interactive 3D, which he had a huge interest in and still does. And the other was what I'm going to talk about here. This concept that I refer to as the augmented conversation. And this is a really key concept to me. And I think to me, it's always obvious that this is true. The metaverse is a communication medium. It may not be obvious to you all, but someday I'm pretty sure it will be, because honestly, it is an extraordinary communication medium. And when you think about it, when you're communicating, you're using language. Language is this virtual machine running on your brain. It is basically, this is what allows you to think things and then use that information to collaborate, explore. It allows you to think and understand things that your primitive brain could never actually get to. You think in terms of language and not just speech, by the way. Any musician is going to tell you music's a language. I have my guitars behind me here, and it's like there's a foundational thing of being able to explore ideas in that space, and it's very, very different kind of language than what I'm using right now, right? Mathematics is also a language, and it not only does it enable us a way of communicating more complex ideas, but it actually allows us to it allowed us to create the world we live in. It allowed us to construct the magical things that we take for granted every day. But in fact, it is also a language, and it's this virtual machine running on top of your brain. And you have to build that language by learning it. You learn all of your languages. When you're a child, you'll learn how to speak, talking to your parents and your siblings. Learning how to play an instrument. I know how hard it is. Practicing an hour a day, I still suck. But that's the nature of it. And mathematics, as you know, is also one of those things that's hard. But the metaverse is this incredibly powerful language. And people don't think of it that yet, but it really is. It enables this augmented conversation where, in this case, the computer is a full participant. We say something, and you're already seeing this with things like DALL-E and those technologies. But in the very near future, we're going to be able to express something. The computer is going to generate a simulation of that, but it's going to be a shared simulation. In other words, there's the human, and there's the computer, and then there's the other human. And we're jointly going to collaborate and explore these ideas. So this is a real key item to me, a really key element. The person who can speak and think in terms of language is very, very different from the person who can't. And you know that. It's like it's sort of like, in a sense, the definition of what we think of being human is our ability to communicate these ideas with each other. Musicians have a much broader scope of what they can communicate, but that's the very nature of it. And what we're really looking at, a musician is very different, I think, than just a regular human like us, in that they have this whole scope of ideas that they can explore with other musicians. And so the metaverse is really going to redefine what we are and what it really means to be human. So how's that going to happen? Augmented conversation is what we said, allows us to jointly invent, explore new universes. And here's the features of that. Discussion with a group of users that extraordinarily enhanced with the kinds of tools and capabilities that are only available with a computer. Computer AI is a full participant, like I said. And really, just imagine you're saying something, a simulation exists, is generated, and now you reach in and modify that. And then the person you're talking to can also modify that. So we're exploring a very complex space together. One of the key elements is the idea of guarantee of shared truth. A simulation I see has to be exactly the same as what you see. Anything I do to affect that shared simulation has to be accurately shared. Otherwise, like anything, if you're not seeing what I'm seeing, or you're not seeing what I'm doing, then you're not going to trust that as a communication channel. So it's essential that it be accurate. Finally, the shared systems has to enable that bit identical modification and extensions. In other words, we have to be able to build the system from within the system. That was one of the magical things at Xerox, and you may know about Smalltalk as a language. The fascinating thing about Smalltalk was Smalltalk used itself to build itself. In other words, they got to a certain point and they were able to do live programming within it to modify the system. In fact, when Steve Jobs visited, what happened was he complained about the fact that they were scrolling line by line, which is what programmers like. And he said it has to be smooth scrolling. And so Dan Ingalls, who was doing the demo, opens up a code browser, modifies the code right in front of Steve, and now it's smooth scrolling. Actually had to remove a line, believe it or not. And of course, Steve didn't see that because it was such a natural thing. It's exactly what you expect. But in fact, as you know, you can't do that with most computer systems. But you have to be able to do that with these next generation things. So I'm going to dive into a demo. We're actually inside of a croquet world. And one of the things I want to do is I'm going to zoom this out and I'm going to grab this guy. These are two worlds that are linked. They can be anywhere. It just happens to be they're side by side here. But anything I do in one is going to be shared in the other. So I'm going to kind of move through this. And what I want to do is kind of use this as a way to illustrate what I'm talking about. So we have these two simulations, this little bouncing logo. I can click on this and drag it, move it around like that. Or I can click on this guy and I can drag it around, which is exactly what you'd expect in a sense, I think, or even spin it around like that. So that's obviously an example of what I'm talking about. Let's go over to here. This is a live Bitcoin visualization, what's going on. By the way, this is within a few seconds, maybe a second. So this is the current value of Bitcoin. And this is actually, we use the concept of cards. So in this case, there's actually 3 cards stacked up. The bottom card's the one grabbing the data. On top of that card is a bar graph. And so I can click on this and drag it around, or I can click on this guy on top and drag it around, or even, kind of spin it in 80, kind of like that. So everything has to be live. And I'm explaining this and showing it to you as you go along. One of the things that I think is really important to understand is that there's really only one metaverse. And when we think about that, is this idea of I can connect this world to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. So what you're looking at here is a portal from one space into another. And these are separate URLs. This is all running on WebXR. And I'll show you what I mean. This is, I'm going to spin this, but you can see I can look through. This is also a kind of card like everything else in our world. But everything inside this environment is shared. But one of the things you want with a portal is the stuff on the other side should not be able to inject stuff onto this side. In other words, they have to be secure. They have to be safe when we connect from one world to another. And the way we did that, by the way, is we're actually stacking iframes. So you can see from one iframe into the other. And iframes, as you know, are sandboxed, so they're secure between each other. And I'm going to show you how that works. You see, this is by the way still live. I can kind of look around inside, but what's going on there is that portal. You can see where it's cut out, and you can see how you can see into that other world. But in fact, these are the two iframes that are there. So I'm going to walk through this portal, and if everything works well, we should be both here. And I'm going to walk through here, and everything you see is perfectly synced as it should be. And we go through here, and this is where it gets really fun, because in this case, we've got this really cool physics simulation running. And of course, the physics is perfectly synchronized. Now, I should mention, I only have a few minutes left, but I'm going to talk about the way this works is this is an operating system where we're running a little microkernel, and that microkernel is running bit identical. So what you see on one device is exactly the same in that little microkernel. So if I click on one of these cubes, you see how it jumps up in both. But what's really magic is you don't have to communicate any of the state between the users. All you do is communicate the events. So you can see that we're generating a new object every second or so. And it's always the same object. What's really going on is even the random number generator is perfectly replicated. I'm going to go over here for the kind of end of this. You see that drone up there is spinning around. And what I'm going to do is tap it to pause it. But this is the actual code that's running that drone. We're actually able to, when we talk about this, not just, we're talking about what it means to be inside of a virtual world, what it means to have an augmented conversation. It's the ability to construct and create at any point in any way. When I did that, this code is modifiable. You can see as I modify it here, it's modifiable there. And when this thing said pointer down, call the toggle function. And that says, hey, if you're circling, stop circling. But this is where it gets really fun, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to modify this code, and then I'm going to compile it. And now that drone is going backwards, the opposite direction from what it was going before. And that is kind of what we think about as augmented conversation, is this ability to share, the ability to explore together even a complex experience like this. And that's the demo.
David, thank you so much for that. Listening to you talk about the augmented conversation and how the computer becomes an integral part of the conversation, that was absolutely fascinating. I can't wait to see more of your work on that front. And thank you so much for joining us today. And we had a demo with you not so long ago, and I really enjoyed that as well. So
yeah,
much
by the way,
appreciated.
I want to thank FutureWay for setting this up. I worked very closely with them for many years. It's
right. They supported you?
Yeah.
Fantastic. They have a good nose for these things, right?
They sure do. They're wonderful people too. Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Thanks a lot. Speak soon. Hello, Lucas.
Hey, how you doing, Daniel?
How you doing? Nice shirt. I usually have my signature shirt is a Hawaii shirt, so I appreciate the color that you bring to this event.
Yeah, I was just chatting in the green room. I do feel like the 60s are coming back, not only culturally, but psychedelic AI art, and then VR and AR devices that change how you see reality. And what is reality even anymore? Psychedelics are becoming legal, which is good, because I feel like the 60s are primarily one of the main reasons the PC computing revolution happened, like when it comes to accessibility and user interfaces. So could be cool. Could be a good time.
Could be cool. Bring back the 60s. # love it.
Yeah.
Maybe they're already here. Thanks for joining, Lucas. I saw you last in LA at the AR House, but I heard you've moved to the East Coast now. Is that right?
No.
Oh,
I'm still here at the AR House. Yeah. I'm in the office because there's a lot of people downstairs. And yeah, I'm thinking about the East Coast, but LA is pretty good too.
Cool. I was thinking about how to introduce you, and I'll come to why in a minute, but I'm a bit reluctant to describe you. I'd rather if you said a few words about how you describe yourself. When I talk to people about you, when you come up in conversation, often the word pioneer is used, but I'd rather hear it from your own mouth.
I don't know, honestly. It changes every year, right? It depends on what I'm doing, but I've been, doing VR and AR products for, I started out with the HoloLens in 2016. So I'm a designer, I'm a developer. Recently I've been doing, I launched the game of the Quest, and recently I've been doing lots of like bio videos about projects, because I wanted to just I wanted to stop waiting for the market to catch up with my idea. So I'm like, I'm just going to make something and make it a good story, right? So, but now I'm back again with a new startup. So yeah, it's a mixture of startup founder and designer and artist and filmmaker and influencer and whatever it is that's happening. But I do think those things are important right now. It's really hard to do a product, especially a social product, without hands-on viral marketing knowledge. It's really hard to design a compelling VR AR experience if you don't have programming experience to know what the hell you're doing, and if you're setting up your team for failure. So yeah, it's hard to explain, but I think that's going to be a good thing later.
You're quite versatile in that way. So I was preparing for this conversation and I made some notes, and don't take this the wrong way, but I thought two ways that I might describe you would: one, actually be a poet and a seer. Traditionally, poets were people who thought deeply about stuff and shared that with other people in ways that other people hadn't seen it yet. And when I see the stuff you're putting out, I recognize kind of what you're doing but I wouldn't have gotten there by myself. Like, you helped me make leaps of imagination. The time machine that you built, that just blew my mind. That you spent a year with these glasses on your head, that was an example. And the other word that I might use to describe you is a jester. And traditionally, jesters in the king's court, they were really, really important for the health of the reign. Like, they were the only people that could question the authority. They had the license to not take people too seriously. So I like your, call it subversive or alternative takes on existing technologies. I really appreciate that about what I've seen of your work anyway.
Thanks. Yeah, VR and AR is really cool, but we need, if you want it to become mainstream, we really need to look at our products and the things we make as basically cultural movements, right? And how do you turn something into a cultural movement? And the answer is that you need people to care about it, regular people that don't care about technology. They care about what it enables them to do. So by trying to frame projects from a storytelling angle, I think I've been finding lots of cool ways to teach people why it's important, and then they become interested, right? If you start from like, this is meaningful, this is cool, then they'll buy a VR headset rather than just, it being a thing you can buy. Transformative.
Yes. Interesting, because my co-host Julie often uses the word return on experience. But what you just said sounds a little bit like, people, why should I care? Return on attention. Like, why should I pay attention to this? A lot of consumers, they don't feel like they're investing. What am I going to get out of this in terms of money? But if I'm going to give my time and attention to this, what's in it for me? Return on attention is a new concept that's just crossed my mind.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not new in the sense, because that's what TV always was in the beginning, right? It was a public service. You would watch something, and you're like, I'm actually getting something out of this. And of course, there's lots of dumb stuff on TikTok that's just like a time waste, that people feel guilty about watching. But you can present these things in a way that's literally like gives people something, right? Provides them with a service, like a new thought, or they learn something, or they just are like really well entertained. So,
and that's what I appreciate. What I've seen about your stuff. That's what I really that twist on things. You're saying something, but you're saying it in a compelling way. Like, you could just go out and say it, but then you wrap it in an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I'm just bored and want to make this. This space has no right to be boring. No right to be boring.
This space has no right to be boring.
No, you can literally do anything. Literally anything. And
is that ever a problem? Is that ever a problem when you can actually do anything? One of the questions is, like, how do you find inspiration? Have you got just a million ideas a second, or is it actually quite difficult to decide on one thing to do?
When it comes to projects, and I mean this applies to the startup as well. You look for ideas that seem really good but seem very simple, right? Very simple to execute, very simple when it comes to like user experience and approach. Because I think that's what elegant ideas look like. There's plenty of things you can do that will be complicated. But again, I'm sorry I can't talk about it too much, but with the startup I'm working on, we did like a 6-hour sprint, had the shittiest thing, and then we played it, and people played it all night, and a couple people cried when they tried it. So I was like, oh, okay. And I think that's what elegance looks like. I mean, Beat Saber as well, most of the game was built in like a week. And that is something that it's been kind of missing from VR and AR. I've seen like so many products that have started out simple, things like big screen, in which in the beginning it was just a big screen, but now it's evolved into this huge metaverse play in which there's so many things on top of it. And I think that's probably what Apple's going to
simplicity is part of the
reintroduce.
secret sauce.
Yeah, and not everything needs to be a metaverse, right? But a lot of companies feel like they have to do that.
That's so subversive, Lucas. How dare you say that?
Most of the people who are going to enter the VR market have never put on a headset before, and they're not. Your most hardcore users, they might want really complicated features and advanced features, but the millions of people that are going to buy headsets in the next couple of years, the tens of millions of people, they're not there yet. They want simplicity, right? So, yeah. And I think that's what
one of my favorite apps is Google Earth VR. And I know behind the scenes is extremely complex to make all of that work. But actually the experience and the interface and the fact that it's a single user experience, for me, the simplicity of Google Earth, I can spend hours playing Google Earth VR. So in your short bio, there was a comment about making a future, inspiring people to make a future more like Star Trek and less like Black Mirror. And we've had a couple of conversations. I had a conversation earlier where we were talking about the underbelly of the metaverse to come and the dark the dark web. What's your concerns around Black Mirror?
Actually, I'd say I'm more like I'm more of a fan of fantasy than science fiction. I actually think science fiction has been a problem for our industry. I think it has led to a lot of wrongful assumptions when it comes to building products. But answering the question, I mean, it's just, one of the reasons I'm really interested in VR and AR, and I think everyone here is the same, is there's a lot of utopian and dystopian potential. So it's really ours to fuck up. And if you fuck up, you're not just like fucking up like a game or even like a category of computing. You're literally fucking up the reality that our children are going to be seeing for generations. So it's really important that we don't screw this up, because our literally like this is how kids are going to grow up seeing the world. It's literally through an intermediary.
Just like with social media and mobile phones, right?
Yeah. Except now it's direct access into their brain. So
exactly. Yeah.
So it's really important that we don't fuck it up.
It's really, really important that we don't fuck it up. Absolutely. What do you dream about being able to do? Or, because you said earlier you can literally do anything, do you not feel that there are many constraints, or do you still feel constrained in what you would like to be able to do with this medium?
Just connect with people. I think ultimately that's just like what everyone's looking after with pretty much everything. When they go out to a bar, when they go play a multiplayer game, when they go to the movies. And I think, because you have full sensory control, you can literally design everything that people see and hear and touch, but also how they see each other. I think VR and AR is like the most powerful medium for creating connection between people, like genuine connections, which is the one thing social media is really bad at, right? We've managed to connect information very successfully on the web, but when it comes to connecting people emotionally in ways that matter, not really. Which is good. And that's
it's like a tin can. It's like the tin can's connected with a string that, sure, you're connected, but the quality of the connection ain't that great.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I think about that a lot. What are the things that social VR and AR can do that really are the things that modern social media fails at? because we're not going to be able to compete with the convenience of, you know, things like Instagram and text messaging. So what are the things we can do that 2D interfaces cannot compete with? And yeah, so I think think about that a lot.
Yeah. You mentioned social AR. I haven't seen any, and to be fair, I haven't looked very far. I've got my hands full with social VR and multi-user VR. Where's social AR at? Where would I go to have social AR experiences? Are there any platforms or apps that allow for that properly yet? Was Pokemon Go social AR? Is that something you would class as that?
Okay, so sorry to break the news, guys. Pokemon Go is not an AR game. Let's be real. It's AR is totally optional. You can literally turn it off. It's a GPS game. It's a Google Maps game, which is fine. It's really good. But I think we need to stop using it as an example of like a successful AR title, because if the AR is totally optional, literally a thing you can turn off and the game works just as well, it's not really an AR game. It's a game with, you know, AR features. The same thing with Instagram and Snapchat, right? They are not AR products, but they have this optional AR feature. So Pokemon Go is an AR product as much as Instagram is a social AR product. So a little bit, but not that much. There's nothing really with social AR that's compelling for the most part, to be honest. Everyone's taking the same design approach, which is just like, what if we spread shit out across the entire world? And that's, you know, technically impressive, but how do you make people care about information, right? In that way. And it's too, you know, there's people who are working on this problem, like Matt and the folks at Living Cities in New York. I'm sure they're going to come up with a lot of interesting stuff, but I'm more of a fan of creating social AR experiences that are deeply focused, and, you know, deeply tied to certain spots in your home, and basically, you know, building more cohesive user interfaces around it. So just spatializing stuff, again, technically impressive, but it doesn't make people care about that information. But you can design things for the home that could make sense, and that's one of the things I'm working on.
So listening to your comments, one of the threads I'm hearing is make people care about it. Why should people care? People don't care about information. They care about what the information represents to them, right? So you can drop a memory of, like, you know, once I you know, I had my first kiss in this bench in the park, and it sounds cool in theory, but also most people are not going to care because it doesn't you know, relate to them in any particular way. So it's tricky. It's a tricky problem. It is. So can you tell us anything about some upcoming projects, or are they embargoed, or working on anything you can share?
Nothing I can share right now. It's definitely really weird what we're doing. We're basically unlocking an entirely new vertical of XR content by doing something that's incredibly simple, but that no one's doing. And it may not be social initially, but the plan is to be social. So I know this is ambiguous, but when you see it, you'll be like, oh, okay. And a lot of people are going to think it's not going to work, which is great, because I mean, I think that's important. But yeah, just trying to, you know, I've been just sort of like waiting for us to do something interesting with VR and AR and the metaverse for the past couple of years, and it's just not happening. And I saw so many people getting so much money in the past couple of months. And when I talked to them, like, so what is your plan? You got $30 million. So what are you doing? And they just don't know what they're doing. They just found really complicated ways to say, I don't have a clue. And I'm like, wow, this isn't good. And a lot of the best people, I think, left in 2018 and 2019, you know, when the market when the VR crashed for the first time. So we're like, let's just do something that we think is interesting and moves the needle, right? And makes a contribution to the medium of, like, this product, you know, changes how everyone looks at the hardware and the possibilities of software. But also doing something.
And that's what I meant by my comment about being a poet, because I think that's what poets did. They allowed other people to access thoughts and perspectives that they wouldn't reach by themselves. And when I first tried Where Thoughts Go, that you created back in, was it 2017, 18? I don't know.
Yeah, 2018, it was out of the Quest in 2019.
Yeah, the simplicity and I cried tears on that app, and that was way back when. And I still haven't really seen anything like it. It's actually inspired other ideas that I think somebody should go and develop. I'm not a developer or creator in that way, but yeah, that really stuck with me. All right.
Yeah,
we've got
it's
a bit
super
of time.
simple.
It's
incredibly
absolutely.
simple.
Super simple.
By just changing how you represent people, you can create like new social dynamics that are super compelling. Now, where thoughts go is a very abstract concept, and that was one of the reasons like it didn't get super big. But the same thing applies, right? You can literally design all kinds of new social dynamics around the metaverse and VR and AR that are super compelling, and that's what made things work with the internet, right? It's like things like Snapchat and message boards. What they essentially are is like reorganizing people and how they're represented to create new kinds of interactions that the public loves. We never got anywhere by trying to recreate the real world because we're always going to come up short. And what we're doing a lot with the metaverse right now is just being like, look, it kind of feels like you're there. And it's, it's cool. We need to develop the technology to allow for those kinds of presence. But especially like young people, they're just going to look at this and be like, oh, this is some boomer shit. And they're just never going to embrace it, right? People want things that are a little
until
weirder.
they can make it their own. Until they can make it their own.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's tricky.
All right. Do you have any advice for creators? So either we got people on the call here now, or people are going to be watching this back. Do you have any advice for creators?
Well, plenty. But I'd love to know if you guys have any questions as well, so I can like frame this question a little bit more accurately to everyone who's watching. But I think the main piece of advice is just like, so you're asking about ideas, right? And how do you choose what to work on? And I think one thing that's been helping me a lot is working on things that I feel like only I can execute, because they are a combination of interests of mine and skill sets of mine that really only I possess. And I think that's the best way for you to do innovative work. It's just like when you have two projects and you're like, oh, this is one thing that only I can do because only I'm into all these things, right? The combination of all these things. And this is something that if I don't do it, someone else is going to do it in 2 years. I think always going for the thing that only you can do basically results in a very interesting body of work. But it also just makes you really unique long term, because you're doing things only you can do, you're creating new knowledge that only you possess.
Right.
And over the years, that turns you into a person, I believe, that can make jumps that to other people seem beyond them. But it's really just a result of you digging down this path, right, of personal interest that basically only you care about. So it's also a great way to just stand out in general. It's scary, right? You have to, start. It means that you have to decide to work on projects that you actually like really care about. And very often these are not financially feasible. Where Thoughts Go was built in my free time. I had to learn how to code because I had no money to pay anyone. So it's really hard, and it's still hard, but it's a good long-term strategy, even though it's a horrendous short-term strategy.
We do have a question from the chat. For Lucas, can we have a meaningful interactive AR on mobile, or is everything a prototype for when we get to broad wearable adoption?
You can. It's very hard to make it. Everyone's approaching it the wrong way when it comes to the affordances of the phone and the camera movement, right? Moving. We're not used to the concept of like moving the camera and on anything that's not like a first-person shooter. And I mean, if people are complaining about the field of view on headsets, the field of view on this is so much smaller. It's just like, so it's a really tough platform to work on. The only thing I've seen that I think is brilliant, it's something Aiden Wolf, he's a game designer, is releasing this month on Snap. It's the most compelling AR game I've ever seen. It's ridiculous, and it's like 5 megabytes. And I'm not going to spoil it, but it's, the AR, what's really powerful about it is context, right? It's awareness of this is the kind of space you're in. So let me give you something that's relevant to it. And if you do this well enough, You can do things that feel really magical. But in the end, these are fun gimmicks. The phone was not designed to be used in this way. It's just not going to work. Although, for filters, it's great. So it's more like of an exploration playground. You can make compelling AR products that people use, but then you need to make sure they go viral, like all the time. And designing a product with virality in mind is like a very specific design challenge as well. It changes how you think about the product. So you can do things that work, but ultimately, we know this is going to transition into AR. And the main problem is just the interaction fidelity. It's really hard to do interactions that feel good with this. Or really like any other AR headset until now with pass-through. So you can do good things if you're thinking about it the right way. Really hard to make a mainstream title unless you're making something that can result in lots of memes and lots of virality. And it's kind of like a prototype. Everything's a prototype. And Pokemon Go is not an AR game.
I will remember that. Here's a question. What do you make of AI? Are you excited about AI? Are you using AI in any of your projects?
Yes, I am.
You are, and you are excited, or I'll let you split that question into the component parts.
It's going to be a huge deal. It's going to cause a lot of chaos. It's moving so fast. It's kind of disorienting. It's definitely going to enable the metaverse, right? All this stuff like, text prompts to 3D model stuff is also moving very fast. And these kinds of tools are going to enable like world creation. It's just going to be so much faster to make things. But not only that, so much faster to make like indie games and even like AAA titles. Because we're only like within the decade, basically, you'll be able to shorten, it usually take you like 2-3 years to make an indie game, right? We can shorten the timetable to like 3 months with like way less people involved by automating a lot of the processes. What this means is that the people that built an entire career on like a specialized skill, like 3D modeling or, concept art, they're going to have a hard time. Now, what's going to happen is that you're going to have a lot more, game directors, right? Launching games. The gaming market is just like, it's nothing compared to what it's going to be in terms of like numbers of titles being released, like numbers of high quality titles. So there's going to be a lot of people in like those directorial creative positions, but all the people who have spent their whole life specializing in a particular hard skill are going to have a really tough time. I'm really worried for a lot of my creative friends who don't like tech this much and kind of like refuse to adapt. And ultimately, I think it's going to enable, it's the Industrial Revolution again, basically. What happened with the Industrial Revolution with mechanic? So the Industrial Revolution.
Industrial Revolution, gotcha.
Yeah, what it did to mechanical labor before everything was like artisanal goods that were like handmade, and then all of a sudden you're just mass producing shit. It's happening now with creative labor, right? And just like with artisanal stuff, you lose a lot of the humanity and like the handcrafted, individual items, but you achieve crazy scale that lets you build crazy things that change the world in really significant ways. So there's a loss of humanity, but that enables you to do bigger things that hopefully have more humanity in them as a collective.
Yeah,
it's gonna change what art means, and it's gonna change what.
Let me extend that question then, because I founded Educators in VR, and I talked to a lot of universities and educators, and they asked me, what about content for education? I said, there's not enough good content yet, but I'm not concerned for 2 reasons. One, AI will pick up a lot of slack. And the answer I've been giving them is also when this generation of kids really gets their head around VR and AR, personally, I'm hopeful that we'll see a wave of new content and perspectives that we just can't anticipate come from this new generation. Do you see that as well? Or do you think that AI is going to be so powerful and disruptive that the new generation won't have the same kind of chance? Like, I think about the hippies, the punks, the beatniks. They took culture, made it their own, disrupted it, and every parent in the neighborhood hated it. and because it threatened what they knew and grew up with, right? So I'm hoping kids are going to do that with this technology as well. Grab it, make it their own in ways that we don't understand. But my question is, do you think AI is going to disrupt it fundamentally so that that won't be the same for kids of this generation?
No, it'll happen, and kids are going to be the first ones using it. By the way, there's just a little bit of echo on your end. I don't know if you have speakers, but just letting you know.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, culture used to evolve kind of like generationally, at least in the past, past 100 years or so, in which basically each generation grows up with a new kind of medium, right? From radio to black and white TV, and then color TV, and then cable, and then the internet, and now we have like social apps. But what's happening is like we're culturally going to be developing with AI at a rate that's insane, right? So it's no longer like one major medium change per generation, and it's more like couple per decade, and that's going to be hard to keep up, and it's going to cause a lot of conflict and angry people, but a lot of creativity. So I do think kids are definitely going to be empowered to make stuff, and yeah, I think it's going to be a net good later. I don't know if that answers the question. I don't think kids are going to be excluded from this. Quite the contrary.
Well, that's hopeful. That's really hopeful. Do you have any? We have a few minutes left, or 2 minutes left. Do you have? I was going to ask you if you have any. If you could like speak to the industry, if this was your megaphone to speak to the industry, to the community, do you have? I asked you about if you had any advice, and you said about connecting with people. Do you have any requests? Anything you would want the industry or the community to do, to take on board, that you want to leave them with?
Number one, I'm fundraising. So talk to me. Number two, just do weird shit. Do things you can't do anywhere else. These are the things that VR and AR is really good at. Everything else, it's a half measure, and it could work as a business for a while, but it's not really going to change the world. So I just want to see more things that are weird, things that I'm like, really, I could only have this here, and that provide people with value they can't get anywhere else. I think that's what it took for the internet to go mainstream. That's what it took for PCs, honestly, to go mainstream as well. Smartphones and everything. And I think it's the same case with the metaverse. It's not going to change. So I just want to see more weird things that, like, when I look at it, the way I look at the medium changes. There's not a lot of that anymore, but there's so much potential for it. There's so many ideas there that are so simple that are not being done. And
people overthinking it, you think?
Yeah. Also, be simple. Be simple. Focus on different differentiators. Focus less on your avatar system and your leveling tool and your level creation tools. Everybody has one, and you can build those once you make something that people care about. You can leave those things to after. Instead of spending months and millions of dollars building those first, and then figuring out later, like, so how do we make this compelling now?
All right, everybody get weirder. That's the message, right? Everybody get
Pretty
weirder.
much.
Lucas, thank you so much for the conversation. Greatly enjoyed it. Looking forward to some more of your work coming out. And do you want to drop in the chat before? Or I don't know if you're able to share the app you mentioned that Aiden Wolf is releasing, or is that not ready to share yet? You said there
it's not ready to share, but he's launching it this month. I can't type in a chat, but follow me on Twitter @_Lucas Rizzotto, and
Lovely.
Aiden Wolf. Just Google Aiden Wolf, you'll find them.
Brilliant.
Have fun.
Thanks, Lucas. All right, thanks. Great. What a creative guy. How you doing, Sean?
Doing great, Daniel. Good to see you.
Dude, Sean, I'm still digesting your demo, man. We got a lot to talk about.
Yes, we do. Yeah, definitely.
So welcome to the Summit Series, Sean, man. Let's have a look. Your platform, you're CEO and co-founder of RP1. And we're going to be discussing the technology that is maximizing how many users can concurrently enjoy an immersive experience with high frame rates and a lot more in WebXR. Thanks for joining. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. I mean, obviously, at some point, I would love to be able to do this in VR, right? And we're all talking about this metaverse, and to be able to actually share it all together with, you know, an audience would be so much fun. But this is obviously the next best thing. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I've made notes here of things I want to ask you, and the very first bullet point is just what the fuck. After your demo. Excuse the language, but it really made a dent in me, and we were talking about it afterwards. So for everybody, for context, Sean Mann gave us a demo of his platform RP1 a couple of days ago. Ben and I went in with Sean, and yeah, he showed us what he's building. And when the penny dropped of what they're going to be enabling, it just made me go quiet. So there were three things. One, the scale of what I saw, but that's just a drop in the ocean, like in terms of what you're building. The second thing was the audio, because it was a demo with what, 4,000 animated avatars. So it wasn't live people in avatars, but they were represented, and they were moving and talking, every one of them, on this big plaza, and you would be walking, an avatar would come past you, and the audio would fade. My autofocus is playing up. Sorry about that. Yeah, the audio would come in and then pass away as they walk past you. And the whole effect of all of that, the sound and the ambient sound, was the first time I realized that I had a sense of a space, not a box, but a space. So that's the second thing that really floored me. Well, that's the third thing, the audio quality and the audio range and the sense it gave me, and that led to this sense of space. And Ben and I were joking afterwards. Yeah, it almost felt like that woman in red from the Matrix was going to come past. And so I promised Ben I would mention to you, you have to build a red woman avatar into your demo that just walks past and like stops you in your tracks. So thank you for the demo.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. And it's, you're right. You know, obviously we worked on something that has solved a lot of problems that we hope that can enable, you know, this metaverse, the future iteration of this internet. And I think we're in the building phases of creating like different websites, if you will. I see a lot of these things as like more immersive websites that shows examples of what these experiences would look like. But I think getting to the bigger picture of the future iteration of the internet, you got to build something that everyone can share and not have the limitations, not only scale, but give the freedom to the creators and the developers to deploy things and as cheaply as websites, right? I think that's what makes the internet special, is that anyone can participate. You don't have to give up your revenue or your data, and you can instantly deploy something that anyone can anywhere on the planet. And so I think we're seeing a lot of these pre-AOL days where everyone's kind of building their version of what could be the metaverse. But obviously, as you mentioned, you're kind of stuck in a skybox, right? You know, if you're limited to 15, 20 people, how do I easily move from one experience to another, or have larger venues or different experiences? And so we're trying to address that with a whole new paradigm in network server architecture.
Right. And so many skyboxes are 15, 20. There are platforms that are doing 50, 70, pushing 100. But because I want to unpack about a bit of what you said. You said quite a lot in a short space of time there, and it took me a while to kind of digest and understand the implications of what you're saying.
Yep.
So I love my multi-user VR, social VR, and like you said, 50, 70, 100 is a lot. It's rare that I'm in spaces that do 100 well. But you're talking about building something that is going to go well beyond that on the web. Is that right?
Yeah, so the goal is that, you know what, the term scale is a really challenging one, because it depends on how you want to define that. I think when you hear our demo, so obviously our demo is running 4,000 full fidelity avatars. So the facial expression, obviously the IK, the 6 DOF, and then obviously the spatial audio as well. Obviously, to build a system just to handle proximity and the mapping and all those things to all stream on the web is a whole new technology, right? But the idea of scale is not about having a concert. Even though you could do that with your own experience, the whole premise of scale is connecting everyone to every location or every experience, so that you're not, let's say, what I believe the future metaverse would look like is that if I want to go play Roblox, I would go to a place where Roblox exists. have fun with my friends, play that game or that experience. But when I'm done, and let's say I want to go to a museum and meet my mom over at my museum, I literally click a button and I instantly move to a different coordinate system that has a museum that was built by another company. And then maybe I need to buy some t-shirts because I need to, buy some. And I go instantly to a t-shirt shop that's built by another developer that I can instantly start shopping. And this is all happening without having to wait for a pre-compiled download. So everything's forced through app stores. Scale is allowing us to all connect in one massive system. So it doesn't matter if it's two of you that want to be in the same location or you want to go to a concert with, let's say, 50,000 people. You got to have to handle the activity in real time. And that's what kind of the premise of our system that we're building. So to answer your question directly, our goal is to eventually have billions of people connected in the same system, going around millions of different experiences.
Right. So you're using the word millions there, and that starts getting very interesting. And I could imagine some people either don't believe you because they just can't conceive that we're talking about this in 2022. Right. That's like, okay, yeah, maybe 2027, 2030 or whatever. I hope it's okay to share this, but you had a conversation with somebody in the industry from a very well-known platform. I'll let you name them if you feel happy to.
Okay.
They made the comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it was one of the most profoundly important experience or demos they had seen because they got the concept behind what you're doing. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't want to name them, but there's only a few. But yes, they were very complimentary as far as the best demo of technology they've seen in their career, in this gaming space. And I think really, if you think about games in general, why would we need lots of concurrent users, right? Most games are like 1 or 2 players. There are obviously some MMOs, but the use cases haven't been, there hasn't been readily available. But now all of a sudden we're like, we need to build this metaverse that can connect massive amount of people going in and out of these different experiences. It's not going to be just one game. There'll be a game that will exist in the metaverse, but it'll be lots of those, right? And so when they saw our technology, obviously, if you look at like Meta, they're stuck with about 15 people in Horizons, and it's very, very hard to scale. So the idea of going from 15 to 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, or even 1 billion, it's just far-fetched, right? It's the idea of, well, if we can't do that, let's just build bridges in between these siloed experiences, because technically we can't do that right now. And we're hopeful that eventually hardware will solve that problem. And what we've done is we've done this demo to show that we've solved it through ultra efficient software, that technically it is now possible. Now let's go build what's going to be better for the futuration of that internet, that's going to help bring people and bridge them together the same way current websites bring everyone together. And so imagine if you could start from scratch and build the technology that we all see is possible and will help bridge these things together. Let's start building that. And I think that's what what the purpose of demo 1 was for, is to show that we can go well beyond 15 people. We can put it in a massive 1 square kilometer space and have it run streaming on the web in a VR headset. Once we can demonstrate that we've cracked that code, our next demo, I think, is going to be even more spectacular, because now we're talking about 100,000 real people. So we're going to open it up completely to the public, where we're going to have a 20 square kilometer space, 100,000 people that can come enjoy that and have lots of activity. So imagine Beat Saber being in a certain area, having an events company that builds their own event or a concert, having a racing game, have different activities. So now I can go over here if I want to. I can click a button and instantly go to another space and enjoy another activity, to start showing a preview of what a metaverse of this type of scale can offer. And then we hope that we're going to bring the community together to help us build the components, because we don't want to build it all. I mean, it's going to take companies to build these really cool building blocks, if you will, to make that happen. Like, you need WordPress in the beginning to help build websites, right? You need different pieces that help you deploy these amazing experiences and solve these cool problems that we have to do together. We're just trying to show that thing that we're talking about that's 10, 20 years away is possible, a lot sooner. So
amazing. So I hear you use these words, and because I've been in the demo and I've seen the demo with 4,000 people, if I hadn't have seen any of that, I would literally be thinking, yeah, let's have this conversation in 5 years. But talk to me a little bit about, you mentioned the ultra efficient hardware, and you described that a little bit to me when we did the demo.
Yep.
You were talking about orders of magnitude of efficiency I'm not a very technical person, but the way you described it, it made sense in terms of the server power and all of that. Talk me through that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's ultra efficient code that we've developed. That's just a new paradigm in how you look at building this type of architecture. And it's something that our co-founder designed and discovered just through being obsessed with figuring out how to get better efficiency. I think when you step in as any architect, you look at the math and potentially what's possible, but then you look at the roadblocks that's not allowing that scalability to happen. And he was able to crack kind of a lot of different multi-layer steps that change the game. As far as it's a completely new way of looking at that architecture. Obviously, I can't get into the specifics because that really kind of is our trade secret. But the whole premise of this was really to help make it easy for anyone to build a company. And I'll give you an example. His technology came from the poker days. He was actually the head architect of Full Tilt Poker, and he had to design architecture to handle 100,000 concurrent users in a single shard. So he's been thinking about this problem a lot longer than people are just starting to solve these problems. And when he left Full Tilt, he saw a lot of things that he wished he did differently. And when he was finished with his discoveries, he was able to, I'll give you an example, the two biggest poker companies need about 1,000 to 2,000 servers to handle 100,000 users. When he was finished, he could run 100,000 users on 2 core of 1 server with this new paradigm, because it took a whole new approach on how you share that data amongst a massive amount of users. And when he put on a VR headset, and when I put one on and we started talking, we started looking at the limitations of what is getting us to a metaverse. And that was going from 15 people to eventually billions. And we're like, wait a minute, this technology will scale the same way in VR as it would for a 2D poker company. And so we started building the demo. And by the way, you weren't the only one to be skeptical. A lot of people, I started doing obviously pre-meetings to really build up towards our demo. And they're like, listen, if you crack this code, it's pretty amazing, but I don't believe you. And it was a really hard conversation to have. And then all of a sudden I get them in the demo and they're like, wait a minute, this is possible. Like, I don't know how this is running on the web right now with this many users. And so it's exciting that we've cracked it, but it's not about us stepping up and saying we're going to be the next Meta or something. We just want to enable a platform that everyone can participate. We don't want to take revenue from from any developer. They should own their own revenue. They should own their own data. We just want to provide the infrastructure that connects all these things together, and then let anyone build what they want to participate. And that's a challenge, because you have to bring the community together. And in fact, that's actually what blows me away about the WebXR community, is because it's small, but they understand the power of the future very, very early, and they're building those things to support that future. And to me, I've done plenty of talks so far. This was the one I was looking forward to, because you guys get it, right? You understand the power in the web. It's just you're waiting for things to unlock that bigger vision, right? And so it's fun to be a part of that journey, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm excited also. So time always flies, Sean. I can't wait to meet you again. But just before we finish, I love your values in that you're trying to build this for everyone. Yeah. And it's not just about the amount of avatars. That's really important. It's about that creators can create experiences that are, it's just as much about the volume of experiences as the volume of avatars. Is that right?
100%. And I don't want to knock like a Decentraland, because I think they are a pioneer in the space and what they've built. But if you can't let people build their own activities to make you want to stay in those spaces and enjoy connecting with other social people, then what are you building for? It's not just like, here's land, let's invest, hopefully make money off of it. Because if it's all about scarcity, then we're going to fail ourselves very, very quickly. It has to be about abundance. And that's why the current internet wins, because it's abundant to anyone that wants to participate. Now, you could build scarcity on a website, but you can't let the platform be the element of scarcity. And that's the differentiating. And I share those values with our co-founders. So our hopeful is to deliver that for everybody. So that's super important.
Sean, thank you so much. And I would just want to go back into the demo again and see it all over.
You're always welcome. And I'd love to invite anyone in the WebXR community. We'd be happy to make some time to bring them in and see something that hopefully will show the future of what's possible. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. Watch that space. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
All right. And here is my fellow team member, Karen. Karen is going to lead the panel on democratizing WebXR. I'll hand straight over to you. Karen, enjoy this one.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. I think someone took, there's Mark is back. Okay, right. Okay. Yes, good. Well, Sean, you gave us a nice lead into this panel, which is called Democratizing WebXR. And they're just two words, but they're big ones. And with WebXR, we have the web itself, which is a pretty big topic on its own. And then there is XR, which encompasses hardware of various kinds, plus an enormous range of experiences. And we have WebXR, which is its own particular thing. And that's not even to mention the concept of democratization. So we have a lot to talk about today, and I'm thrilled to be able to facilitate this conversation among our amazing panelists. I am Karen Alexander. I'm a member of the Poly's WebXR events team, and I work with Metaverse on immersive learning for enterprise clients, as well as their compliance for enterprise clients and on compliance. I do consulting primarily in the immersive education space through my company XR Connected, and I'm also one of the co-founders of XR Women, which I'm very proud of. And I would like to invite our panelists to take just a few seconds to introduce themselves. So Damon, let's start with you, because I'm going to come back and throw the first question to you. So we'll start with you on the intros.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a fan of web. Been looking at web and immersive web since 2000. And then also how, I guess, the emerging metaverse, using that moniker since 2007, actually, how that relates to the real world and the built environment. And been involved with the standards of that, and then also development of different XR on the web for quite some time.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks so much for agreeing to be on this panel. Rolando, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Super excited to be here with such a great panel. So I'm a neuroscientist and a filmmaker. What that means for neuroscience is that I use VR, I use machine learning and neuroimaging to study how context and how people's prior knowledge of the world influences their perception and their memory of real world events. And neuroimaging, for those that don't know, is just a fancy word to say that I scan people's brains with MRI machines. And then on the filmmaking side, I like to do experimental films, but I also make tutorials on mobile AR apps and simple VFX with Blender and After Effects.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rolando. Great to have you here. And finally, Mark, please introduce yourself to our community.
Yeah, hello. Karen, thanks a lot for putting this together, and it's great to meet both of you and be here. Mark Stephen Meadows, also known occasionally as Pighead. I've been wandering around in virtual worlds since the 90s, and I have spent my career writing books and producing art, starting companies and inventing patents across a range of different technologies. I work primarily at the intersection of machine learning, language processing, and then also real-time 3D. So I'm basically just an aging Dungeons and Dragons geek who likes to make conversational avatars. The last 10 years, I was the CEO at Botanic Technologies. We were working with Fortune 100 companies around the globe, as well as small startups, to provide augmented reality and virtual reality robots or avatars that would talk and engage in natural language. And about 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of no longer being CEO, and I'm now serving as Chief Technology Officer at Idaru World. And Idaru is building an app that lets Gen Z create and edit and place a photoreal avatar of themselves. And I notice now that we all have sort of a very liquid personality online. We each have different ways in which we present our past or our face or our work itself. And so this app is something that allows people to leave a version of themselves looking the way that they want it to, and interact across a range of different mechanisms, both from autonomy and from kind of puppet string real time. So hello, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Mark, we should totally chat offline, because I'm working on a research project that is very related to a lot of the things that you just said.
Cool. Let's talk online too. We're here. Let's go.
Yeah.
Great. Love to see these connections happen. That's awesome. Yeah, we like to spark collaborations and exciting new things. Awesome. Yes. Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much for agreeing to be here, Mark. And I will say too that you said this is your first public speaking appearance in a while, right?
Yeah, in 2018, I spent those 52 weeks in 30 cities. And it's cool to see the world. It's great to travel around. When you wake up in the shower and you're like, what city am I in? I can't remember even the country. I think it's Germany. It's Germany. Yeah, I can tell it's German from the shower. And I was like, no way. I'm done. So I stopped. It's an honor to have people listen to what you want to say. And it's also nice to spend time with my family too.
Great. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, I'm sure Damon can sympathize with that feeling. I know he's been traveling a lot too. So, I spoke with each of you beforehand to prepare for this panel. And I want to start out by asking Damon to share his thoughts on the web, what it is, the nature of it, and what it has to do with the concept of democratization.
Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of a tough thing with something that you love so much, right? It's like you want to start flipping through a bunch of pictures. But I think for me, it's really, a super amazing communication tool, right? And sharing. So that's not like number one of how I have found value in it, right? Is being able to connect with other people, share experiences, but then also experience what other people have done. I mean, that's the thing for me as a person who's looked to build communities, is because I want to see people like Mark, like Rolando, like build these amazing things that then I can go experience without any barriers to entry, make it as frictionless as possible. And then also see those same creators be able to share that all around the world, right? I mean, because, there are certain places where, app stores may not be allowed if you're a certain, person in a certain country, or as we talked about, being able to, we take, I think our privilege of having unlimited data and all these things kind of for granted when there's places in the world where you have to pay for that, right? And so I think the web is really amazing at democratizing creativity, sharing, and information. And then what all of these things, XR or the web, allow for, I think, is really about connecting with one another. So for me, I think that's kind of what I find so exciting about the web.
Great. And I really like that you are taking a global perspective there in your thoughts about this, and sort of looking at this issue from that, and not just a North American one. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Rolando, can you pick up on that same sort of topic and riff on the idea of the web itself and democratization?
Yeah, I mean, like when we were talking offline, the word democratization stood out to me particularly, and I think that it's a tough word. It's a very tough word because it's used around a lot. It's used to describe countries that aren't really fully democratic. I feel like there's actually, I wish I knew this, but there's a political philosopher that said that a true democracy is one person, one vote, which means that there's equal weighting in value to how people have a say, right? And like, in one way to look at it is in terms of access, right? A democratic, a sort of democratized kind of environment is one where there's access to information and access to having a say. And when I think about the way that it's used often in sort of the sort of consumer space and also the industry space of we're democratizing this technology, making it available for everybody. That's kind of a very interesting term, because when you think about it, that kind of means we're making things affordable, right? Headsets are going down to a price point that people can afford. It means that people are aware that there's technology that they can access, and how Damon was talking about, we want to democratize it so that people that wouldn't have access to a phone can still participate in these, world-changing, paradigm-shifting technologies of being able to be present with other people across the world in a way that the 2D web couldn't do. But can we really call it democratization when it's when the product is available, but the product comes with extra things that, not to get too much into the ethics and the sort of issues that could arise from, sort of invasive sort of technologies. But, when I buy a Coca-Cola can, right, one would say that Coca-Cola cans are sort of, or Coca-Cola bottles are sort of democratized. When I buy one, it's affordable, right? And I get the categorical value of a Coca-Cola, which is the liquid inside. But I also get the cap, the plastic bottle, and the wrapper. And these are all things that I don't necessarily want. And if it was a fully democratic kind of product, then I'd be able to tell Coca-Cola, hey, here's my vote. I don't want to receive plastic bottles anymore. But I can't do that. And one would argue that, yes, I do get a vote. I wanted a Coke and there I got it. But is it really democratic when I can't really talk about or like change all the things that come with a categorical product? So when I get a headset that's taking potentially information about my nervous system, my EMG that takes information about how my signals to gesture are changing, is that also is that giving me power, or is it taking it away for the future? So I'm just like bringing this up, not to get too philosophical and too ethical, but these are the kinds of things that I think about when I hear the word democratization.
Thank you. So, Mark.
Yeah. I think it's super cool to hear because, Karen, when we were talking, I kind of on the weekend will translate Attic and Homeric Greek, and to me it's like a foundation that I think is useful as we build the future. Words and their meanings, and demos and kratos. You're right, Rolando. This is a pretty pithy cave we've crawled into here. I think that there's something about the cost of democracy and the presumption that true democracy is one person, one vote, which may or may not be the case. I guess, as I understand it, the very first form of democracy that was built in Athens, please correct me if you hear otherwise, there was a guy named Solon, and he said, okay, all the people that have money here, you can pay to vote. It's almost like a staking mechanism on a blockchain. Like you can pay to vote, and that gives you a sway. And as a demos kratos, or as a structure that's built by humans, there didn't seem to be the implication that it was one vote for one person. And I think that there's a presumption. I would like to see that, because ultimately it's a question of power, right? I mean, Learning Pathmakers mentions that, let's talk about the rights of things. And I think that that's it. Like a right determines the quantity, the influence, and the scope of the power that you have within a society. And we want to be fair. We all want to share this. And at the same time, whether we're looking at something like a blockchain pyramid scheme that says, let's all make sure that everyone can get in so that we can reap profits on a very large scale off electoral contributions. Or if it's an autocratic group that says, we have built this and we're going to guide it, and the cost of that democracy is that we're going to collect your information and we're going to sell that for ourselves because we built it. I'm not helping at all. I mean, really, all I'm saying is there's a lot of different assumptions about democracy. And I think that, while we look at the power of the democracy, I think it's important we also evaluate the cost. I mean, it's world changing, especially if it's world building. How's that? There's my pithy statement for the day.
Yeah, I love it.
Sorry.
No, this is great. These are tough issues, and I'm glad you all are digging in deep. And we were charged to go philosophical here, so don't worry about that, Rolando. So I want to jump onto the topic of democratization of creativity, or accessibility to creativity and opportunities for individuals and for companies, for small individual private companies or entrepreneurial companies to innovate and create. And Rolando, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I've thought about that too. The idea that, when we were talking earlier, we're talking about democratization for the technology being available to the people. But I think that we're in a place in time right now, kind of like resembling the .com boom, where there's a bunch of companies that can now kind of fight with like the big dogs about what's going to happen. And that doesn't always happen, right? Like I'm using this example because it's the most recent one in my head, and it's not really has to do with AR, but it could in theory. Figma was bought out by Adobe recently. And they did that from my analysis. I don't know if anybody other people agree, but because they were a threat to Adobe and they bought them for a lot of money, and that's because they had a freemium way to get users, and they were also on the web, going back to WebXR, right? And Adobe doesn't really have that capability, so it was like a threat, and so they had to buy out the company in order to survive long term. And so I'm thinking now, right, with this kind of metaverse, kind of crypto, not to lump metaverse stuff with the crypto space, but people are intertwining it in the mainstream anyways, so it's we might as well just like include it as part of like the sort of timeline that we're in. There's so many companies. Look at all the really amazing individuals that were here today during this entire summit. Those are some really awesome people doing really awesome things that are going to have a say in how this new technology really shapes education, shapes branding, shapes the way people interact with the world. And that, in a way, is kind of like oddly a democratization industry side, right? The companies now are actually going to be able to have a say in how they place themselves in the market and in a dialogue with the consumers, who also now get to kind of talk and say, I want this product, I want that product. At this point, in this point of inflection, I feel like this is the most pure form of democracy, but also not to conflate it with capitalism. It's a hard line to kind of get at. And I actually wonder what you guys think about that. I'm curious if it's just me just kind of going crazy on these.
Yeah. And especially, I think, Mark, in terms of your companies and avatars, you talked about democratization of avatars.
Yeah.
Can you pick up on Rolando's comments and take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can get murky quickly as we talk about cryptocurrencies and blockchains. I think what we're looking at is how can we build a system, an avatar that is where, actually, let me back up. So I spent years in Second Life, and I had a blast, and I gave myself carpal tunnel syndrome like 5 times, and I really had some life-changing experiences. I mean, I've traveled a good deal, but that has to have been one of my most extreme travels. And what I was doing in there, I was spending time basically, building eyeballs and mountains and forests and whatever people needed. And as a builder, I had the privilege to kind of sit there and be working on something, and I could hear the conversations behind me. And I was sort of let into the inside of some of these sims that people were developing often for commercial purposes. And over the years, I've really thought about that. Like the fact that these are just assets that an avatar has this whole economic possibility in which, if in the American and very capitalist sense of the term, a company can be legally identified as a person, where is the top of the funnel, if you will, for asset production, intellectual property ownership, and the rights and control of that particular avatar? I think we're going to be seeing a lot of people finding that there are markets, and there already are. Decentraland is one. They're all scattered all over, and I'm very excited now, as an American expat, to see that there's less and less of a center to the internet, physically speaking. More and more sub-markets, more and more places where people can identify the thing that they're looking for, either to sell it or to buy it, with individuals or with a group, with a larger formalized group like a company. And I suspect, government level is sort of the logical progression of that. So the ownership then and the way that these entities interact is going to be key, because that will be defining what the democracy is composed of, right? I think ultimately, maybe the thing that we have to do is be conscious about ownership. What is the right to title? How do you identify whether somebody owns a particular avatar or a space or an interaction or asset, a set of data functionality or a data set? And then from there, begin to say, we want to make this as fair as possible. And like people seem to be doing every year, every month, maybe day, is like, let's make it better. Let's make it more fair. Let's recognize people that don't have the privileges that we might have. Let's make sure that there's tools that they can work with. Karen, you mentioned, maybe democracy is something where you don't need knowledge to enter that space. So there's obviously a lot of thinking to be done there. And I'd like to just point to ownership as being maybe a key inflection point for architecting democracies.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Yeah, and Damon. So when we spoke, you talked about empowering creators, so that there's a reflection of creative freedom, and so that the web democratizes creativity and allows voices to be shared. Can you follow up on that, riff on that a little more?
Well, I mean, of course, I mean, just look at, the constraints. I mean, you play in the iOS or the Android box, right? You can, or what you can't do. I mean, if I wanted to make an experience that covered nudity in whatever way, art, whatever, there's going to be issues there, right? And there's a lot of these limits. If I wanted to make a world that was full of hate speech, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? And so I think that it's not just about, hey, let's allow the things that we think are okay. We really have to open it up, and just like the web is, right? There are things on the web that are ugly, they're cruel, they're mean, but that is creative freedom. That is creative expression, right? There are going to be those AR applications in the world that will sell for the bigot, for the racist, for the others. And then and to me, true creative freedom is saying, you be you. It may not be what I subscribe to, it may not be what I endorse, but you be you. And the web does allow for that, right? And so if we really are about creativity and creative freedom, we have to understand that just like the world is full of ugly, that's going to be a reflection as well. But there are those people who want to opt into that, right? There are those people who want to participate in that, that want to have some sense of governance, ownership, and things like that in these spaces. So again, maybe not what I subscribe to, but if we truly are about creative freedom and expression of who you are and being able to come together with your tribe, the web is a platform that does allow this, right? But does have that interconnectivity of where someone could go from one experience straight to another through a link or just typing something in a URL, where I feel that a lot of these platforms can allow that. Their business models wouldn't allow for that. Or, it's going to be issues, right? How are you going to have this extreme world that just has a portal to the other side of the extreme, of that topic?
Yeah.
So for me, I think for creative freedom, it really is, that is why the web is so interesting, is because it allows for anyone to have a voice, no matter if we agree with that voice, if we think it's morally or ethically right or not.
Damon, I'm curious, so I agree 100% with you, that giving everybody voices, right? That's kind of what's happening with AI right now, with all these super cool generative networks like Midjourney and other type of diffusion networks and stuff. And I'm wondering, so a lot of these were trained with hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of art pieces of other artists, right? So now when you type something, you can say, hey, make this in the style of Studio Ghibli, or do this, something like that. And they can have a new creation, right? That kind of democratizes the really hard, painstaking process of creating art that they weren't trained to do. But do you think that, I'm so conflicted about this. Do you think it's okay to, make art, right, that uses someone else's style because it's so easy, right? I can just do a text prompt and then boom, it's art. And there's open source projects now that allow you to do that really easily. It's democratizing the power of arts. So now you don't have to worry about the actual technique or anything. Now you can just worry about what's in your head. I'm just always so, yeah.
Well, I would say that I think that, I feel that it's like music, right? How much of music can you sample or take from another person where you're inspired by, but not exactly stealing from? So I don't know in that. But I think, definitely, maybe reference if it's enough. But again, the music industry has done a pretty good job of this. And we're starting to kind of see that. I don't follow a lot of pop music too much, but I'm starting to see now where some of these artists are getting in trouble, and at least maybe just showing my age as someone in their mid 40s. I feel like there's so much samples. It's like so many of the songs that are now popular have these elements of nostalgia or songs that I've heard before. To where it's kind of no, actually, Taylor Swift did not come up with this riff. That's from the 70s, right, or something. So I guess just the quick answer is, flattery is to copy, but stealing is not right. So I don't have an answer for you, but I think that, again, that's one of those to where the masses, I think people are pretty good now about calling people out, right? So if you're an artist and you steal and you say, hey, this is my work online,
Right. Okay. I want to jump into a slightly different area. And Damon, when we spoke, I talked about my personal belief that the purpose of technology is to improve people's lives. And when we're talking about skills that people may not have for various reasons, and the ways that technology, and let's look at XR and or WebXR in particular, the ways that it can extend our skills and our ability to do things. And this is something that you spoke about, Damon. Can you say a little bit about that? About the way that technology can enable people to do more than maybe they can without it.
Well, sure. I mean, and this goes back to, when we were discussing it, to me, the beauty of the web is that everyone that has one of these can access it, right? And again, this going back to, if it's truly democratized, it means everybody can get it. And there's a lot of the world that will never be able to afford a $2 or $200 headset, right? And so in that, it's giving people the power to do things that they can't do already through a platform that we know that works. Right, it's not having to test something out, and that was something for me. I remember when I got invited to the Kira Institute to talk about standards. It was a group in Second Life, and now I'll be honest, like I didn't understand a lot of the value of Second Life. I found it fun. I too was flying around, back in like 05 and 06 and things like that. But it wasn't until I met this group of people where that's how they got out and did things. Right, that's how if they had some kind of challenge, either physically or mentally, they were able to explore and go do things that they can. And that's also what the web allows for, right? And this goes back to me, immersion is more than just having something strapped in front of my eyes, right? It's about the space. It's about, like the people that, we see in Japan that are paralyzed, that are, actually controlling robot waiters to drop things off, right? And to me, that's a certain level of immersion, right? They're looking at this and doing these things, and we're giving them tech superpowers. So again, I think that's the beauty of the internet, is that it's pretty much everywhere, right? There's not many places where the web isn't already. People aren't already familiar with it, and then there are many examples of how, again, we're using the technology in a way to enrich people's lives.
Great. Yeah. I see Daniel's here, and that's our signal that we're coming close to the end. But I do want to hear a bit more from Mark about what Damon was just speaking about in terms of avatars and AI. Can you wrap that up?
Well, it's interesting because the idea of we want to give people creative license and you do you. I think at my first thought is like, yeah, totally. But then my second thought is like, no, that can't be it. Somehow, through all of this miasma and this like insane hurricane of swirling data, we've got to find a way that we can agree to patterns of behavior. I think, Damon, you were just up in Helsinki last week, and everyone hesitates to cross the street. Like I used to kind of fuck with people a little bit. Like the light would change, and I'd jump out early, and people get really angry. But that's a civilization that has extremely high standards. Those are moral and ethical frameworks. Maybe the expression isn't so much that we can go off in any direction and come up with anything, but maybe the freedom of expression has to do with the exploration that each of us building these environments have a certain obligation to do in a schizophrenic sort of a way, where I push forward and I build new spaces and I explore and I find new things in that self-expression that hopefully isn't ripping off other people. And at the same time, perhaps I can keep like a tether back to the mothership, so that I can remember what are the morals and the ethics that this world is built on, and actively criticize other people if they are out of line. There are people that do things that I will say to them, like, that's not cool. And if we don't do that, and if we are all ultimately free, I think we'll just drift out further and further into something that doesn't allow us to connect. Anyway, there it is. There's a couple thoughts.
No, Mark, I totally
All right.
where you're going.
Rolando, I'm really sorry. We've got the next group of speakers coming through, my friends.
Well, then, real quickly.
It always does. It always does. But would you all agree that democracy is at least still an ideal worth striving towards?
Say that again.
Oh, I think, Mark, I've opened a whole can of worms. That's worth another conversation. Let's cap it for now and have you back.
We're at the end of let's keep working on it. Yes, we will.
Yeah, let's keep working on it. Let's keep working on it. So, Karen, thanks for moderating that. Damon, Mark,
Thank you all.
Orlando, thanks for your thoughts, for getting deep and philosophical. Fantastic. And now we've got a great other panel of speakers joining us for a thank you, guys. See you soon. To lead us on a conversation about fulfilling WebXR's potential, because we're at the very beginning of an era where spatial content over the web will educate, entertain, and ultimately reach an audience of billions, which is exciting. And it's time to examine what it will take to grow from early proofs of concept to envision the immersive web of the next decade. And with us to talk about this, we have got Trent Clues de Castella, Tukcha Joy. I'm hoping we will have. We've got Sophia waiting. I'm not sure if she's coming in now. All right. I was hoping we would have Hagai Goldfarb and Diego Marcus Seguera. Are they coming as well? Do we know that? Trent and Tukcha, are they coming?
Yeah, I think they're just
They are?
sorting out a couple of little technical pieces, but I hope they'll be with us in a minute.
No worries. Wonderful. Well, welcome both of you to the Summit Series. We've got, we've got a good half an hour with you guys, so we'll let the other panelists survive. How are you doing today? You all right?
Doing great.
Fantastic. Yeah. Did I get the pronunciation of your name right, Tukcha?
It's very close.
Very
I'm
close.
using Joy, which is simpler, shorter.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can call me Joy.
I'll take that. Do we have? We've got. I think we've got someone in the background trying to join, but I'll kick us off anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Hagai's sorting out his camera and Diego's sorting out his audio. They're both here, but we're awaiting their ability to go on stage. So if you want to tee up fulfilling the potential of WebXR with Trent and Tuche, then we're ready to roll.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Okay. So fulfilling WebXR's potential. Few things in the world right now for me have as much potential as WebXR. But of course, then that's a tall order, right? When you have such high expectations, everybody wants WebXR to get faster, better, for more people, more accessible. How happy are you with the rate of progress? I'm not saying 2022, but the rate, is it accelerating fast enough for you, Joy?
So I've been working with AR and VR since 2015, and a lot of things has changed. When I first started, we didn't even have the controllers. We were literally using the keyboard to navigate around. So from there to here, like sharing a link and being able to show what you're building to other people is amazing. It's super fast. And even I'm in the field for so long, it's so fast that even it's hard to keep up with this speed. So I'm happy with it, but is there a lot more potential in here? Of course, and it's exciting.
Exciting, lovely. All right, Trent, what do you think? Happy with the rate of progress?
Yeah, similar in a position to Joy. Like we've been dabbling in this immersive XR space since about 2015, and I think it's funny the pattern where you're really optimistic and you're really hoping for this rapid change and things take a little bit longer, but then all of a sudden, these massive paradigm moving moments burst open, and then things that you couldn't have even dreamt of are now possible. And it's exciting for us as a studio because we see tools and platforms like Play Canvas open up. I think the capacity for creators to then go out and build and scale across multiple devices. All the announcements that came out at Connect from Jacob Rossi and the Immersive Web team are really promising, and seeing that break into mixed reality is definitely a new horizon that we're really pumped for. So I feel like we're making good progress.
Good progress. That's really, really hopeful. what's the next big thing for WebXR that you want to see happen, Joy?
So for me, the biggest challenge is still the limitation with the file sizes. And I'm a prototyper. I mostly, when I design something, I have a lot of polygons. When I write code, it's a sloppy code. So it's, yeah, but I am, so my main focus is mostly like creating many different versions of something as fast as possible. So
Yeah.
speed is the most important thing to me, and ease of creating things is very important to me.
Yes.
So, so this is my, personally, I hope that I will be able to create things fast, and I won't need to optimize things so much that it's taking most of my time. So I'm able to create things in minutes with literally using my iPad in 3D, but then being able to put it into the final product takes much longer time.
Right.
So my expectation is that second process of optimization will be much faster, easier, and hopefully even removed from
Wonderful.
the roadmap. Yes.
Thank you for that, Joy. And we've got Hagai with us here. Hi, Hagai. Thanks for joining.
Finally, huh?
Yeah. Hagai, we're talking about what is the next big. So just to catch you up, I asked how happy Joy and Trent were with the rate of progress of WebXR, and they both seemed relatively happy. And now I've just asked them what's the next big thing they want to see WebXR bring us or deliver. And Joy's just shared that maybe optimized and simplified workflows and creative workflows. I'll hand it over to Trent, and then I'm going to go, and the three of you can take over the conversation. You okay with that, Hagai?
Yeah, I thought I was driving it, but sure, you know, it's
yeah. I was just filling in the space, so I'll hand over. I'll just let Trent answer the question of what he wants to see next, and then it's all over to you. So there you go.
Nice. Cheers.
Go,
Thanks,
Trent.
Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, great. Next big thing, definitely, spatial computing. And it's so exciting to see yesterday mixed reality come out into the mainstream and really be, I think, driven into the immersive web space. So I know our team at least are really pumped by how these types of experiences become more contextual and relevant in the real world. We obviously think so much about the metaverse being this virtual space that we all, run off to, but having that, I think, transpire into the worlds and places that we share is really exciting and promising. So pretty pumped for that. And then I think also a big thing is just for creators to have commercial pathways. Like we were actually having a chat yesterday with our tech team about how you monetize WebXR experiences if they're freely accessible. So I'm pretty pumped to see how that will create the same opportunities that we heard about yesterday at Connect, where 1 in 3 apps on the Quest Store have generated $1 million or at least. And so how does that translate, I think, into the immersive web space to create more of a industry, I think, for creators and developers to actually make a living in this space? Definitely.
Yeah, this is great. And Trent, I want to take it from exactly those words that you're just saying, immersive web. We all been dreaming about that, the immersive web that connects us virtually for a very long time. And I want to say that it really didn't start with the announcement of Mark Zuckerberg in July 2021 that Facebook will become Metaverse company. And it also didn't start with the internet document that I put about 1.5 years before that at Meta that was titled The Roadmap to Metaverse. So whatever nebulous concept that is now everyone is calling Metaverse started way before that. So maybe before diving into talking about the topic of this discussion, the WebXR premise specifically, I'd like to ask you, and again, sorry, I'm giving you a long preamble here. Web 1.0, or the first web iteration, was about personal static web pages hosted on servers and was still quite limiting. Web 2.0, which is what we call the participative social web, with user-generated content, usability, interoperability for the first time for end user. And then Web 3.0 which is still, I would say, in an embryonic stage and evolving, include things like semantic web, where creating and sharing the content through search improve the web by allowing you to comprehend the meaning of the word. And then AI, that took all us by storm, and it took us to a new level. For example, if you're not talking about OpenAI GPT-3, the AI engine with over 175 billion deep learning parameters, or Google Brain with 1 trillion parameters. And then better connectivity to semantic metadata and accessibility of information for multiple applications, ubiquity, smart contract and blockchain. And of course, what's really dear to all of us here, I'm sure, and maybe most relevant for the discussion, is 3D graphics. So the question is Web 3.0 really evolving to immersive web? And by immersive, I mean from the lens of virtual presence, agency, and connecting and sharing experiences in XR. And Trent, again, back to you for a second here. Maybe you can start here. I guess we don't have Diego, but would love to hear, because I know Foria has been creating some of the world's best XR experiences. So maybe you can share your thoughts on
Great.
that.
Yeah, it also looks like Diego's jumped in. Good to see you. Great. Yeah, well, definitely. I think we've had a little bit of a chat in the past, Guy, on some of these pieces. And yeah, I think a lot of people see the metaverse and, it's synonymous with Meta as a company. And like you're saying, there's nothing new here. It's just like a continual evolution, of this paradigm shift of the internet and how it's really, extending into this more immersive and spatial substance that has greater depth, and meaning and value. And so, is the Web3 evolving to really give people more presence and agency? I really hope so. I think it really feels like a fundamental ingredient that we all need to be a part of, and definitely the challenges that we've faced trying to push out applications and the friction required to get them in the hands of users is definitely evaporated when we have a link that we can click on and instantly jump into a social experience, or something that could completely open up maybe access for people all around the world, whether it be in classrooms or brands trying to translate into this new space. There's so much potential. So I'm an optimist, and I definitely feel like it is heading in the right direction. It definitely feels like there's a big journey ahead of us, and definitely even to Joy's point, like how do we actually hit the bar that it is at the same quality level as what we take for granted now with the existing apps and infrastructure that's out there. And I think until it's kind of more at parity, it's maybe not going to bring us across as easily as possible. So it's good to see some of these new moves being made, and some good high quality content getting out there that's setting a new bar. So I'm excited to be a part of that.
Thank you. That's well said. That's great. Diego, you kind of like me. We all joined a little bit late, but maybe you want to chime on that. I don't know if you got the question, but it's kind of asking about the Web 3.0 and how it is evolving to immersive web, and your thought. And just anything you want to add here.
So what's the question exactly? What's my opinion about the evolution of the web now that we can do immersive content too?
Yeah, so what I was asking, is Web 3.0 really evolving to be that whatever we envisioned from a long time ago as an immersive web, but I'm saying from the lens of virtual presence, agency, connecting and sharing the experiences in XR, that sort of experiences.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know where things are going. It's so exciting, and for me, it's hard to predict more than a month far in the future. What is exciting is like the web has been always about including any sort of media, right? At the beginning, it was text. After text, we got images. After images, we got video. And after video, we got 3D. And after 3D, we got AR and VR. So it's very cool, like web pages can leverage all these different kinds of media. And I cannot predict where it's gonna go, but I'm very excited. Just some websites will start 2D and we'll have some VR content. Other websites will be like full immersive experiences. I don't know. I think everything is game in this space, and depending what you want to do, the kind of audience that you want to reach, and yeah, you will design your website accordingly. But yeah, so many
Great.
possibilities. Yeah.
Great. Let me take it like, a notch in a little bit. I don't know if that's the right expression, but I've been kind of doing a little bit thinking about before this panel, and I think the web is literally littered right now with unsuccessful attempts to create the underlying technology, and in particular the needed standards that can provide that kind of interoperability and interconnectivity in the context of 3D immersive environment. For example, and I know I'm sure, Diego, you've been around this VRML, Edge Anim, X3D. These were some of the most popular ones in the early days. And typically they would get a little bit of traction and eventually they would fizzle out. For me, which maybe I've been around a bit longer than some of the others, I'm not saying it as a compliment to myself, just for me and for you others, it was the key and the holy grail for immersive web. We were trying everything to find out that kind of protocol, the kind of magic language that allow us to connect. We're trying to put our hands and try things out. I'm telling you, in 2008 and 2009, I was already ready to give up because pretty much everything out there was it just didn't cut it. And so, there were just too many hurdles at the time beyond the APIs. There were just that simply were too early, like hardware limitation, network bandwidth, UI, UX. But here's the thing, okay? About a year ago, I was surprised to find out that one of these web-based protocols, or operating system, if you want to call it, is Diego still there, or did he just jump out?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
This is a protocol that was officially launched in 2001. In fact, survived and has been revamped, I think, by MIT, and recently was spun off as a new startup. I'm just going to throw it out. Like, anybody know which one I'm talking about?
No.
All right. So this is called Croquet. Croquet was the brainchild of Ellen Kay, initially from Apple, and Squeak and Smalltalk, David Smith, and a few other geniuses, I'd say. They had, and this is now we're talking 20 years ago, 3D virtual worlds, avatars, portals, contextual virtual collaboration, information that you can type in, edit things, and share, and much more. And of course, it was browser-based. This is 20 years ago. So I won't get into the details, but I think one of the interesting features of Croquet was that the user would get the same shared experience without the need for a central server. So think about it like peer-to-peer, right? That was kind of the name of the game at that time, right? And now we're talking about experience that are typically, hosted or governed by one organization, which I would say that kind of by default sometimes sounds like a deal breaker in terms of the interoperability, because somebody owns it, right? So, we can't really compare Croquet to WebXR, but I think we can bring it in as to put things in perspective. So now you guys, you've been around, I'd say, the WebXR trenches for quite a while. You've been driving major development and productions in that. And so the question to you now is WebXR, among all of those things that are out there, the winning ticket in this horse race for the killer app? And actually, I think I should call this killer non-app. If you know the different, right? Because we're not talking apps anymore. Platform for immersive web. And in that context, is the idea of peer-to-peer like in Croquet dead? And actually, Diego, I want to go back to you because I think that the stuff that you've done with A-Frame, which is so significant, and WebVR and the full VR browser in super medium is important here. And if I got this right, and I don't know everything about A-Frame, but as I understand, it was really kind of built to have the immersive web straight out of HTML. So is this still viable? And maybe you can touch also on like authoring tools, like how A-Frame plays for WebXR and beyond that, and what else out there, whatever you like.
So the question is that if you like a full if full 3D experiences can be described as HTML. Is that the question?
No, I would say it's a compound question. So I really want to understand, first of all, about the first part of this. Is really WebXR kind of the winning ticket here?
That
right?
one. Yeah, I think, as Carmack said multiple times, it would be very clever and smart to discount the web, because it's the platform that always survives. Like the other platforms come and go, and the web remains. So in the long term, yes, I think it's gonna be always there. Like sometimes and for some application type of applications, and sometimes it's more relevant than others. But it's the constant. The web is always there and always relevant. It depends. Like these days, what I like from the web is that is you can develop and build your things in your own terms, right? There's no process to publish anything. You don't get imposed any tools. I developed A-Frame, but you can do whatever you want, right? I would love you to use A-Frame, but it's your choice, right? While if I develop for iOS, they give me Xcode, they give me a process I have to follow if I want to publish an application, and that's different for every single platform. And in the long term, as people realize, oh, I just want to own my work, I just want to set the rules, and I want to publish on my own terms, I want to own my audience, the web is the best of all platforms. If you think about it, there's really no competition. If the web doesn't flourish more or faster in some niches like immersive, is because there's competing interest in big companies that are building their own closed ecosystems, and they deprioritize the features that are shipping in the browser. But in the long term, sooner than later, there will be pressure for them to implement those APIs. And I think in the long term, WebXR is the winner.
WebXR is the winner?
Yeah, but the web in general.
Yep. Web is the winner. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, it's a good answer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take it a little. Let's dive into the experience, the XR experience itself for a minute. And Joy, I actually want to put this your way. So, and the question is to begin, and kind of like want to talk about, is WebXR really living to its potential and premise? Meta just released Quest Pro, as we all know by now. That was the day before yesterday, and there is some major technology improvement, like we haven't seen in previous generation, like foveated rendering, mirroring some of facial expression to avatars to make them more anthropomorphic and less canny. And I'm going to leave out the discussion about the possible negative implication of capturing human facial expression and gesture, which I think is really a whole ethical discussion, if we should even do that. But I can't help thinking about what Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, said recently. He said, and I'm quoting, VR is for set periods, but not a way to communicate well. And I would say that so far, this has been, from my experience, evidently in most of the VR experiences that I participated in, 30 minutes seems to be the maximum realistic boundary for someone to be in VR before they start to feel uncomfortable, jarred, or sometimes even sick. And it's been surprisingly hard to ask executive and decision makers to put on a VR headset. Pretty much every wannabe metaverse 3D worlds out there that I see, they're still 3D worlds and they're not VR. So which makes you think maybe we should just call these, sorry, crappy words sometimes I want to say, meverse instead of metaverse. In fact, if we talk about the future of work, aka the announcement of Zuckerberg and Satya yesterday, was it yesterday? On XR collaboration between Microsoft and Meta, I can't help wondering if the experience, shared or otherwise, can be sustained in VR. And in parentheses, I'll tell you that I've been wondering if maybe that short battery life on a Quest Pro is rather intentional. In curating content, I can tell you on Oculus browser, and I put kind of some of, not including your content, Trent. I know I put some of the stuff out there, but I've kind of had the opportunity to see some of the worst experiences out there. that I would say that to me felt many times like I'm peeking through a periscope. Literally, you could take a look around as long as you're okay with having your body obey the artificial limitation of you turning around your head, which is nailed to the floor, or the eye view piece in that case, right? Kind of like what you're saying, like 3D OF, but to the point that you literally anchored through your head. So Joy, you've been focusing on UI UX in WebXR. Maybe you could start here and shed some light on that. Besides the advantage of not needing to download an app, is WebXR improving the VR experience? I'm not talking about AR. Are there viable ways now where UI UX in WebXR can make a big difference in adoption? Or perhaps we should accept the fact that the sweet spot for WebXR is in the 2D screens and the AR glasses. And so we should brace ourselves to the points in the future where they become mainstream. Does that kind of make sense, the question?
So there are different parts of the question, I think. There are many limitations that comes with the device, and there are ways to, I think, overcome those limitations. But I think the contribution of WebXR is to solve device dependency, but also it brings this another barrier that you design an experience that would work on a phone or on a headset, which are very different experiences. And I agree with the part where there's like putting on the headset and being in an experience for a long time is very challenging. And it's like it's even shorter than 30 minutes. I find myself that I spend a lot of time in the beginning, especially in 2015, but later on I was like just spending time to look at what I feel and take it off. And you've seen me many times, Hagai, where I had the headset here,
True.
not like here. So what I find with being able to access the same experience on a desktop, for example, it doesn't give the same immersiveness. But once you were in that space, once you experience the thing, and you're using a space, for example, for a meeting, then you can have the same functionality on a desktop. You can have the same functionality on your phone, which is much more accessible, much easier to use, and it allows you to multitask. So this is a big, I think, other than the distribution aspect, other than being able to access masses, this thing I think makes WebXR stand out, and like Diego said, I agree that it's the winner ticket.
Great answer.
Yes.
I love it. Trent, do you want to chime on that?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I guess like to your question, Hagai, like, is it living up to its potential? Is VR in this instance like the paradigm that the web's going to evolve into? What are some of the limitations with that? Like it's definitely clear, and I couldn't agree more, that the content currently in the WebXR space still feels restricted and limited. Feels like the kind of indie game kind of dynamic where we are doing the best with the tools that we've got and having to kind of throttle back maybe the quality. And even with our Project Raw, we had to find an art direction that really lent strength to the WebXR, infrastructure. And so I think, with that in mind, like the strengths right now aren't so much in the content space, but to Joy's point, it really is, I think, the strength in cross-platform and ultimately meeting people where they're at, right? And that to me is what the metaverse represents. It's not going to be an app. I don't think anyone's going to own the metaverse. I don't think it's necessarily going to be this one place that we all go and hang out. It is really just a continuation of how the internet is evolving and becoming more immersive and hopefully more human and more open. And I definitely feel like that's really what presents the most promise is the accessibility. And then as the infrastructure comes up in terms of more power and compute and remote rendering, then I think it's going to be, at the same bar. And so, even using the Quest Pro, we've been testing it on a project currently, and having mixed reality pass through, I found myself typing on my computer in mixed reality and kind of forgot for a second I was wearing a headset because I was seeing through the screen in front of me. And so I think some of these big shifts will take place. And it's not to say VR's not enough. I think it is perfect for those that love VR and live in it and play in it and work in it. But it's not to say that we've got to shut the door on all these other mediums that people really soak up and embrace. And so I'm excited to see that accessibility burst open and really meet people fundamentally, on the device that makes the most sense for where they're at.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. This is, I'm just thrilled that, and in fact, it sounds to me like everybody in the room is very optimistic and excited about what's lying ahead. And if I could just add the final word here, and I know you guys, Daniel, you want to push us out of here, but I want to say that just a few days ago, I was running, and again, I'm kind of like just expressing one last opinion here. Talking about one of the biggest challenges has been, when it comes to web, has been about ray tracing. Ray tracing on the web has been really one of the major challenges. Recently, I saw some demo by a guy named Felix Meyer, who managed to showcase real-time ray tracing by binding WebXR to WebGPU, which I'm starting to believe is a successor to WebGL. And maybe utilizing some of the other backend like Vulkan and Metal and OpenGL 3.0, which is when it's finally out. I think we are in for some real big surprises coming up. And I'm, at least from my perspective, I'm confident that we will eventually fulfill this dream of immersive web. So yeah, thank you, Joy, Trent, and Diego. This is really great participation. And of course, thank you, Ben, Erwin, Daniel. Daniel, I'm having a hard time with, I think it's Dyboski-Bryant, right? Julie, Smithson, Sophie, Moshasha, and of course, Ken Alexander that made this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hagai. Thank you, Diego, Joy, Trent.
Have a great day.
Just before you go, Hagai, I love that comment you made about maybe the Quest battery life is on purpose. That made me laugh out loud. I just have this vision of some coder thinking, we can't let people have this on their head for more than an hour, and quickly writing script to cut the battery down. That cracked me up. Loved your
But I wanted to add that I said I get tired and I carry it here, but my record is like 7 hours straight in Oculus headset. So it is possible.
It is possible
to keep it on.
You to work towards it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you
Thanks,
again.
everybody.
Have a great day.
See ya.
Trent, we got to check out later.
Yeah, catch you, guy. See you guys. Bye.
All right, Julie. We're at that time of the day again where we watch you weave your magic wand and kind of take us through this whirlwind that we've been on today. I'm gonna hand over to you, and then I'll join you a little bit later on, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll run through kind of what's happened and then jump in whenever, because I love the cross conversation is awesome.
All right, see you in a bit.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get started, everyone. First of all, I just need a hands up that you guys can see my screen, because this is the biggest part for me. It looks like you can. So yeah, welcome to what a show. Yeah, I can't believe it's already 7 o'clock at night here. I'm located just outside of Toronto, and I feel myself stuck to the seat right now because I've been sitting here so long, but what a day. And as you can see, so much great content from all of our speakers. So what I'm gonna do is just quickly highlight who we heard from today. And then the stuff here on the left-hand side is a little bit of a takeaway summary that I'd love to talk to Daniel about. Once I've finished going through all the speakers, just to give everybody that highlight recap. So we started the day with Ben Erwin, and he opened up our show at 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning and talked about a few different things, announcing some of the speakers that we were having coming in, and announcing the third polys that we'll talk about that at the end of this segment, because we've got the entire WebXR team will be coming back out to have a quick chat with us. We then had Daniel. He actually opened up the show and talked about a whole bunch of things where rubber meets the road. And we talked a little bit about all the different things that were going to be the elements of the quote unquote metaverse, or M word, as Terry Schussler called it today. We talked about OKRs, the objectives, key results, things that would create and produce an amazing experience, and of course the return on experience. Next, we had Jon Gress come in, and this was a great conversation about constructing the metaverse. And there was so many key pieces in here, and I've lifted out, you know, some of the important things. And I was also taking a bit of feed from our YouTube channel, where people were throwing comments out when the question of, you know, is content queen and experience is king? Somebody pointed out that it should be we are the people. Jon Gress and Daniel talked about the experiential age, that, you know, combining 2D into 3D, there's a huge convergence happening. Everything is becoming metaversive, and starting with the end in mind. Experience of anchors are the core of who you are. I thought that was really key, the key importance here. And it takes a lot of unlearning to get where you're going. So forgive me here, my mouse seems to be a little bit jittery, but we'll get through it. Next, we had Brian Kardell from Igalia come in and talk about the new Wolvic XR browser. And I took a few images. We're actually going to be posting some of these images from my sense making into the Discord channel, so that we can share some of this knowledge, and anybody who's listening or would like these takeaways, we'll have them here for you. So he talked about the multi-engine architecture, and guaranteeing web principles, and you know, what it's gonna take to build out this new ecosystem. He finished off with his 2023 goals, finishing off the multi-backend architecture and getting on, you know, millions of users. We do have an upcoming event, November 3rd. I hope I got the date right. So Daniel can correct me when he comes back in, because we'll announce it again. But we've got an upcoming event that will go through the Wolvic browser a little bit more. We then moved on to standardizing the web-based metaverse. We had Neil Trevett and Kai Ninomiya on, and lots of talk there. Web for the win was one of my big takeaways. This one was very technical, but a lot of lessons in there, just on where we are with deploying the WebGPU and WebXI, the delivery of, you know, what's going to happen between USDZ and GLTF. And it was great to hear that the conversations of how these two file formats will start to work together, and that there is a working group that is working to figure that out. So a lot of great work there. The Metaverse Standards Forum is the biggest piece that they now have over, they hit 1,900 members. And, you know, it really does come back to that collaborative. It takes a community to build everything out. We then had Terry Schussler join us with his group, planning for WebXR augmented reality in the headset. A lot of really key takeaways in there about story living, meeting creators in the space. Layers was another word that I kept hearing, actually. Layers, it takes layers and layers, and I commented that on my takeaway. That's a repeat word. They also talked about, you know, giving language new points of view, and I thought that was interesting. There's a couple of people that talked about language today and the definition of language and how language is going to change. They also talked a lot about the pass-through, which is still so in such early days after MetaConnect, you know, announced on Tuesday about that. So they did touch a little bit on that. Next, we had Alan Smithson with building the immersive creation tools with Ashley Crowder, Jonathan Hale, and Felix Hurst. And they talked about everything, you know, if you don't have 3D soon, what are you doing? And just making sure that companies are staying with the trends that are happening. They talked about solutions about, you know, creating chains that need to get shorter to be able to produce content, and shortening iteration cycles. So this was all about, you know, bringing 3D into production processes and building out web apps for the future. We then moved into Evo, crafting, here we go, crafting new realities, world building and generative AI with David Romero and Timothy Porter. This was a great conversation about, we talked about NERFs, you know, a lot of learning for myself there, NERF being a neural radiance field and how to use, you know, pre-training machine algorithms into saving efficiencies and, you know, decreasing costs in the whole process altogether. There was discussion about workflows and how AI can build out things like texture changes and inversion and all sorts of things, data mining yourself. As I said, today was a learning experience for me too. So I'm spitting this out like I know what I'm talking about, but I just for that clarification point. Next, we had rigging avatars with Dolce Berga, Andrew McDonald, Christine Heller, and Jin. That was a really cool conversation, talking about, you know, bringing physical into 3D, using recognizable public figures to produce these avatars. Talked a lot about creating drag and drop features for creators to be able to create things for avatars. And then they talked about modifying avatars on the fly, but one of the things that I'll bring in my takeovers with Daniel was that we need to be careful that we don't fall into the cookie cutter model of avatars to lose our identity agency when we're in these spaces. And I think that's a really important piece. And I've noted that in the takeaways. Next, we had Money in the Metaverse with Elizabeth Strickler, Ileana Oris-Valiente, Elizabeth Chase, and Christopher Choice. That was talking about the different rails of currency, crypto, fiat, you know, what is next when it comes to the marketplace and these transactions that are happening. Elizabeth Chase also brought up that, you know, the micropayments are starting to allow people to, or opening up accessibility to have people on the blockchain and being able to open up that possibility of transactions for everyone. Yeah, there was a lot of really really interesting things. Developing products on layer 1 was a big takeaway on that, just to get people going. And that when we're developing these experiences, the marketplace is really, you know, it's transaction number 55, as Ileana said, you know, way down the line of that user experience. And we need to think about what is that number 1 to 49 before we get to that marketplace. Next, we had independent makers, Juliana Lowe, Daniel Adams, Albright Enolia, Timmy Serkost, and Jenna Lambert. This was a great conversation just about the creator space and using 360 video, you know, putting you in the moment, the commitment to accessibility, and also just there was a lot of talk about gaming. I think a lot of these people came from the gaming aspect and bringing their creativity to XR. Then we had Daniel coming in and interviewing Thomas Wellner, Making Magic with WebXR. And, you know, that was all about gaining the medium of going somewhere, leveraging new strengths of a medium. The moment you interact, you break down that dependence, and feeling connected to a story is to feel agency. That was one of the big takeaways. I've noted that. I thought that was really interesting, is that once you hit that interactive point, you've actually hit on that empathy point. Hold on a second. We had a lot of content today. Next, we had Getting Creative for Good Cause with James Orego. And I personally teared up in this one. I'll be the first to admit it. I choked up. I thought this one was just, it was an amazing game changer in all this discussion of enterprise business, building, creating, and then we had this emotional piece where magic happens and helps loneliness and kids in hospitals and stuff like that. And I'm totally with Daniel in if there's ever a utility, helping loneliness and kids in difficult moments. I think that is super powerful. Next, we got serious with envisioning the future of social VR with Daniel again, and Lisa Marie Wurtzinger, Karen Malecki Sanchez, and Chris Madsen. And, you know, that was we got right into conversations about the dark met, but we did talk about, you know, what the common understanding about how to behave in the metaverse would be, and you know, how users have control, where you spark moments, bringing cultures into the space. I thought that was really important. That was something Chris Madsen said, and I put that in my key takeaways, is that we, you know, when you start to bring different cultures, it just becomes the norm. Next, we had advancing the ecosystem with Ben, Catherine Henry, Richard Gross, and Daniel Lundgren, and you know, talking about advancing the hardware and taking that enterprise first approach, talking about the user and being able to own that experience with the user. It has to be worth it. So utility is so important. We called out DICE, which is a term basically curated by Jeremy Bailenson. DICE stands for dangerous, impossible, counterproductive, and expensive and rare. These are the best applications for virtual experiences. And then we also we had a quick shout out to Meta, just of being able to build out that ecosystem for us that we rely so much on today. Next, we had David Smith, the Augmented Conversation, and I picked up a few things from his presentation. One of them I thought was really impactful. You are defined more than anything by how you communicate. The metaverse will redefine what we are and what it means to be human. And I thought that was really impactful. Again, he talked a lot about language in his conversations, the language of music, the language of math, and communication, and how we'll apply those into portals and connect with each other. We then talked to Lucas Rizzotto with Daniel. This was a fun and enlightening conversation, just on you know, doing things. He had some great messages for us. So do things that you can't do anywhere else in this space. You know, be simple, and you know, don't lose humanity with AI. I think there was some great messages that he also had, and how sci-fi is, and you know, really has driven the worries of XR. So lots of good stuff there. Daniel then went into a conversation with Sean Mann about scaling WebXR with RP1. This was a discussion about RP1 and being able to make a space easy to build, and easy for many people to have accessibility to be able to you know, open up that door for everyone. Karen Alexander then came in with democratizing WebXR with Rolando Masasabando and Damon Hernandez and Mark Steven Meadows. A really deep conversation on accessing the information, what the rights are, you know, a right to should determine the quantity and the agency of who you are. So there was definitely some good conversations there. It's actually one of the ones that I think I'd like to go back and re-listen to, because it was really deep, and I felt like that conversation could have gone on a lot longer. So and then lastly, we just had a conversation with Fulfilling WebXR's Potential with Hagai Goldfarb, Trent Clue de Castella, and Diego Marcos Segura, and Chuti Joy. They talked a little bit about just how WebXR is, you know, is the future of everything Web3, and how there's so many possibilities, and it's evolving to give people agency in this space. So there's definitely a lot of things to discuss there. That's it, Daniel. From a high level, I'll go back into my takeaways so we can narrow in on some of these key messages. But you know, what a day!
What a day, Julie, and what a skill you have of doing this real time as we're talking about this, picking out salient points. It's a really nice way to reflect back on the day, because conversations come and go quite quickly. It's a really nice opportunity to reflect back, and I just want you to take a nice deep breath, because you covered that like in one fell swoop. So well done, Julie. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And you know, as I said, this is a journey for me as well.
Right.
I learned a lot, you know, and we can pull out some of this stuff. The term I heard over and over again was standards. standards over standards, standards. I think
that's one.
That was
Couple of threads that stayed with me was people, and it's about the people and about connecting. And it's a little bit a shame that the word connecting has a bit of a different aftertaste. It feels like Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook kind of co-opted that term, like we're all about connecting people, and you can argue the other way with that kind of social media, but it is about people. And I'll go back to one of the opening statements. For me, the best VR is the VR that makes me forget my headset.
Yeah.
When it's just about the experience, and often those experiences are either very good single user experiences or because I'm with people that I care about or with meaningful interactions. So yeah.
I also heard, people need to care about why they're in there.
Yeah.
So really driving to that, what is that end experience? What is that feeling that you want people to have when they're in your experience, so that you can start there? How are you going to target those emotions? That's
I remember talking to Lucas about that, and I brought up your term return on experience, and it triggered the thought of return on attention. And nowadays, really, as a consumer, what every company, every app, every website, every marketing company wants is your attention. So if that's what they value, that's what we have as a currency, our attention, right? So then as consumers, we're paying with our attention. So really the question from a consumer point is, what do I get for giving you my attention? What's my return on my attention? That'll stay with me for a little bit, I think, that concept.
Yeah, and I jotted that down. It has to be worth it, right? It has to be worth it for a user to be in that space. And whether they're buying something or they're just experiencing something, it
Right.
has to be worth it for the user to stay there and be there and come back.
Right. And it's got to make either our lives overall substantially better, or just got to make day-to-day life a bit easier or more pleasant or happier.
Yeah, that was
either in a big way or just
right.
Sorry, go on. Say again.
No, sorry, there was a delay there. I was just going to say there, even capturing or figuring out, building out efficiencies within our space. It's another piece of, getting there sooner or doing things quicker.
And a lot of talk about AI as well. And I'm not surprised. I think it's right. The auto generation of content, very, very exciting developments in that space. And I'll say it again, for me, this year has been the year of AI. It's the first year that I've paid attention to AI because it means something to me. My son Ziggy,
that's right.
He completed he does online school, and one of his teachers gave him an assignment, have to create a propaganda poster for the First World War, where they were studying history, and it was a bit of a project where they had to go and create something on their laptop. He just went to Midjourney. 5 minutes later, slapped the text on it, and he got recommendations for it.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think maybe just finishing off with the one word that, we also saw was consent. Building consent into experiences right now, so that people understand what they're, what are you tracking? What happens when that user interacts with something? Having that transparency as people are learning about this space is the best position to be in, to be able to have that trust being built with the user, or whether it's an employee or consumer.
That's very true. And what I said about our currency as consumers being our attention, actually we have two currencies. We have our attention and we have our data. Right. And so we were quite rightly thanking Meta for all that heavy investment and really driving the ecosystem, but they're also getting something out of it. They're getting a lot of our data and attention from this. So it's not, that investment in the ecosystem is not free. And we actually pay for it as well. So I have to keep that in mind.
That's right.
But,
Yeah.
but having said that, Meta is easy to criticize. Meta is easy to bash. I don't partake in that. I see the value in what they're doing. So,
and really they've kind of set a path forward of how we will roll this out. You know, the excitement around mixed reality pass through. You know, even on Terry Schussler's conversation, there's discussions of, you know, what does that look like? What does the UI look like around, you know, building with this pass through in VR headsets? There's teams that are now mobilizing to be able to do that. And it's amazing that a company like Meta has that influence on our industry. And whether, you know, however you feel about Meta, they have laid the groundwork for everybody on our panels today on, you know, what does development look like moving forward? Well, Meta releasing, and now we need to be ready to build for that. So, interesting
absolutely
times.
It is. And also in a sense, you know, I like to believe that Meta is just doing their best, and really it's up to us. Like, we can criticize all we want, but really it's up to us to do better. They're just challenging us. The next company, do it better then, you know. Put more money in, build it better. And there are ways to do it better. I know there are. But
I think it's also about taking ownership of your own identity and your own agency and understanding. You know, I can go back in a term, humanics, that I used. It was from the Joseph Ayoun book of Robot Proof that I spoke about a couple of years ago. You know, understanding the technology that's taking place when you're interacting with it, being able to be social for one, understanding there's a computer and camera and maybe a headset that's you know, transporting your images, but understanding the data collection that's happening at the same time. There's a trifecta there of humanics that we all need to own, and we can't blame other people for the way that it's being manipulated if the right user experience is put into place. And I think you know, closing off with it's our responsibility as part of this industry to have that ethical design as a part of every single development that we do moving forward to ensure that those
and a big part of that ethical design and responsibility is educating people, because it's ignorance that gets you, right? Mobile phones, we have ethical data and privacy dilemmas right from the outset. We still really haven't solved them, and we're still not really at the point where opting in and out is intuitive, or where you're aware necessarily. Now we're maybe starting to teach it in colleges. I know we had a librarian going around every class teaching about how to stay safe on social media and also check your settings. It was one of the most popular courses that we offered at college. Still so much work to be done. But overall, I'm really like for me, the feeling I'm left with from today is really positive. Really positive. Great people in this space.
It's so nice to have such a great community and a great industry of having this open source collaboration of what we're all doing. And I think it's important we can keep checks on each other just to make sure that we are all building, you know, with ethics in mind. So yeah, I love it too. I feel really heartened by today, by so many different perspectives. And you know, this is probably the key moment that we bring on the rest of the team, because this has been our whole mantra of doing these WebXR series over the last couple of years.
Absolutely.
And
let's bring the team on.
Let's bring on the team. Bring on the team.
Hey, Sophia, Karen. Fantastic. How are you guys? How is the green room? You guys have been hanging out in the green room with all the guests. You get to chill out. What was that like?
Oh, the green room's always awesome. We get to meet the amazing people who speak at these summits, and get to have a little fun with them and some unstructured time and joke around, and get a little preview on what they're going to talk about. So yeah, always a pleasure to be in the green room.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sophia, you've done the green room and the hosting a number of times. How did you enjoy today?
Oh,
we're not hearing you for some reason.
Audio.
Unfortunately, not hearing you, Sophia. So sorry.
Until we have Sophia, because this is actually her panel. Sophia has traditionally wrapped up all 6 summits, and so she's officially the moderator of this. And so let me just sort of lay out what we're going to do
Lost for words.
In this victory lap of the WebXR Summit series that we're about to undertake here. Sophia, you got your mic working yet? Nope. All right, so I'll keep going here. So anyway, I'm going to start off with thanking everybody, and then we're going to move into, Julie's gonna quickly make sense of last year's WebXR summits, because Julie has hosted all 6 of them, which was an amazing lift. But we discovered in the process, I think it was around Metatraversal 3, this superpower of Julie's doing the sense-making exercise, which is now a staple of our show. So thank you. You killed it again today. But we have to thank all of our speakers today for just giving us all that just nuggets of wisdom that were just fantastic. Then Karen hosted the WebXR Education Summit on July 21st. So we're going to hear a little bit about some of her key takeaways from that. Sophia did the WebXR Brand Summit on September 15th. And so we'll hear from what she thought about that. And then Daniel, you get to talk about today for a moment. And then nobody go away. We've got the announcement that you've all been waiting for, the 3rd Poly's WebXR Awards. We've got something to say about that, so hang out. So Sophia, is your mic on? Nope. Okay. We'll get there. Get it working by the time the Brand Summit. Go out and come back if you need to. But anyway, so I'm going to start by thanking everybody. So first of all, I want to thank the WebXR Summit Series hosts from 2021, Trevor Flowers, who, little quick backstory there. After the first Polys, I was doing post-recording acceptance speeches from Jason Johnston from Troika and Gabe Baker, who won Developer of the Year. And those conversations inspired the WebXR Developer Summit. And when I got off those calls, I emailed Trevor Flowers and I said, we need to have a WebXR Developer Summit. And he said, that would be lovely. And so, so it happened. And it didn't just happen, it inspired this entire series. And in the process, not only was this just a learning exercise for all of us, a big learning exercise for the entire community, I feel that we've made a real impact. But then what happened there, as we were doing the WebXR Business Summit with Samantha Matthews, thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Kent Bai, for the WebXR Design Summit. Neil Trevett comes along with a constellation of standards, which he ended today with trademark. So it's like constellation of standards trademark, because he does get to own that. But I also watched Ivo Heining do the interoperability panel at the Business Summit, and I was just, she rocked my world. How organized she was. This was the prep call. This wasn't even the panel. I was just like, Ivo's got game. And so I talked to Neil, I talked to Terry Schussler, I talked to Ivo, and then we created Meta Davos. And then we talked to the World Economic Forum, and the World Economic Forum says, yeah, not so much with the Meta Davos, but we love what you're doing. So, so anyway, we went on to call it Metatraversal, which it was about portals, so that made sense. We had 3 Zoom calls with some amazing industry leaders. Thank all 30 of them that came through. And then we did the Metatraversal alignments and agreements in the spring, which then led to Sophia's show at AWE. So that was a quick year and a half there. And now we're up to the WebXR Education Summit, which was absolutely epic. So I turn it over to you, Karen, to, you know, what did we learn?
Oh my goodness, what did we learn? There's so much to learn, so much happening in the space, in the education space, and so many educators who are passionate about using all of the tools that are out there to improve education and to really make sure that everyone, not just children, but that everyone is learning in the best way we can, and that we are continuing to remain innovative and not just doing it the way we've always done it. Because yes, there might be some better ways to do things. Something that really stood out to me from that summit was the power of community. And when I talk about community there, it's communities of various kinds, communities of practice. We had a panel with educators empowering teachers with XR tools. So teachers sharing with each other and learning from each other on what kind of XR tools there are out there and how they can use them and incorporate them into teaching. Communities such as the Immersive Learning Research Network that is really working to sort of gather information about the state of XR and immersive learning. There are many other examples I could point to, and the Education Summit itself, as all these summits have, all these WebXR summits have, are themselves helping to create this community. And many of the panelists at the Education Summit said, oh, we need to dive into this more deeply. We need more time to talk about this. Definitely the 30-minute panels feel short, and I know we wanted to hear from as many people as possible, but I think there's space to dig in a little more deeply into some of these education topics and spend a little more time fleshing them out and maybe doing something more in the way of workshops for teachers to help bring the knowledge and expertise of the community that we have created to others who are just getting started.
You?
We're dropping off one by one. And Julie,
it's the curse of the Education Summit. Me and my 5-minute soliloquy to open that up was awesome. Anyway, so while we're waiting for Sophia, I totally skipped over the part where Julie got to talk about the 2021 series. So let's go back to that, and hopefully by the time you take a few minutes on that, Sophia can give us some thoughts on brand. And if not, you can take it over, but go for it, Julie.
Sure. Just a quick recap on 2021. You know, we started the Polys, and I think that kind of kick-started the Developer Summit, which was hosted by Trevor Flowers. And that was a very technical conversation, but it was great to kind of engage the community of developers that had been building WebXR for all these years behind the scenes that had never been addressed or even a conference to talk about what they were doing. And that was something that we hosted for the first time, and it was a great way to engage the community. We then moved into the Business Summit with Samantha Matthews and talked about business applications on a very light, now that I think about it and probably going back to those conversations, it was a very light conversation compared to what we talked about today. But that business conversation then evolved into the Design Summit with Kent Bai, and we started to talk about practical design applications that were required to build XR. So that was our 2021 series, which then, of course, rolled into the second year of the Polys, which I co-hosted with Sophia. And then that rolled into the fact that we needed to educate people more. And that's where Karen took over with her Education Summit. And then we thought, and if Sophia's not back yet, that's how we rolled into the Brand Summit, where we started to talk to people about how brands were engaging into the space and how they were bringing their brands to life. And now here we are today, production. This is how we do it. So it kind of tied up really nicely within all of these summits and the community that we're a part of that have contributed their time and knowledge and sharing. We couldn't have asked for a better series or a better community to do this with. super proud to be part of it and proud to be part of this team.
Yes, me too. Yeah, it's been
Amen
amazing.
to that. And really great job all the way through. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, this is our 21st event together.
I lost count.
And you were part of all of them. So thank you and fantastic job. So anyway, we're still waiting on Sophia. I feel like FaceTiming Sophia so that I could like put her up on the screen. Like, okay, Sophia, you're on. I have no idea. But she'll be back. Sophia always comes through. So anyway, let's just kind of skip over to today, Daniel. What did we learn? Just a quick comment to tee up that hour with Croquet, Lucas Rizzotto, and then Sean Mann. Oh my God. And the thing that really struck me, like I was slacking with Julie in the background, is how deep that gentleman is. Like, you know, you had said, you know, I want to get Lucas Rizzotto for my fireside chat. And I was like, all right, let's get him. And you know, I've met him a couple of times now, but oh my God, like his wisdom, like he's like the depth and his ideas and his outside the box thinking. When we go back and do the post-production on this thing, like there are going to be so many little sound bites and excerpts that come out of that conversation that were just so rich. Karen, you were in the green room. You didn't catch any of that, did you?
Yeah, well, I didn't. I mean, you know, we had the luxury of having David take us through a demo of Croquet together. This is a while back now, which was amazing. But in the green room, he showed us Alan Kay's guitar, which he now has, and his own guitar. So a lot of people who have been involved in these summits really have some deep history in working on the web and the foundations, you know, things like VRML. We had, you know, Mark Stephen Meadows was involved with that. And of course, Tony Parisi, who's been on multiple of these events, but unfortunately couldn't be with us here today. We haven't had Mark Pesci yet, but we, you know, maybe we'll get him onto one of these events soon. But there are some real pioneers in the space. And I'm not talking about going back to, say, 2016 when I first got involved here. I'm talking about going back to the 90s. So people who have been here all along and are finally seeing the fruits of their labors. I hope they feel that way about it. And plenty of them are still going strong, like David is.
Okay, so now you're really up, Daniel, but we do have some noise in the background. So hopefully, yeah, there's like a white noise static that I muted. I hope that would persist, but when you're off the air, could you mute yourself? Because I muted it.
I will do so. I will do so. It might be my laptop overheating.
Your computer's probably on overdrive.
Right. I'll give you some comments just before I finish. Sophia sent me some notes. She asked me to fill in for her. So if that's okay, when I respond to these questions now, if you want, I'll cover some of what Sophia was going to cover. But with regards to today and the production summit, first of all, thank you guys for having me host this. I was a bit nervous coming in. You guys are all pros, done 16 events together. But you've made it a joy. And an honor to work with you. Oh, here's Sophia. Hey, Sophia. Through the looking glass. That's great. And yeah, back to Lucas. I really feel he just sees things in a way that very few people do that I know of. And that's always a really valid perspective to have, because all of us here on the call and listening and streaming, we're probably still pioneers, whether we like to admit it to ourselves or not, just in terms of the background understanding we have. But Lucas is rare. That's why, for me, he's a bit of a poet and a jester in the way that a jester, like I said, traditionally is one of the few, is like the immune system, right? The jester has the permission to poke fun. Yeah, has the permission to poke fun and make sure we don't take ourselves too seriously and tip things upside down. And as the metaverse is crystallizing, as the M word is crystallizing, then we also kind of need to break it. As we build it, we need to keep breaking it so that we don't get stuck in our ways, particularly now. So that was a great conversation. And then just before that, we had who was on before Lucas, or after Lucas?
Well,
Yeah,
it was Sean Mann.
Sean Mann. So that conversation, that was just like a processing of the demo. Anybody get a chance to get a demo with Sean Mann and what they're building? I implore you to take it and let it sink in. Go quiet and kind of absorb it. You know, that's the next promise of WebXR for me. I saw something there that I did not expect to see in the next 2-3 years. So that was very, very cool. It's weird looking at Sophia. You look like you're behind a window, behind another window.
I thought you'd get out of this, and now. So,
she's stuck.
What do we learn from Brand, Sophia?
Right. So yeah, I'm gonna. Can you put that mobile phone where I'm supposed to be, and then I'll pretend I'm speaking through Sophia's mouth when I give her notes? No,
We have to implement AI into that, Daniel.
Yeah. Right. So let me briefly cover some of what Sophia was gonna recap on.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we can hear you. We just yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
It is the most fun because it is external facing. It involves like the world and how we're going to onboard the world onto WebXR or immersive technologies at large. And you know, brands were, you know, one of the first. It's not an industry, but it was one of the first reasons why WebXR was adopted. I would say training, and then also for, you know, the novelty aspect of it. And brands were the first to invest the dollars to kind of prove out it drives empathy. And what we've seen is that actually works. There's a return on experience, as Julie had made up and quoted, the ROX, and some real ROI that's been realized. And we see brands continuing to push and dump money into continuing to build out these experiences, and not just one-off experiences now, like this overall like 10-20 year strategy of how they're going to be involved with the metaverse. So some key takeaways: meet your customers where you are, both on the hardware side that is already readily accessible, as well as with the software experience. It doesn't need to be everything to everyone, doesn't need to have a whole bunch of gimmicky things. Good strategy is what you need to drive impact. And it doesn't need to be jam-packed with a bunch of fluff that might scare off new users. WebXR, as we all know, is the gateway to adoption across the board, but especially when we're talking about getting people and experiences at scale that may not have already had awareness of immersive tech. In some of these kind of closed off training environments, you're providing people with the hardware and these modalities. But when we're talking about getting, you know, the average person on board with these technologies who haven't even heard of it, we have to meet them where they're at. You know, computers, mobile devices, through the web. And it's all about social experiences, right? There's a misconception that technology drives us further apart, but really, in fact, people are using technology as demonstrated by social media, but in XR as well, to come together, and they want to experience things together. So the more that we can be thoughtful of that when driving our strategy, developing out our projects, that's going to be a real win. And it will also drive stronger brand loyalty when you're bringing your communities together to experience things together. Fail fast, fail cheap. This is quoted from Terry Proto, Virtual Reality Marketing. We don't need to develop these grandiose visions from the start. Not everything will be perfect or should be perfect. It's all a developing work in progress with integrating lessons learned. Leave yourself with some wiggle room to test the market and see what works so you're able to iterate on your projects and get them to an optimal place that people will love and return to. WebXR opens up opportunities to a globalized economy. We can offer new types of experiences, engagement tactics, services. It opens up new revenue streams. So there's a lot of opportunity to engage with your customers like you wouldn't have in traditional means, and also drive new revenue because of that. Piggyback off of what already works. With consumer engagement, with in-person engagement, online, social platforms, what is already working that's driving the consumers. You should be creative, but not recreate the wheel with these proven methodologies. Kind of take what works from these different methodologies and apply them to what you're building in WebXR. Last but not least. It's not only a brand image booster now, as I had said before. It's there's really real returns on investments to realize when reaching faster, like on-demand purchases, and with reductions of returns with the try before you buy applications, which honestly is best accessed through your mobile device, anyways. So that sums up some of the key points from the brand summit. There's a lot that's going on right now, a lot of money that's being invested, particularly in these consumer experiences. So stay tuned, you'll see a lot more in 2023.
Thank you, Sophia. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to queue up a little video, and Julie, you paused, Sophia. Oh, there you go. All right, there you're back. I'm going to queue up a video, and all these things are going to slide over here. But what we want to announce is that the Poly nominations are open. So, Julie, do you want to talk a little bit about 2023 as we?
I'm talking over this.
Yeah, you got a little music under you on purpose there. I lowered it. There you go.
Yeah, so join Sophia, myself, and the entire team on March 4th, 2023. Celebrate our community and our industry developing WebXR. And today, nominations are open. Your community on who would like to honor and nominate for our awards winner.
All right, I'm turning down the music here. All right.
Yeah, apparently it's hard to hear me over the music.
Yeah, it didn't mix. It should have, but whatever. So please continue.
Nope, just in summary, Sophia and I will be back with the rest of the team to honor our industry. March 4th, 2023, and the nominations are open. We want to hear from the community on who you would like to see being recognized. And experiences, we're looking for them, case studies, real world developments that are taking place in WebXR. So we can honor those creators, developers, and of course the companies who are deploying them to prove out these applications. So join us and nominate your community members now. So we'll probably, the link is right there. There it is.
Fantastic.
Events/nominate.
So, so we are now just got a few minutes left, and so I wanted to also, thank all of the people behind the scenes, as well as our dear friends in the industry that have been so supportive of what we do. Did we lose? Did we lose Sophia? Are you still there? Anyway. Now we got something in front of you. Oh, that's Helen. Let me.
I'm here too.
Yeah, we got Helen. Hi.
Hi.
Helen is somebody that we need to thank for being supportive and behind the scenes. So that worked out really well. And I just need to here.
Yes,
Can you
thank you,
make
Helen. Thank you,
thing
Helen.
go? So anyway, Linda Ricci created the Poly in the first place,
clean
and
room
was an
buddy.
extremely valuable team member who actually went on to well, first of all, she brought us a lot of amazing speakers for many of the summits, especially the business and design, but also several this year. Oh, we lost Sophia. Bye, Sophia. Thank you. At least we got that in. You were there for the announcement. Steve Lewis. Steve Lewis, your contribution to this has been so valuable. I know you're listening because you gave us a picture of that whole comedy sketch with the FaceTime there. And wish you were here. He actually helped me out and Engage last night. Lots of fun with Steve being part of this. So thank you all very much. So I'm going to run down some of our sort of behind the scenes people. Terry Schussler, dear close friend of ours. We've done, you know, the AWE crazy stereoscopic AR thing. He and I co-wrote and produced and created the insane meta-traversal play that 17 people were involved in. So, but very importantly, Terry's really just been such a guiding light and force of nature in terms of contributing to and supporting what we do. So thank you, Terry. Alan Smithson. Also, Julie's husband behind the scenes, very supportive of what we do, has been in many summits. I don't really count the fact that Dulce and Karam are our 4 guest speakers because Alan, as a presenting partner of Metaverse, has also done 4, maybe even 5 summits. And Karen, I think you hold the record for holding the most things. So thank you all, my dear beloved friends, for all that we've done. We did it. So just to wrap it up real quick, and I'll give you guys the last word. We're not done. We just announced the polys. We are not ready to announce anything that we're going to do yet, but we got a lot of conversations going on in the background, and we will be back, but with a different format. We are officially a wrap on the 9-hour 50 speaker, 20 session, several months in the making format that we just did. It was an awesome lift, and this is a great way to go out. This was, in my opinion, our best summit substantively, logistically. Well, actually, it was kind of the hardest one to do logistically, but it went smoother than any. So with that, I thank you all, my dear friends. And Karen, then Daniel, then Julie, and we're out.
Yes, well, yeah, it's really an honor and a privilege to work with you all and just to be a part of this XR community. So many positive, forward-thinking, creative, innovative people. This is why I love what I do and love being involved here. I do want to, as I believe Julie noted, we need to not forget to thank Rolando Macizo Bando.
Rolando,
and Weston Kane.
Oh man,
yes.
Rolando, like you are. Sorry, man. I was like, your tile was below the fold, but yeah, this is why you need to be here. Thank you, Karen. Keep going.
Yeah, no, that's it. Love working with all the people you mentioned before and all of you here. Thank you. It's a real pleasure.
And thank you, Rolando, because and also thank Austin Kane and Christy Fennison, who have built our crazy world. Like the Polys world is just off the hook. You're like, oh yeah, you're WebXR, but you have an alt space world. Our alt space world is like none other, thanks to Cause and Christy. And Cause produced the education and the brand summit. And Rolando and Cause sort of crossed over. Rolando did the Metaverse today. So quick word, Rolando.
Nothing. I'm just so honored and proud to be part of the team and to witness really what feels like a new era of where we're going. I mean, I can't really put it into words because it just feels like it's amorphous right now. It's abstract, and we're being part of the forming of the shaping of the sculpting of it. So I'm very grateful for that. So thank you.
And we're grateful you're here. Daniel?
I just want to reiterate the thanks, and specifically to you, Ben. You're the mastermind behind this. You keep us all kind of on track and deliver the show. You're the Wizard of Oz behind the scenes. So Ben, Erwin, thank you from me and all of the team, I'm sure. You're a unique guy with a unique skill set and a unique vision. And I think we all benefit from that. You know, you're the driving force behind this. So Ben, thank you.
And
Well,
really
thank you.
an impact.
Thank you. And something Lucas said today, Lucas said something about, you know, just do what you can uniquely do. Well, this
Right.
the polys, this is what I've got for you, you know. And as a developer all these years, like I felt guilty taking all these open source things, but I never really felt my code was good enough to give back. So the last 2 years, this is how I've been giving back. So
and it's better for it. It's better for it. So well done. Keep doing it. I'm curious to see what format it will take next.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And thank you all. And Julie, you get to wrap up the whole shebang.
All right. Well, I'm going to do this really quickly because we have finished on time once again, right at on time. And that's always hard to do for any kind of production. We managed to keep everything on track. So thank you to the team. You know, part of my journey is learning about all of this stuff that everybody shared. And I'm so grateful because I feel like I've gained so much today from everybody here who has spoken. And that's the best feeling ever, is that when we've given back, we get something back in return. So thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Thanks to all the panelists for sharing their knowledge and taking the time, no matter what time zone they were in, to meet our scheduling. And I'm going to call it because it's already 9:01 and we don't want to go any further. But thanks again, everybody. We'll see you next year.
And thank you, Sophia, who's not here.
Thanks to Sophia. Yeah.
Okay. Love you, all of you. Love you, audience, and love you, Future Way. Future Way, thank you so much for sponsoring the series. We couldn't have done it without you, and you weren't just contributing funds to help fuel our tank, but you were also really good friends and partners in the process and inviting us to come and speak at your office. So I will leave it there with a big thank you to Future Way Technologies, Daniel Ljunggren, Mats Lundgren, and Dr. June Wang. This has been the WebXR Summit Series. This has been the WebXR Production Summit, all co-hosted by Julie Smithson, with Daniel, Karen, Sophia, and we're out.
We're out.
Peace, folks.
Thanks, everybody.